as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
Will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with a booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International?
And it makes it far with the booyah.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final. It is day 2 and the final day of the competition for teams to rack up points and to potentially claim the crown of the champion for this season. But also there's a couple other things on the line, right? We've got 2 slots going to the World Series later this year, and then top 6 will automatically qualify for Season 5. That's going to be happening at a later date. So there's a lot on the line for the teams. It's not just money, but it's also slots to compete at future tournaments. My name is Danielle. I'll be your host for the weekend, and we have Mustachio, AJ, and Neptune as our wonderful casters yet again joining us for another exciting day of action. How are you two doing? AJ, you were telling me just now that you literally have a 500ml glass of Vietnam coffee with protein shake, but it's still Vietnam coffee.
You gotta work out.
Strong.
You gotta work out. I don't know why the combo of Vietnam coffee with my protein shake just gets me going early in the morning, but it is what it is. 500 ml of it is enough caffeine to pump me up for the whole competition. I mean, it's a big day. Danny, you've just listed out the list of things that people are fighting for today, right? Not just for the money, not just for the pride, not just to go out there and say that I am the champion of my server between 4 nations, but I'm also going to have the opportunity to make my nation proud, make my server proud. The Free Fire World Series down there at Bangkok, Thailand, my goodness. I mean, too much is on the line. And even if they don't make it there, like you said, top 6 spots. I mean, who doesn't want that? MCPS Majors Season 5. A lot of teams have made their name here. A lot of teams have built respect for themselves. A lot of teams have inspired smaller teams to kind of, crop out from the community and join us in this whole world of Free Fire. A lot is on the line today. I'm excited. I mean, 8 matches. Yesterday we saw the setup. Today's the conclusion, and I can't wait, G.
Okay, Neptune, I know you don't have the honor of having 500 mils of coffee because I can see AJ already going off over there, but I know you're excited as well. Filipino pride too, right? Because we're seeing a lot of the Filipino teams really step up this weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree. Like AV Radicals being in there ending the day yesterday, but I'm still worried for them because it's very, very close. 14 points from Expand, and they will be taking over that number 1 spot, as well as Geek Fam was very close in there on number 3 spot. But I'm happy to see Hard to get back on to that top number 4. A chance for them to probably if they continue this on, we might have 2 Filipino teams in there that number 2 spot, first and second. So I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully both of these teams will be able to bring that on. SAF, on the other hand, they are popping off at some point, but it's the usual from them. They give out their best, and then later they drop off, and hopefully they don't drop off because this is the last day, last chance for everything that has at stake, as AJ and Danley mentioned.
Yeah. Now, we also need to remember as well, we're at the halfway mark of the competition as well for these teams, right? They played 8 games yesterday. We've got 8 more today. And everyone's fresh as a daisy, right? They've had their sleep. They had their dinner. They've probably had a meeting with each other to sort of figure out what strategies they want to bring into the competition today. Hopefully. AJ, you can't just expect them to be like, all right, guys, good job today. I'll see you tomorrow. And then that's
You
it.
will be surprised, Danny. You will be very surprised. Like some top teams, I know some top teams who don't really huddle up after the competition, because some teams are just made up of very talented individuals, and that can either make or break your team, right? Because if you use all of the talent to get together as one hive mind to dominate the rest of the competition, you are going to reign supreme for a long, long time. But if you are maybe 4 talented, very extremely talented individuals who can go out there individually on your own, still conquer, still win. You might win a few matches, you might even win a competition, but the sustainability of said team dominating for a long time isn't really there. But there are a lot of teams like that.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Because there is a lot to compete for today. I mean, we've got the money, we have the tournament slots, we've got freaking representing our region at Worlds. Like, that was the big one, you know? You're being able to qualify for that tournament because there's even more money if you go there too, you know? It's a big win for the top two teams. So everyone obviously is going to try their hardest. But we did see yesterday the teams that were effectively the winners, and then we had the losers, which were teams that couldn't quite adapt to the play style. Very quickly though, let's just do a quick recap for our viewers so they know what's going on today. Yes, we are playing 8 games, and we're going to be playing on all 4 tournament maps. So as usual, we're going to start with Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, and Alpine, and then we're going to rinse and repeat and go back to Bermuda and cycle all the way through yet again to Alpine. And yesterday we also did see the usual teams that typically do well on certain maps not do so well in the grand final. It seems it's always the grand final curse. If you do well in the league stage, you just grand finals, someone else somehow just appears out of nowhere and cuts you down. I think what are the big teams that you feel have been disappointing on their signature maps? Because I think off the top of my head, a lot of viewers and I are probably thinking Farang, right? Farang, Kalahari, it's supposed to be their game, their jam. Not yesterday.
Yeah, I agree, Farang on Kalahari, but they kind of lost their jam on Kalahari like way before, even during the league stage. Farang slowly kind of stopped dominating Kalahari. It was very quickly and easily taken over by Expand. The one team that I think I'm a tad bit disappointed in is actually AB Radicals and their domination on Alpine. I mean, not just domination, their record setting and record breaking. I mean, not many set the record and then break their own record just for the fun of it. That was AB Radicals on Alpine. But yesterday, the first round on Alpine, they only picked away 8 points, which is quite insane.
Yeah, it's very anti-AB Radicals if you want to consider it that. Speaking of points, as usual, we're going to follow the typical point system for Free Fire esports. So if you manage to grab that booyah, you'll be able to take home 12 points. The second place team will take 9 points. And then as you place further down that leaderboard, you're going to be losing out on a single point every time until you land up in 11th and 12th, which if you end up bottom 2, you're taking home no points. And we've seen a lot of teams this weekend still take home nothing, which you think at this point, teams might put a little bit more emphasis in kill points, right? Because every kill also equates to a single point. So you can offset a 11th and 12th placement if you're able to pick something up before going down.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, for those teams who are not performing, especially in a specific map, let me point out, Geek Fam, especially in Bermuda, none on the placement point and 2 on the kill points. I mean, it's not just bad on the map placement, but only 2 points in there out of the 2 sets that they will played yesterday. And hopefully that changes for them because as we mentioned, they are in the running in there for that second spot. But going back to what you mentioned, AJ, I mean, AB Radicals losing that Alpine. They're still in a good spot on Alpine though, but they're better this time on Purgatory. So if they have something planned out, they might take over Alpine as well. That's 2 map out of 4. Better advantage for them to stick to that number 1.
And surprisingly, even AB Radicals were struggling a little bit on Bermuda yesterday. That was something I wasn't expecting from AB Radicals. So we can't, and I guess to the point of what Danley brought up earlier on, some of the teams that we expected to perform wasn't performing, but that's also contributory by the fact that some of the teams who were lying dormant, not wanting to show their full potential, have finally woken up in the competition, right? And I'm talking about even Geek Fam themselves kind of sneaking up, hard to get, waking up, truly bringing out those dominant plays, throwed out with that consistency. And we see all of these teams as they sneak away kills on the overall leaderboard. The bigger teams seem to just sustain a little bit of difficulty before they can finish stuff off.
Yeah. I mean, here's the prize pool for anyone that didn't tune into the broadcast yesterday. This is just a piece of the pie that the teams are competing for. So first place will take home $25,000, second place will take home $12,500, and third place will take home $5,000. And then everyone that qualified in the grand final is going to take home something. But this tournament in particular is very, very top heavy because on top of the prize pool, if anyone did miss out the intro for the show, top 6 will qualify for the next season of the MCPS Majors, and top 2 will be qualifying for the Free Fire World Series that's happening later this year, which is that's the big one, because not only do you take home a lot of money, but you're also taking home a lot of responsibility because you're now carrying an entire region on your shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we discussed yesterday, right, Neptune? The first and second place, it's going to be quite the decent amount of pocket money to kind of pocket away as well as invest in yourselves before you get ready for the Free Fire World Series. Even if you take second place, that's going to set you up for a decent, what is this, 50,000, more than 50,000 ringgit? Whew, that's a lot of money, guys.
It's a lot of money. Now, let's take a look at the overall standings for yesterday. This is going to set the scene for today because we do have a couple of head-to-heads going on here for that leaderboard. So the first head-to-head, and I think the most obvious one, is that spot for top 3, right? Geek Fam sort of became another team, and now we're looking at a holy trinity. You've got AV Radicals and Expand really going head-to-head for that top 2. But Geek Fam now encroaching on that territory. We could actually see maybe Geek Fam snap this away from AV and Expand, because we saw Geek Fam do fantastic yesterday. Yeah, they had a terrible start. They got taken down by Sem9 because of the clock tower shenanigans, and we all thought like, oh no, is this going to be the downfall of Geek Fam? And made them stronger. They just played so good after that, consistently picking up those points, getting the placements as well. Geek Fam, big threat for the top 3. The next head-to-head that we're kind of looking at here is 4 to 6. Hard to get Farang and Todak, very, very close. But we also need to remember the race for top 6, because that's also going to be a race for the teams that are towards the bottom end of the bracket. So the leaderboard is very busy. There's a lot of stuff happening. I'm just curious, who's going to be able to capitalize on their position today? Who is going to be able to adapt? What teams are not going to be able to keep up, and who's going to eventually fall? Because we did see that yesterday. We thought it was going to be Sem9 and SAF to dominate the tournament. They had a fantastic start, and then they just... I don't know what happened. Like, they were driving the plane and the engine just stopped working, and now they're slowly, they're getting closer and closer to the ocean. Someone's going to turn it around. Someone's going to jump into the engine and fix it. Yeah. I mean, clearly nobody jumped into the engine to fix it. I'm glad they didn't jump into the engine, because they would have gotten shredded. But I absolutely get you, right? SAF and Sem9, 9th and 10th spot. But, here's the better side of things. We hit at the very least 1 milestone yesterday. I'm hoping to hit at the very least 2 milestones before we get halfway through the day. And if possible, even the biggest milestone of the day today, guys. Yes, let's try and hit that milestone. If anyone's confused on what this is, we have a viewership milestone where if we can get a certain number of viewers to watch the stream at the exact same time, we're going to be able to unlock some free stuff for everybody. It's not just for you. It's not just for someone on the other side of the planet. It's for everyone. They can all claim the stuff. So we hit we hit the 8,000 milestone yesterday, and the next milestone is the 12,000 viewership milestone. So let's see if we can try and hit that, folks. As always, if you do want to contribute views to this, we do suggest watching this on multiple platforms if you can. You can watch it on Facebook, you can watch it on YouTube, watch it on 2 different devices, ask your friends to watch it, go to your brother or sister, maybe take their phone and watch it on their phone as well. Give us as many views as you can, because if we hit those milestones, this stuff's for free forever.
Absolutely right. This stuff is for free. You want to know what's not for free? Pride out there on the battlefield. They all have to invest a lot of their efforts in here. And the gap between Sem9 and SAF, 16 points right now. But hey, by the way, guys, giveaway code from yesterday. Take it for yourselves before we even start the day. This is the brand new code, and we can pretty much assure you, no worries. You will be able to get exactly what you sign up for. We have fixed the issue.
Yes, we have fixed the issue from yesterday. If you want to know what we're actually getting, you can see the image on the bottom. It's
Yep.
going to be incubator vouchers, and we have the MP40 Haven Warrior 7-day trial skin. So this is a 7-day trial. You can try it out, see if you like it, and if you do like the weapon skin, then maybe you can consider getting it for yourself. But if
Yeah.
you're thinking, why is there only 7 days? There is actually a permanent skin that we
Yep.
are giving away. But
Yes.
to unlock it, 20,000 viewers. Help us out. Let's get to the 20,000 because that skin is also a very rare exclusive skin. You'll never be able to get it
Absolutely.
after this, right? Because, gentlemen, it is the 2022 Free Fire World Series skin. That means it's exclusive to this year alone. So if we can unlock it, you guys are going to have the bragging rights to your friends to say, I have this skin, you can't have it. I'm special. There we go. I guess I'm that
Even
terrible
Neptune
friend.
is special. I mean, he's on broadcast. He's playing out there on the battlefield. 14 kills so far.
This lucky guy.
8,325 damage. Not as much as Jembal here, though, who piles on the damage, but has got slightly lesser kills.
Yeah, I think it just contributes to the different playstyles of the teams as well. Yesterday, we didn't see a lot from Axis, and we actually saw the team struggle quite a bit.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if Axis are able to sort of get their game together today. I'm very sure Neptune's numbers can go up because Neptune, I'm talking to you, our Neptune. Neptune's a fantastic player. Right? He
Yep.
is such an aggressive member on Axis. When he's allowed to do what he can do, he can actually outshine a lot of the top talent in the competition.
I would agree. I mean, not because we share the same name, but because of the performance that they've shown so far.
Yeah.
Like a close battle engagement, he's on point. He can turn things around to his favor on a 1v2, 1v3 at some point, especially when Vegeta helps out on the long distance. Vegeta and Neptune is, I would say, the best duo in a close and long range backup coming from Vegeta plus Neptune in information as well as the fragger role. Only these two teams can bring a lot more, and then the rest of the teams provide that support. So looking forward that they piece it together this time. No more third party. Hopefully for them, the compound gameplay needs to be brought back.
Yeah, let's take a look at our head-to-head teams for today. So we're going to be looking at Sem9, Todak, and Farang. Teams that are towards the middle of the bracket. They're not too high up there, but
Yeah.
comparison-wise, who do we sort of have our faith in here? Because I think after seeing yesterday, we can make some assumptions on how some of these teams are going to perform today.
Farang's definitely one we can count on perhaps to continue performing. I think they've just been slightly more consistent than Toda, whose graph has been more towards the severe sides of up and down. I mean, you're talking about 22 points where Toda manages to get a booyah for themselves on the second run of Bermuda. And you're also talking about Toda, who drops down to just, around 2 points at Purgatory, right? So, that's sort of an up and down versus Farang, who have not been the best, but they have been quite consistent with those chugging out of points. I mean, yes, we can all ignore that they themselves got 2 points on Purgatory as well, but it's a little bit more steady, right? Not a lot of points between these two teams, just 8 points. Sem9, on the other hand, cry me a river. In fact, cry me a whole sea of water, because this team started off like the hottest hotshots on the battlefield, Danny, and then disappeared.
I have to agree. I thought they were going to be the bee's knees, the hot potatoes, whatever you want to call them. They were looking fantastic, but they did fall off. But we'll see if the teams that are struggling yesterday, if they can make that comeback today. It's a fresh new day. It's a fresh start. And I have some information for you yesterday. I'm going to let you, as well as Neptune, take over. AJ, gentlemen, start the games as we go into our first game of day 2 of the grand finals. It's Bermuda. It's all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Danny. Neptune, as we hop on into Bermuda. It's match number 1 overall. This is the 9th match of the grand finals. Over a total of 16 games to be played. Everything will be decided right here today. The first one out of 8. Let's see who are the lucky hot droppers, sir.
Yeah, we'll have to find out who will be hot dropping who in a bit once everyone has had their drop points. But I'm seeing an early party in here in Cape Town. Hard to get. Might be seeing a few of the members of Eastern Wolves gang, but they have been split up on a 1-3 split. So Sentosa is a good part for Pando EWG right now to get as much loot information as well coming from Manchai. Hopefully he just gets away, because even if they have the revive, the wasted time that they have for that revive, as well as getting some loots later on, they might be rushed by hard to get an even Geek Fam who's coming in from Pachinok.
And this is one of the biggest reasons as to why Geek Fam is one of the forerunners of the competition right now. It's because of the respect that they are showing to Sem9. It's because of the respect that they show all of the other teams. No ego involved here at all. I am at risk of getting down super early, and therefore I avoid that drop spot. If you are a team that can have that sort of a mindset, Neptune, I tell you, you are going to go really, really far.
And it's not that you are thinking that you're going to lose. It's just that you're preparing to win later on once you're ready. And most of the team right now loses on the early engagement, being eliminated. And it's a huge damage for them, especially in the leaderboard. But Insider right now is feeling the same thing, being taken down in here. And it is Axis Esports popping off right now. And we'll have to find out if they can make it roll all throughout this match.
And by the way, if you guys are wondering, what in the world? This skin is so cute. We agree with you. It's the Chaotic Puppy Bundle that you can get starting from tomorrow, Monday. This whole costume is customizable. So, I mean, the world is your oyster. Get out there and pull this little puppy out and be the cutest battle style puppet out there on the battlefield. I think I'm going to have a lot of fun today in this game. I love dogs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yesterday I was holding mine as well. And I'm really happy that no one really noticed what was the last part. Like, a cute little puppy out there just in my lap. But, I mean, I love dogs as well. And looking forward to have this skin as well. I mean, this bundle. This is where you can, like, one thing about customizable. You know us. We had this talk. We customize things. We mix and match things.
Oh, yeah.
And this is one thing that you like in-game as well.
Yep, absolutely. And you have to love the customizability of some of the tactics of these teams out there. Toda, a team that started off not too hot, not too cold, because they got just 7 points from their first game, but they slowly started improving, right? But you know, if you look at the graph of performance of Toda yesterday, it looks like a mountain. They start off decent, they do slightly better, a little bit of a problem, and then they spike up in a booyah, and then, you know, it's like, you know, it just drops off game after game. Not the best kind of graph that you want to have on your side if you want to make it to the World Series here, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. If you're looking at the graph, it's coming from a low point to the to the higher. That is, well, probably not the best, but that will tell you a story wherein they are just gauging the first part of the day or the series, and then later on they are improving match after match. The best case scenario is you maintain your lead in their top three most of the time. If not placement, you get the kills. If not kills, you get the placement. Just alternating those will give you a lot. And I think that has been done by a lot of teams right here, playing with the placement and kills. And if I'm not mistaken, even like with the worst part of the AV Radicals gameplay wherein they were taken down early, only one remained for them. They went for the placement. Didn't survive that long though, but the ideation is good.
This is a smart positioning play by the team of Expand, like we saw just moments ago on our screen. They take over Peak, and they hold on to quite the high ground advantage. The Circle obviously hunting them down for the time being. We have to see exactly where Circle number 3 brings us later on to see if or not the good spot at Peak will continue to do Expend a lot of favors. Axis Esports out in the open, running straight towards AV Radicals on the other hand. One has to hope they do not get caught out in the open. Axis, with the 4 eliminations so far, lead the current lobby with the most number of kills. But that means nothing. They're the only ones who have technically gotten into a good scuffle so far.
Yeah, I mean, eliminating one team in there, adding 4 points to your name. But as you can see, it's a chasing game right now. AV Radicals being chased by Axis and Todak's right behind them. So
Yeah.
I'm worried about Axis right now because the moment that like all these teams, like AV Radicals stop and they just turn around to gatekeep teams, it will be the side of Axis that they will see. And then later on, Todak will be running into them and Axis will be stuck in between them.
Trigger discipline by Flame does not strike Ramiel down. Ramiel gets away. AV Radicals have been spotted. So that basically means that Axis Esports wasn't aggressively chasing. They were just trying to look for the circle here. But now they have to make a decision, because if they don't start moving to look for a good defensive compound and they only play the game of avoiding AV Radicals, they don't know that Todak's right behind them. So this could be an absolute disaster for Axis Esports. Now, Axis finds the compound. AV Radicals are long gone already. Now, Todak are out in the open. My God, what a first lobby.
Yeah, and if we'll look back in Axis Esports gameplay, once they take the compound, someone rushes them in. Usually they take the win compared to what we've seen yesterday against Blacklist International. So hopefully they can bring back the way of the compound being done, being utilized by Axis Esports right now. Usually they take 2 from top, 2 at the bottom right there, just to have good coverage. And Vegeta will be on the second floor most of the time because he has that sniping power. But good position as well by Todak, just testing the waters, looking at the position of each of the members. And I think Flame has been sighted. Pedro right now, Trigger Discipline, not firing just yet, not giving out the information, but the battle is happening from the other side, coming from Spark.
Yeah, it's all about the grenades here, and both teams are well looted up already. One good solid grenade from the side of Todak can pose to a huge problem for Axis. Neptune exposes himself. Grenade will go wide, but still the radius of the blast gets him. Neptune down on the ground, and Todak have the advantage. Flame, he flanks from the outside. Spark meets him halfway, gets taken down. Flame, good recovery. It's a 3v3. Shayad from the back. It's a double vector gameplay. Ames has got a shotgun. Great blue wall pulled out. Flame goes down. Todak takes over the compound, and Pedro shuts down the final player. Axis Esports is toast.
Toast indeed, burned and dusted. We are seeing Todak coming back in here from where they were yesterday, but we'll have to see. 2 teams right now is also in the comeback play for today, second day of grand finals. It is SAF and Farang, but Farang will be taking down one member at a time for SAF, and I think there's only one left for SAF right now, surviving, but still not seen. McRory will be taken down from afar. No escaping Farang this time. All this team is on the roll. 4 kills each for 3 teams already. 19 remain.
SAF just was not ready for that engagement. A couple of too many glue walls pulled out, but at the end, they weren't focusing on being aggressive at all. They had that lower ground disadvantage, and Farang made the best use of their high ground advantage. I mean, and it's not just that, right? It's the setup of that fight as well, Neptune. Flanking around from both the left and right, splitting off into 2-2, and then taking the gunfight. That was just so smart on the side of Farang.
Yeah, I mean, in like rotation, you need good communication to provide that good rotation as well as good split. But unfortunately for SAF, since they are usually aggressive mid part, actually not so aggressive. They just get those kills mid part to the end game, and I think that is Farang just catching them off guard, putting them in a difficult position in low ground from that edge. And even if McRory tries to run away, I mean, there's no cover for him at all. If I was McRory, I could have turned left in there, where there's much coverage in there that he can get from that ledge. Probably prone a little bit to heal up a little bit as well, and then his distance, he can utilize the grenade just to put a pressure, not being rushed from that final moment.
And in a circumstance like this is where you see who has got the better strategy and the better positioning on a map. Because the circle was identified by Expand and Hard to Get both at the very same time. X-Roy is just waiting for this airdrop to stop rotating because he doesn't want to get squished. I understand how he feels. That airdrop has gotten me one too many times, man. Expand They see the circle and they make way for a defensive spot on that high ground. Hard to get on the other hand. Went in for the lower ground, but they actually have a little bit of a hut here to give them a little bit of overhead cover, which to a certain degree is fantastic, right? Because no one can shoot at you directly. But you also have to deal with grenades that comes raining down the moment people find out you're there. And on top of that, if you want to get out of that hut now and start running, Expand has got that high ground advantage. So the timing of when Hard to Get Now starts moving is extremely crucial, Neptune.
It's extremely crucial. They need to make that work. And looking at that next phase, it's on the waters, AJ. Oh my goodness. I don't know what will be happening here towards the end. But with the elimination that we've seen so far, I think there will be only a few teams. But the best team that had good coverage in here is Pando EWG. But Sem9 right now being spotted onto that bridge. Shooter or Redus right now. Like my mind automatically reads a shooter, AJ.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this guy is one of the best shooters out there on the battlefield. But now AB Radicals out in the open. Blacklist International, they've got cover for them at the back, and they start attacking one by one. The problem for AB Radicals is Expand is on the way as well. And as AB Radicals are so focused, hyper-focused in fact, on taking out the players of Sem9 who are already positioned well on the bridge. Expand now can take advantage. But AB Radicals, I believe they are keeping an eye on their backs. Blacklist International, they spot out the players of Farang as well. As GeekFam drops aims from the side of Toda, that is gonna maim the players of Toda very severely for this next battle, and I don't know if they have enough time to bring their team member back.
The phase is already closing in, and the battle still continues right now. Blacklist Zen going in for that glue wall destruction, but will miss that opportunity for the slay. Here comes Zen once again, just taking out all the glue walls. Who's covering the phases and the places that Farang is holding? And there goes backup coming from Mirul, but they need to run. So far, this phase will put in the damage, and not only that, a lot of teams has already been waiting inside the next safe zone.
Yasta Max 7 waits for the time turner to run out of time and continues bursting through it with all of his bullets. Hakimi is going to run out of time. He will get taken out. No revival for him. And the main reason why we don't see a lot of revivals on Bermuda is because of the lack of revival platforms. Everybody needs to go to those buy stations and buy back their team members. Not a lot of people have got a lot of coins because they don't engage that much. That's exactly what you can expect at the grand finals. Too fast. Already ready with the grenade launcher. Just needs to turn around and go in for the pop. Victory drops Batman. This is all out chaos. 8 more teams left in here, but not a lot of ground to stand on, Neptune.
Bermuda Bridge is falling down. A lot of teams are battling. Sem9 going down one at a time. Lemon and Fakery, the only team member remaining. But Lemon is the only one who might be squeezed right here. And there goes Sem9, eliminated in this game. Expand lives. And as you can see, AV Radicals did a smart move of not engaging everyone. They move below that bridge, buying time as they cross that waters.
Yeah, sneaking Cobra strikes again, but GeekFam versus Farang now. What's about to happen? A double glue wall pulled out by Farang, and out of nowhere, Hasek drops too bad with a sick headshot. Jesbu and made in 87. Timing not right as Yasta gets the spray with the Mag 7 auto shotgun for the win. But now GeekFam is running out of land to step on. Expand has got the better positioning. They've got the bridge to cross on over to the other side. GeekFam needs to swim. Pando EWG can just wait for this freeze as Hard to Get gets taken out in the 5th spot, courtesy of Expand. 8 kills in here so far. Pando EWG working on the players of GeekFam, whereas Expand make their way through the bridge, Neptune.
Pando EWG will be making this as target practice. Everyone will be in play right now, especially for those who haven't crossed over, but it spoke too soon. There it goes too fast, a little bit too fast on the trigger, taking down 2 was in this fight. 3 remain for Pando EWG, but not so much damage is being done for those who were crossing. Lost opportunity for this team as Expand right now. Roy will be surviving that with only a few HP, and Monito will be taken taken out, and X-Roy still alive, but not for long. Geek Fam, on the other hand, has been eliminated, as well as AB Radicals.
I can't believe AB Radicals survived for so long. The Axel now running out of time. Roy, he runs out of time as well, but is saved. What a decision made by Too Fast. The captain makes the right decision here. So we've got a 2v1 situation. Fourth player out there on the battlefield. It's gonna be Eastern Wolfsgang. Now it's a 2v2. X-Roy with the AC-80. Too Fast with the same gun. Has got the grenade launcher. Wally going for the bomb. No, Too Fast goes down. X-Roy charge buster JC Max 10. He gets the win. Bando EWG with the back-to-back booyah from yesterday.
So EWG right now, a chance for them to step on that top 6. So far, before this day started, they only need 3 points. But with this booyah plus the kills that they have, I think this will catapult them up, up, up.
Oh my lord, Pando, EWG. Okay, first of all, a little bit of luck played into the booyah of Pando EWG because you need to make your decision on the left side of the water or on the right side. And Pando EWG made the right decision. The rest of it was just making sure they play their circle, they play their positioning to their best of ability. And now Too Fast could have wrecked them in that final moment if only he was slightly faster, slightly less calculated with his grenade launcher, because he was waiting for the timing. He was waiting for the perfect angle and he got shot down halfway. So that's a little unfortunate for Expand. But if you look on the bright side of things, Expand currently sits down on that second spot, 14 points away from AB Radicals. AB Radicals made it to that final circle, but with not as many kills as Expand. So Expand was mainly looking to catch up with AB Radicals, and they've done exactly that. But AB Radicals surviving until the final circle makes sure they also chip in a few points as well. This is the kind of grand finals we deserve, Neptune.
I would agree. I mean, a lot of engagement, early engagement. It's only team versus team, not so much of a third party. It's only in this area that we're seeing in highlights right now on the bridge where a lot of engagement really happened. But we were left with 3 teams on that bridge. Surprisingly, we're in a lot as trying to cross. Pando EWG, as you mentioned, AJ, huge and best decision to stay on that side. They were the only ones. And if only they had good accuracy from that other side, they might have gotten a lot more of kills. But we'll find it out later on as we welcome back Danny into the panel.
You know, I actually went to get some coffee, and when I came back and I saw the circle, I had to do a double take because I was like, wait, are we going Purgatory? Like, what is this circle?
So
AJ, I do agree with you though. Pando, they got not a little lucky. I think they got massively lucky because every round on Bermuda, they will always drop off on the island. The only time we saw anyone contest was AB Radicals, but that was when the high tier loot zone was on that island as well. So Pando, super lucky with the circle ending up on their island. The bridge, I think that might have to be a new historical moment. There were so many teams trying to use the bridge to cross over to the island. And sometimes you think it's like, is it a mistake? Because you know everyone's going to funnel into the bridge. You know that there's a high chance another team is going to be there. You know that there's no cover aside from glue walls going into that bridge. What's the thought process when you want to go through the bridge? I love the fact that AB Radicals, they decided we're going to bypass this bridge. We're going to go under the bridge. We're going to be the trolls. We're not going to contest everyone up there. We're going to go under. Unfortunately, they didn't survive. They had to go through the water. And I think the blue zone also ended up being the reason why they also ticked out. But it was such a chaotic game. I don't think anyone expected that circle at all, which was why everyone was stuck on the wrong side of the bridge, as you could say.
The decision-making process in terms of whether or not you use the bridge is akin to your mother telling you to make your bed and do the dishes. You don't want to do it, but you don't have a choice. You have to do it because if you don't do it, you're going to get whooped. Just like Geek Fam. I mean, Geek Fam didn't want to do the bridge. And then, they went out for a swim circle, got them. Pando got those kill points. And whoever who did go for the bridge, obviously, it's an arduous task, right? Because you need to kind of sort out that battle first before you get to the other side. And the team that is on the other side gets to gatekeep you as well, because not only are you on the bridge, which gives you the walkway towards the other side of the island, but it's also outside of the circle. So you need to get this done on the double right now. So that was the kind of intense moment that we saw there. So I think hats off to Expand for winning that fight. And hats off to whom specifically? The one and only Cobra. That guy, deadly. I mean, back and forth, all of the team members of Expand did phenomenally on that bridge fight, but he was the final survivor. Everybody else down on the ground. He desperately needed to win his gunfights, and it was a 1v2. Cobra delivered yet again. Not only did he deliver, he also brought the rest of his team members right back up onto their feet before the circle could reach them. So not only was this guy getting all of those gunfights completed, but also finishing it before the circle could put any sort of pressure on Expand. I mean, thanks for blowing my mind on match number 1.
Oh gosh, I think we have high expectations going into the remaining games today.
yeah.
I mean, like, this is how we're gonna start. I don't know. I can't imagine how we're gonna finish. But Neptune, I want to hear your thoughts on this game, because this is not a typical Bermuda game at all. A lot of teams actually survived up until the last round, which is very rare for Bermuda if you think about it, right? Normally, you're probably looking at maybe 6 teams left when you're coming down to like that 4th circle. We had 8, 9, almost 10 teams there. Is this maybe a case of everyone also focusing on self-preservation because they know that today is the final day to pick up those points?
Yeah, I mean, as AJ mentioned, one thing is respect. Second is self-preservation, as you mentioned, because they need to survive a little bit longer in this first game. This will start off their momentum, and I think it's good momentum for Expand right there, as well as Pando EWG.
Yes.
But for Sem9, I would say, though, they were the first on the bridge. They were the first on the bridge. Decision making is a little bit off for them. They decided to battle AV Radicals first instead of crossing the bridge, wherein they know that everyone else or most of the teams will need to do that, and they might have done a lot of damage at that point compared to Pando EWG, but they didn't. They stuck in there, and they were one of the teams who had been slain in that bridge.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe it could have been greed, right? Because if you're Sem9, you're the first on the bridge, you know that you are going to be the wall between everyone else that wants to use that bridge. Like, I could see the thought process if they did think that, right? It's like teams are going to funnel in, we're going to get free kills, let's do it. Rather than trying to just focus more on crossing that bridge.
I want to be hard on Sem9 and agree with that point, but I think it was more of a necessity when they engaged with AV Radicals, because you're looking at AV Radicals, one of the most deadly teams. Yes, they don't know this, but they were getting sniped. So they know that they are dealing with a sniper who has got a free shot at them. They know that Pando EWG is across because there were a few gunshots from across the bridge as well. So now they can't run towards their opponents, and they can't run through the bridge as well, mainly because you have to use a lot of your glue walls. Now, the positioning that they were holding on to, you saw there was a van, there were a couple of crates, so you can use that natural environment within the game itself to play a little bit of defense. So I think it was skewed more towards them not wanting to waste their resources before the final match. But what they didn't count on was everybody else was there as well.
Man, I think this is going to be one memorable fight if there is. Now, Cobra, MVP, I mean, the guy deserves it. No one's going to dispute this. This guy did work for his team. He literally just picked up his whole team on his shoulders and just walked them across the bridge by himself. Like, if anything, give this man a raise. If he wants anything, give it to him. Do not deny him his rights.
This boy is such an inspirational character. I mean, if you're Malaysian, if you are looking for someone to make an icon out of, to make, to be that inspirational beacon of hope for yourself to join the pro scene, this kid is the one, right? I mean, look at his stats. Not only does he do a lot out there on the battlefield, look at his accuracy with that shotgun. 50%, more than 50%, and Expand picks up yet another team MVP for themselves as well. I think this team truly has stepped up, not just in this matchup, but after game number 1 yesterday, where they only picked up 4 points from Bermuda. This is a totally different team you're seeing out there.
Totally different team for the better as well. Oh boy, gentlemen, it's just game 1. We've got another 7 games to go. And I'm wondering if we're just going to see Expand continue expanding their lead, expanding the number of match points they're getting, because this team is just showing a level of consistency that a lot of the other competitors are just not able to replicate at this point of time. So man, this team, next level. We're going to take a look at the current standings as well to see how these points are going to influence a lot of the movement here. So Expand is going to be taking home 19 points here for their first round of the day. Pando with the Booyah will be taking home 18 points as they secured 6 kills along with that Booyah. Geek Fam in third place here with 12 points. Sparring and AV Radicals tied head-to-head here with 11 points. We've got Hard to Get with 8. Todak with 6 points, Axis and Seb9 tied together with 5, Blacklist International with 4 points, SAF with 1, and unfortunately Anxiety with 0 points. Now, if I'm not mistaken, AJ, how many points did Expand need to take over AV Radicals?
14 points, ma'am. So this is not enough. Mainly, this is what we were talking about earlier on, right?
Yeah.
With just that one survivor from AV, because they know how crucial it is to pick up those rank points. And look at AV Radicals. They know they are one of the most lethal teams in the whole of this setup at the grand finals to pick up those skill points. But the respect that they are now showing to the other teams by not getting over aggressive makes me quite hopeful for the team to maintain that number 1 spot. But they got to be careful though, because Expand is getting aggressive.
Expand is getting aggressive. So we only have a little bit of movement on that leaderboard, but for now we know that Expand, they are about 5 points away from AV Radicals. And that's not a lot considering we know that these teams average a lot of points in one round in general.
Yes.
So we've got to keep our eyes on those two teams. Geek Fam is still in the running. I mean, they're 14 points away from taking over AV Radicals, assuming AV Radicals don't get any points that next round. So let's not keep that team out of our radar. Definitely need to watch out for them. But look at this. Hard to Get and Farang are tied for 4th and 5th place here with 89 points. And just on their heels, you got Pando, right? After that Booyah, rocketed themselves to 6th place and are now sitting on 86, so only 3 points away from actually making 4th place. My goodness, we're really starting to see these teams that are really showing us that they have that consistency get up on that leaderboard. Now, unfortunately for Todak and Axis, these two teams are still slowly spiraling out of control. I was hoping today was going to be the day they figured out what the issue was and that they would be able to bring their A game back in. I mean, it's still game 1. We've got 7 more games to go, but honestly, probably not the best mindset to come into a grand final and be like, oh yeah, we messed up one game. It's okay. We've got this many games to go. I think it's better to sort of panic the entire day. Have that pressure. But gentlemen, it's Kalahari next. We know what's going to happen.
Well, for this time, like Expand still had a good running, especially in Kalahari. From yesterday, a total of 32 points in total, 19 onto the kills. They got more on this map this time compared to those that like from the other map. And this is what we want to see if they really want to catch up on the number 1 spot. But I want to bring back the highlight to Pando EWG winning that previous match. They only need 38 points this time to get to the top 2, and they are very close with Farang, which is 4 and 4. So if Farang wants to get up against Hard to Get, they need 4 points. If Pando EWG wants to get against Farang, same 4 points. It's very close between that 5th and 6th spot.
It's a big ask though, especially for the grand finals. Like if we say like only 30 points, that's a lot of points. That's asking your team to be able to pull off 2 really good rounds. And you're having to pull that off against really tough competitors. Like you're dealing with AV, you're dealing with Expand and Geek Fam, all these other teams that are knocking out most of the kills in the round. So you're sort of either left picking up scraps or you need to be able to compete with them to nab those kills before they get them. But I mean, I remember yesterday I sort of gave EWG a little bit of a hard time because they didn't have much presence yesterday, and I am glad that we're starting to see EWG pick up. But here's the question, and I'm going to keep asking this because a lot of teams are running into this problem. Are they one-hit wonders? Because if you're a one-hit wonder, then there's no hope of getting top 2.
Okay, wait. Are we referring to Pando EWG in being
Pando.
a one-hit? Okay, nah, they are definitely not a one-hit wonder. In fact, Pando EWG is one of those teams that are not the best in the competition. That's, I think, very clear from their performance. But they are one of the hardest working teams in the competition right now, no doubt whatsoever. What they're doing and where they are on the overall leaderboard is not a usual sort of statistic for Pando EWG, especially when you compare them to some of the other brands, some of the other teams who are on the overall leaderboard within the top 6. So what Pando EWG is doing right now is functioning above their usual kind of, I guess, average performance. So they're trying really hard, and I think some of their discipline is kind of working towards their way. But they just have to be careful because, like what we all agree on, that first Booyah, you have a lot of luck playing towards it as well. Like, for example, the bridge fight where Pando EWG had nothing to do with a lot of big teams kind of getting into that scuffle. That's a little bit of luck as well. You being on the other side of the island, that's a little bit of luck as well, right? So Lady Luck's not always going to be on your side. So you need to make a little bit of your own luck. So that's the biggest question, whether Pando can, do that to the minimum level at the very least to maintain their top 6 run. I'm not expecting a lot from them to, get top 2 or whatever, but make sure at the least you are in that top 6.
Yeah, we've got our rushes on the screen as well. But Neptune, I want to hear your thoughts on EWG. Do you have a lot of confidence in this team to be able to push through and actually maintain top 6 today?
It is possible because of how they work with survivability. They go in for the safe play. Most of the time they put in, well, not so much of a pressure, but they put in pressure on some of the teams. They go, they understand where to position themselves in a safest spot and bring themselves higher in terms of placement. Kills, on the other hand, like as AJ mentioned, compared to the other teams, it's not so much for Pando EWG, but it's back to the basic. You work on your placement, and then later on, once you're comfortable, you go and get those kills. It's just a basic strat that has been working so far for most of the team on the top.
Yeah. All right, just before we jump into Kalahari here, we are going to have a head-to-head look here at Hard to Get, Geek Fam, and Expand. Now, Hard to Get were the surprise dark horses yesterday as they suddenly shot up that leaderboard and are currently sitting within the first page. But so far, can they keep their placement? That's the biggest question. Now, we are comparing them to Geek Fam and Expand, who are top competing teams, very consistent in their performance as well. How are we feeling about Hard to Get today, gentlemen?
Okay, hopeful. One can continue to, hope and pray that Hard to Get keeps this, the good performance that they chugged out yesterday in here today as well. They started off the day with 8 points, which isn't too bad. I mean, their worst games yesterday, they only pulled away a single point, right? And we know that this is a team that's capable of not just doing well, but even pulling away booyahs for themselves. They did get a booyah yesterday on Kalahari. We are getting into Kalahari, so why not? This might just be Hard to Get's game.
Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, Hard to Get right now. They really need to work what they did yesterday in Kalahari. So far in this map, they are the highest. They got the highest number of kills. That is 15 in one of the rounds that they played in here. And I believe that is the same as when they got that booyah. So if they can play it safe, get away from those areas wherein snipers might be hitting, and not so much of a challenge because Farang is not taking Refinery that very, very long. So it's a lot of opportunity for them to move in like onto the last phase of the safe zone, and they just need to work on their mechanical skills. Gameplay accuracy is one thing that they really need to work on this time because I understand that they can play it for survival.
All right, looks like we're just about ready to jump into Kalahari here. 40 seconds until our teams drop in and begin the second game for day 2 of the MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final Weekend. I'm going to pass it over to Neptune and AJ. Gentlemen, take it away for match number 2.
Thank you very much, Danalee, and we are on the sandy desert of Kalahari. And AJ, I mean, back to the discussion of this map. I mean, this was the usual map wherein Farang has been taken over, but looking at their placement on the overall, in terms of this map, they are on the bottom half. So just in case, I mean, just a scenario playing in my mind. If Farang brings back their usual gameplay in here, I mean, is it still possible based on what we've seen so far?
I really don't know, man, because the one thing that we all have to acknowledge is the fact that you can't just do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. you're going to expect the same result because you're doing the exact same thing. And some of the other teams have started noticing Farang do the same thing over and over again. So, yes, it's working out for you. But when some of the other teams kind of start picking up on your strategy, they now are going to start planning their counter strategy. And the good thing is we've got a lot of talent, a lot of quality within the MCPS Season 4. And they've been able to play that counter strategy from week 2 onwards. And Farang hasn't been able to dominate that refinery like they used to in the past. So, yeah, that's the problem. But off screen, Expand is getting shut down one after the other, though, Neptune.
Expand is being taken down, but there goes AV Radicals as well. A few members taken down. But this is, I would say, this is nostalgic. This is SEM9 going against SAF, the usual drop point in Stone Ridge. And this has been happening most of the time in Kalahari. And I think this is the reason as well why SAF is down there at the bottom when it comes to ranking in Kalahari. Because they're going against SEM9 and this team is not backing off, especially as they need the points.
Yeah, each and every single compound here between the compounds, major sites where you can loot up. You can also buy back, revive your players. So at the grand finals, yes, it's super risky, but you also get many second chances, Neptune. It's all about the navigation. SEM9 turns around, drops a player from the side of SAF. Yard open, let's go. Bleeding out. McRory gets away, grappling hook in hand, and more than enough time to run. But SEM9, they might be able to spot him out as he tries to run away. It's all in the hands of Orin now, but the Mag 7's not enough, and I believe McRory will survive. SAF doesn't get shut down just yet.
And McRory will be surviving this time, but it might be a similar story from what we've seen earlier. McRory trying to run away, being gunned down, and we'll have to find out if that will work. But back to the rivalry, AJ. Geek Fam and SEM9 will be converging at that point once again.
Yeah, let's see if or not SEM9 and Geek Fam will be able to do a number on each other, because Geek Fam is heading straight into Stone Ridge. And Geek Fam, if they continue moving straight, this is going to be a SEM9 advantage, as SEM9 has been holding on to this compound for a while already. And here you go. Hazik sees the players of SEM9 rotating out. Not only does he have that trigger discipline, but he also has the smarts to hide away. SEM9 abandoning their compound. They might walk in. Yasta strikes first. Fikri down on the ground. And that's the best player to shut down, because Fikri is their long-range engagement specialist. And SEM9 are immediately nerfed in this gunfight.
Good rotation coming from Geek Fam right now. One is heading in on to the other side. Hakimi will try to flank in, but the direction of SEM9's approach or exit will be on the right-hand side. But good coverage by the 3 remaining member. It's also a good exit coming from SEM9. A lot of covers can be used right now, and hopefully they just don't stick out in the out in the open right now, because it's very difficult just in case SEM9 will be hit, similar to what we've seen from McRory earlier. Running away will be shut down, and that was a lost effort for them, especially with the 4 points that they got from SAF. But with the pause that has been done in there by Geek Fam, I think SEM9 will be surviving. And as we see, let's go. So this means that the remaining member of SAF has been brought back from the revive.
See how far can they get with this. Just have to be patient enough. Let's go. Down a little too fast, no pun intended.
Well, and that's unfortunate for SAF right now. When we think that they might be getting that momentum to get back on track, that is the second time already, the second match already wherein they have been brought down in there at the bottom. And it's looking like they might be the first team once again to be eliminated first, a number 12 spot, and you don't want that, especially in the second day. But there's not so much that they can do because of the placement that they have. 55 for them to get to the top 2, and 17 from after the last match to get to the top 6. There's still chance for them though, but it's not showing for the first 2 matches right now.
See exactly how hard to get, navigate around the troublesome compound, because I believe there is a team right beside them, and that's Axis Esports, but hard to get navigates away from them. Axis, on the other hand, doesn't move towards hard to get, but instead has to be really patient, because Toda and Blacklist International have got that high ground advantage against them. Farang, on the other hand, will stay away from a lot of this action, but they're taking the initiative to go on towards the very edge of the cliff here and engage with the other teams. They're not holding on to that refinery platforms like how they used to in the past.
Yeah.
And I believe this was the exact same situation that Axis punished them in. And this is the change that Farang has recently been bringing in that hasn't been working for them all that too well, Neptune.
Yeah, it's because of well, they are still taking the high ground, but compared to Refinery, wherein there's a lot of holes that openings that you can hide out just in case you will be hit. This time there's not so much. So Farang right now, though they were not expected at this point in that position, but still they are working on positioning themselves on a safer manner, and hopefully it will work out for them because. Looking forward to Farang, bringing back the usual ways. And I think apart from what's happening on big screen, if you look at the smaller and lower right, a battle is happening against Geek Fam. And if I'm not mistaken, this is Sem9 that they're going against. And we'll have to find out as to what happened there later on. But another engagement, three-way engagement happening. Axis, Blacklist, and this is Todak who's nearby right now. So we'll see who will survive this battle, AJ.
Geek Fam on the way from the back as well. This might just turn out to be very messy. And I think this is a very smart move coming through from Axis Esports. They break away towards the left. Raph tagged up, pulls out a glue wall. Neptune now spotted out by Faiz, who gets greedy. Tags up multiple players, takes down none. But off screen, AV Radicals does a number. And they manage to take down one of the best players on the side of Toda. Chill down on the ground, but Reju's shut down as well. Wine for the backup. And a great time turner pulled down. Wine makes a mistake. It's not punished. Ramiel from up top backs him up as well. It's going to be Wine going up against Pedro. Wine, will he get this ice grenade? Tags himself up halfway through. He doesn't get that accurately, and the players of Toda, they still have got that high ground. It's all about who attacks first and makes that mistake, Neptune.
Yeah, Todak right now is in here together with AV Radicals, but who's knocking at the door? It's Blacklist International. Ramiel right now, backstab, but send up just missed in there for the elimination, and we'll have to see how can they make this work. Wine in here for the back with that heal, and AV Radicals on their way away from this area. They want good vantage point against these two teams, letting them fight it out. Todak and Blacklist carries on.
Toda. Two players still alive. A double challenge by Blacklist, but a great glue wall pulled up by Toda. Toda doesn't get taken down just yet. Hops on out, but Pedro, unfortunate. Ashura and Miro together. Ashura takes down the player from the side of AV Radicals. Kid aims, backs away. Toda straight out to the revival platform. Overshoots it just a tiny little bit as SAF gets taken out once again in the last spot, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, similar story from what we've seen earlier when we have high hopes for SAF to come back. There's a no coming back in there after 2 matches. But Tanamo right now putting a pressure against Blacklist in this point. And if I'm not mistaken, one of the members of AV Radicals has been taken down by Farang, who's sitting back on Refinery. So they understand that they're not comfortable on a different part of the map in Kalahari, and they want to sit back near Refinery where they know their location, they know where to get in and out, but they're still within the safe zone.
Scuffle between Axis as well as Geek Fam as Hakimi drops Rap. That's a big player to take down. So CQC nerf for the players of Axis. But will the finisher come through as Geek Fam flanks aside from the right end, and hard to get, it gets involved in this gunfight as well. Ares from afar. Forbid drops Apis, and now Geek Fam battling 2 teams at the same time. Helping out Axis Esports is hard to get from the other side. Neptune should be able to punish Hakimi now. The perfect revenge for the players of Axis can be executed as Jay-Z drops Yasta. Hard to get, picking everything up from nowhere. They get a player drop down. Orin takes out Batman, and hard to get, have to deal with Sem9 now. Back and forth action as teams get involved with each other's fights, Neptune.
Sem9 will be in here onto the edge, putting pressure against Neptune and the rest of the teams of Axis Esports. But hard to get, needs to cross that area and needs to, will be in the middle, out in the open between Geek Fam, Axis Esports, and those battling from Bayfront. So we'll have to see how well can hard to get survive this, but as we are going in onto the next phase of Safe Zone, we might be seeing a different story for those in from those in the other part. Geek Fam will be eliminated right now, and that is thanks to Hard to Get Ares. Ares is doing a lot of damage in this fight, right? And I'm really happy that a different member of the team of Hard to Get is putting a lot in play.
Fantastic. Anxiety dropping into this match with just 3 players, but still surviving. Chessmen being chessmen as usual, pulling his players back. Geek Fam taken out prematurely, and this is that opportunity for the 2 qualified teams from the qualifiers to continue dominating this leaderboard. That's one point we haven't talked about just yet, because at MCPS Major Season 4, you've got a few invited teams. Now, every single invited team except Bloody Head have made it through to the grand finals, but the leaderboard is still being dominated not by the invited ones, but those who qualified through hard work for the season, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot more of a practice and a warm-up compared to what a miss just in the seal of that window. But Jamal makes it work against X-Roy. Too bad for him. Has been taken down, but it's now left to the Axel. The Axel will try to dance and snipe, but we'll see in how he can outplay 2 members. Good time turn, but not so much. There goes the hit by Jambal from behind, and at the same time, with that grenade launcher, 7-9 takes out Axis Esports.
And this is the lifeline now, given to whom? AV Radicals! AV Radicals will be able to extend their lead with an early expiry of Expand themselves, all thanks to Farang. Axis Esports gonna continue struggling, but Farang does not punish Stoda, as Chill, just very cool, calm, and collected, drives past them. Too bad on the other hand, punishes aims, Charge Buster doesn't need to go in for yet another shot. Hey! Ramiel, illegal, steals away the kill.
Somebody call cops! Someone's stealing the kill right now. Wine in there for the takedown against Too Bad. But unfortunate for them, they're also being hit. It's hard to get from behind. Unexpected hit coming from Hard to Get. This team is trying and going for that survivability, even with a difficult position that they are on right now. Farang, on the other hand, is a better position to snipe down Todak. At this point, Chill will not be chilling anymore because the pressure is on him.
Pressure is on for everyone. Tanamo, Wine, Ramiel. 3 players left on the side of AV Radicals looking for a booyah, but it's going to be hard. Blacklist International, they've been struggling in the competition so far. Currently, Blacklist sits down in the 11th spot with 54 points. Quite the way, quite a lot of hard work to put in before they can rise up to the top. Bando EWG looking for a back-to-back-to-back booyah as they continue to strike down the players of Sem9. No one has been taken down just yet, just chipping away at their HP little by little, but Bando EWG needs to focus on their own circle. They only have 20 more seconds to make their way in Neptune.
And as they run in, they might be gate-kept right now, Sem9, because they are putting the pressure on Sem9 earlier from afar, and that will be the payback that they might take later on. Anxiety right now is a good chance to go in and take down Blacklist International, but as AV Radicals moves in as well, they need to cover up to make that surprise pounds. But we'll have to see, because so far, it's 6 teams, there's a lot more teams, if I'm not mistaken, 6 teams remaining right now, and a scuffle will be happening. Anxiety and Blacklist, or 8 teams, 8 teams remaining. Blacklist and Anxiety will be fighting off, and they're within the safe zone. All, like, AV Radicals had a good chance to go and third party them, but I think the only cue that they need is once the gunfight stops.
And how has the tables turned, man? This time it's Pando EWG on the bridge outside of the circle. They need to travel in, and they're the only team on the other side of the bridge again. But this time, Lady Luck's not going to be smiling at them. They have to make their way in very, very soon, but they have to play their timing right. They need to wait for the other teams to be distracted, but the problem here is they don't know what's that timing. Pando EWG already halfway through the bridge. Haven't been punished just yet, but a couple of players do spot them. AV Radicals, hey! Sem9 taken out prematurely as Jay-Z chips in against Victory, but that kill is stolen away. And now the players have AV Radicals and Blacklist International. One player sharing this next circle. Pando EWG spotted by Blacklist International, but nobody strikes just yet. 15-minute mark, 6 more teams left in here, Neptune.
I still love the gameplay of Pando EWG though. They are going into the edge and not so much on aggressiveness, playing for survivability. And if Blacklist missed this chance of taking them down, it is a huge potential for them to vulture off everyone who will be left in here. Only team that is left with a complete squad, if I'm not mistaken, is only Farang right now. And Anxiety as well as AV Radicals will be battling on. Oh, surprise, surprise! AV Radicals has brought back one of their teammates. They're complete as well, 6 kills on them. They have a chance, and Retus takes down Chessman from Anxiety.
Amen, brother. Now, the grenade launcher, Ritus from up top. He's gonna be one of the best poppers, not the shooter in this round, as he wants to pop everybody with the grenade launcher. Wine turns the corner. Time turner pulled out by Fura. Can strike him right back with the Mag 7 auto shotgun in hand. Wine, grenade will take out Fura from the equation. But Miro returns fire from the back as Wine now shut down by Ashura. A double setup by Blacklist on that second floor. Wine did not see that coming, and now AB Radicals are nerfed in this next fight against the players of Blacklist. Ritus does not push on up alongside Taramo. Raimiel will continue to bleed out. Farang can punish the players, but Pando EWG still alive, Neptune.
We are going for survivability. We don't care if you're fighting back to back. We will take this booyah. And that is the statement that's being shown right now. But unfortunately, we have Manchai in there. But there goes Tadamo. The combination of Red, who's taking down Blacklist International. The get back for taking Raymil and Wine out.
A sliver of health left in here for Tadamo. Has still got the grenade launcher on him. Farang trying to aim for the heads of the players of Eastern Wolves gang. And now, final circle starts to close in. This is the time to react. This is the time to make your way to the top. Pando EWG, what you've got. Farang continues to fight against them. Jesbu takes JC out of the equation. A Tadamo combo with those grenades, as Jumbo has a grenade launcher as well. It's going to be grenade launcher versus grenade launcher. Tadamo takes the double. And AV Radicals take the third booyah of the finals.
They are back and still on the top. AV Radicals right now, not only are they taking over Purgatory, but they came to take the desert of Kalahari as well. AV Radicals taking that booyah as well as getting a lot of points, like increasing their chance of getting away from Expand.
Be the hope. Be that beacon of hope for the whole of Philippines, AV Radicals. Everybody can be inspired by your run. You just need to make it to the world stage. Not many Filipinos have gone in for that investment of time into Free Fire. If you want to compare numbers, for example, what Malaysia brings to the table. But AV Radicals can just be the one that inspires everybody to do exactly that. What a play, Neptune. They were already in that first spot before this matchup, and now not only did they have that opportunity to solidify their lead, but to really conquer the leaderboard, and AV Radicals have done exactly that with this victory. And the closest one to them in that final circle, Farang as well as Pando EWG, where are they on the leaderboard? Nowhere close just yet.
I mean, I'm real surprised as well as amazed. Now, also 2 members remaining, and they're going against a complete squad of Pando EWG as well as Farang, and they managed, and that is thanks to Kanamo with a grenade launcher. But Danley, welcome back into the panel, and well, we'd like to hear what you think about this game.
Well, I don't think I have much to say. I mean, AV Radicals, they're just shooting ahead of the competition again. They felt the fire, they felt the burn, they thought, okay, it's time to kick it into gear, boys. Let's go. Let's get these points going. If they push their lead further, it just makes it more difficult for Expand to close that gap. But Pando, hello, they're doing fantastic today. I was a little bit worried. I thought it was just going to be that one game for Pando and it was just going to be over. But this team, they kicked it into gear. They were able to make it super far in that round, which is going to further solidify their position in top 6 at this rate, which is great news for the team. And same thing for Farang, right? Sure, the Farang didn't get the booyah, but this is supposed to be their signature map. They came back, they got the points. They lost to AV Radicals. I think everyone loses to AV Radicals. I'm not disappointed.
not just Pando, solidifies their spot in the top 6, but now they rise up and they replace hard to get in that 5th spot for sure, right? Because there weren't a lot of points between them as well as the positions right above. But Farang is, quite the distance away, and Farang got to that final circle, which means the gap between Pando EWG and Farang is still quite a big one. If Pando EWG wants to outdo themselves and, just breathe brand new hope into the team once again, they need to win 2 more back-to-back rounds, but not in terms of a booyah, but just get decent rounds for themselves. They cannot afford to bomb out at Purgatory as well as Alpine. So let's take a look a little bit at their performance. Purgatory was an average yesterday, Neptune. They picked up 9 points in the first match, but it is Alpine where I am quite afraid the players of Pando EWG might come crashing down, because that first game didn't really look all that too good for them yesterday.
I mean, for yesterday, though they have, for Alpine, though they have that booyah, the number of kills that they have for that map is not so much. So it's more of, I sure hope that they're already comfortable with getting that placement. And it's about time for them to switch gears and get the kills as well. Because otherwise, placement can only bring you so far, and you might be left behind for those getting a lot of slays, even with not getting that placement kill, that placement points.
This is technically, Danny, the 4th game in a row that Pando EWG has done super decently for themselves. If you take into account Purgatory, which was match 7 yesterday, before their first booyah at Alpine, they got about 9 points, which really isn't too bad for the team at all. And then back-to-back booyahs from the last match of yesterday into the first match of today. And, second game, Kalahari, they're in that final circle. I mean, if you are a fan of Pando EWG, if you're one of the people who are backing this team up, there's nothing to be disappointed of right now. But they are kind of pushing their own expectations up a little bit more. Now we want a little bit more. Now we are Asian parenting all over again, right? You got 98 on your test. How about we go for 100 next?
I saw this very funny meme the other day. I think it was an Asian parent meme, right? And it was basically they start off being the kid or whatnot. They're like, "Hey, mom," and then the mom was like, "If it's not A+, I don't want to hear it."
See, not even an A+. Mama's got high expectations.
Exactly. All right, let's take a look at the stats here. All right, so coming into Kalahari, we had a total of 13 revives, 20 rescues, 57 total kills. The highest kills being 7. I mean, that's okay. The revives are okay. I mean, this game is pretty average across the board. We didn't really see any numbers that were major anomalies. I think in general, it was just a standard game of Kalahari, if anything. It wasn't slow, it wasn't fast, it wasn't in a puddle of water, because there's no water in Kalahari. So I think it was just a case of the teams just doing so well. I mean, AV Radicals, they just dominated. I feel like this was probably the closest we got to seeing AV play like they did in the league stage, where they just were allowed to go ham.
Yeah, and Neptune, there was no anomaly, but they ended the game quite phenomenally, right? AV Radicals, because like you pointed out rightfully, they had 2 players, and one guy almost got taken out halfway through. I mean, he managed to take one of his team members out with the grenade launcher, but just the 2 of them kind of sorted out the whole of Team Farang all on their own, all thanks to this guy.
Yeah, Tanamo right now really, taking the lead of this, when he started off as being captain of this team, Tanamo has really brought AV Radicals in a different level, even with the aggressiveness of Wine. And I'm pretty sure Tanamo is shouting in the background as well on how Wine is running around, especially with how aggressive he is. But he also gives him his breathing space to do whatever you want. I'm here in the backup, and I will either support you or pick it up later on if you die.
To be honest, guys, I'm sorry. I feel like Tanamo is not the loud one. I think he's the silent killer. He's probably the quietest out of the whole crew. I mean, look at his accuracy. 46% accuracy. That's almost a guaranteed shot with every 2 bullets. That's terrifying. But anyways, 27 points for the round for AV Radicals. I think this is the classic AV that we were sort of hoping to see yesterday. Glad to see that they are back here with 15 kills. They had the 8 assists, 7,628 damage. I mean, going into the rest of the tournament today and teams seeing AV come in for another explosive round, you have to think like, you can't let AV have another game like this because they're just going to get so far ahead of the competition. If you're Expand, are you going to have to start moving into drastic measures to deal with this drastic problem? Now, when I say drastic measures, I'm saying things like actually competing with AV Radicals for the high tier loot zone, because up until this point, nobody has actually contested AV Radicals. It's always been them to chase it. No one has actively been chasing them. I think the only time I saw teams end up in the same area as them is that team naturally being in the same area anyway. Like it's their home drop zone.
Yeah. Before we get into answering that, current standings for AV Radicals 27 Bomber, Danny.
I feel like they're gonna change their name, right? It's like AV Explosicles or something. I don't know.
Radicals is quite good. They're rad.
Well, I mean, okay, here's the thing, like Radicals, you normally associate the word radical with bad things, okay? Now, the thing is, they're not a bad team. They're a good team.
But
so I want to...
You know, like bad thing because they do different stuff. And this is what AV Radicals is. They're doing things differently compared to the other teams. Remember when the Radical team first popped off, they were using the vehicle gameplay. I mean, everyone's flying around. This time, the SAF is not using that much of the grenade launcher. Dynamo is back with a grenade launcher. And since a lot of teams is not utilizing that anymore compared to last season, well, radically, they just want to bring something different.
I feel like you just wanted to use the word radically at some point.
Radical may be, slightly, not the most positive of words, but when you're so good, you're just so bad, but bad in a good way. Yeah, that's AV Radicals, right? 155 points, a 30-point lead, standing on top of everybody else. The first Filipino team to make it to the Free Fire World Series. I mean, they are so much closer to making that statement true.
That dream is very real at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got 6 games left to go, and there's a massive point gap between Expand and Geek Fam, between them and AV Radicals. And we haven't really seen AV bomb out yet, right? They've at least been able to get at least 10 points around, which is very good if you're trying to maintain your position. So the only solution I can see to actually ridding AV Radical to that first place is for someone to just get in their face and just shut them down from the get-go. But the question is, who's going to do that? Because you are also, to put yourself in a position where you are going to contest AV Radicals from the get-go, you know how mechanically talented these boys are. You know that there's a good chance that you're just going to end the round with 0.
And on that note as well, congratulations to Pando EWG, who manages to hop onto the 5th spot and are now 6 points behind Farhang. I mean, this team, out of nowhere, on the second day of the grand finals, of course, they started things off with that final match yesterday, picking up the Booyah on Alpine, and they continue their move towards the top of the table today. I think it's fantastic, right? But Danny, just to go back to your question earlier on, you were asking on what does Expand do to now catch up with the players of AV Radicals? And I think this one, I don't know if this is what they should do, but from personal experience, when I have tried to outdo other people in whatever that I've tried in life, I have never gotten what I've wanted. I've never reached my best potential, right? But when I focus on myself and just improving my own gameplay or my own strategy, that's when I see myself improving in life little by little. And hopefully that's what Expand focuses on. Not focusing on the downfall of AV Radicals, but focusing purely on their own rise to the top. You have to focus on your own strategy out there. The moment you start thinking of, how do I take AV Radicals from that number 1 spot? It's just like the crab mentality of, instead of working your way up, you try to pull others down so that you're on the same level as them, right? So that's not the strategy that we want to see out of Expand here. And clearly, the winner's strategy is being played by Pando EWG. Totally focused on the inside, and they're just playing the best game of Free Fire during this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Neptune, just going off of what AJ said, like, so if Expand were to focus on their own gameplay to try and take that number 1 spot away, are we going to have to see Expand just pull their fingers out and really go for those bloodbath rounds where they just go around and hunt for kills?
Well, Expand's gameplay is different compared to AV
Mm.
Radicals. They are more on the placement, but looking at, especially in Bermuda and Alpine, and not so much in the placements being gathered by this team. So they need to find out their weaknesses, especially in the map and also their rotation. So focus on probably the reset of Bermuda and later on for the Alpine, and then focus on surviving a little bit further, a little bit longer, and then we know that they are capable of getting kills, so they can do that along the way.
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows that AV Radicals is going to be chasing down wherever the high tier loot zone is. So
Yeah.
if you don't want to be chased by them, just drop on the opposite side of the map. You know, see the blue zone? Get out. Leave. Just relocate. I don't care if you have to try and move to a different country. Just leave. Get out of their war zone or their war path. But we are going to jump into our next game in just a second here. It's going to be Purgatory. Now, we did have a water circle to start the day with here on Bermuda. Now, there is a chance we could get another one here on Purgatory, but I have a feeling the gods are going to give us a little bit of land here, because I think some teams, they absolutely struggled with those water circles. It's so gimmicky when you get the water circles, because you need to get the correct prediction on whether or not it's going to be on one side or the other side. And then you get rare cases where you have a water circle where it's a three-way, and then you don't know which side to go on. But you can't go in the water as well, because if you get in the water, you'll drown, because Swiss cheese does not swim.
Doesn't it?
No.
I always was under the impression that Swiss cheese swam.
Alright, we're gonna go with the head-to-head.
This is the first time I'm hearing that. Okay, Swiss cheese doesn't swim.
Because
mean,
it's because it got a lot of holes. So
got
if you're being
holes.
shut down and being
Oh my gosh. I
Okay,
thought you would've
you'll
gotten
be
the
sinking.
game.
I think I got that.
I know, I got that, but what if the cheese was whole? Will it float?
It still has holes in it.
Well,
Fair
depending
enough.
on the let's go
I'm under the
scientifically,
assu-
depending on the density as a weight as well. So
Yes. I'm just under the assumption that AJ has never seen a block of Swiss cheese, so
I mean, I have. I'm just thinking.
it's actually
from
not that nice. I do not recommend it. It's not a nice cheese.
I love cheese. I love cheese. Blue cheese, you bring it. I mean, people
no,
say
Swiss
it's
cheese
the-
is different.
Oh, yeah.
It's a different cheese. I do not recommend it. I love cheese. I love the
don't?
stanky cheese. This is just not the right kind of stanky. No. don't have Swiss cheese.
Okay, I think I've had Swiss. Have I had Swiss? I don't know. I'm not great with my cheese, but I've had a lot of cheese before. I've had a cheese platter. I didn't know what cheese I was eating, but I found
delicious.
out that I like cheese.
Cheese is delicious. And going into Purgatory, we're probably going to be seeing all kinds of cheese, but also cheese with plenty of holes in them, because there are guns, there are bullets, there are grenades, and there's also going to be a winner emerging from this match. A booyah. The question is it going to be AV Radicals? This team has picked up again today. They are currently leading the charge with way too many points to be too comfortable. It's going to be up to Expand if they want to compete for that first place slot. And the story continues. Is it going to be another game for EWG? We'll find out right now. It's 10 seconds to the players drop in. AJ, Neptune, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on into game number 3 of the day, we have to wonder what Expand does this time around. Neptune, they went from 19 points to dropping to an all-time low of just 2 points. And that is basically their worst performance at the grand final so far. So we want to see exactly how they respond to that sort of a down performance as well.
I'll have to find out, because what's in their way to get that is, once again, AV Radicals. When we were expecting that it's a different team, Expand popping off in Kalahari, it is AV Radicals. So the turn of events right now has turned to the favors of AV Radicals against Expand. But turn of events, hard to get, being taken down right now one at a time, just auditioning against Sem9, and it's only one member remaining for hard to get.
Yeah, hard to get. I think that was just sloppy plays coming through from them. A hot drop, and they will not survive. In the hands of Sem9, quick takedowns. Lemon with the double, Vickery and Mano4 pick up 1 apiece, and Ski Lodge now belongs to Sem9. They get to run this whole compound. They get to loot up as much as possible. They don't need to revive anyone. So that was a all-out win in terms of engagement for Team Sem9, who have been struggling a little bit. They are in the 9th spot right now on the leaderboard, Neptune.
Yeah, in Purgatory, they are in lowest part so far before this game happened. They only have a total of 8 points in total for 2 matches in Purgatory. So it's a good start for them to come back up, but it's a huge lead and a lot of steps that they need to move up. But I think the goal here, especially with the number of matches that they need to, first is to get the top 6. And if after that, it's just more prize pool that they can grab.
Expand as usual. They drop towards the center of the map. Brasilia is their comfort spot. AV Radicals, on the other hand, early 2 kills that they've picked up here. And it seems like there was a team that tried to approach them at that high tier loot. So not that Expand's going to be too tickled by it at all. Geek Fam, on the other hand, Hakimi has lost 1 person. And sorry, the players of Geek Fam have lost 1 person, and that's Hakimi. And Apis might just be the one that follows them up. Has got the Scar, has got the Mag 7, but just no angle to work it.
And he's only the one remaining in there in that compound, behind Anxiety. But this time with this central fire brigade as well as lumber mill. This has been taken by 3 teams most of the time, and will be expecting Todak to be there as well. So Anxiety might be battling Todak in a bit, but one thing is for sure, another cross of the bridge needs to happen, because when we look at the safe zone later on, though you're not seeing it, we have that reference. It will be against that island where these teams are.
This is revenge! McCrory strikes Jesbu down, but too bad, says thank you very much. We're just gonna revive the guy. Gets brought right back in less than 5 seconds after losing his life. Jesbu must be ecstatic.
Yeah, he will be happy. There's not much of waiting, and you know how it is, AJ, when you have to wait to get back into play. And though there's a struggle. I mean, there's a struggle though in getting your weapons, your utilities, everything that you need. But at least you don't have to wait and command the team from the background. And that is the worst thing, because you have the in-game leader. And if you're not the in-game leader and you're the one taken out, waiting to get revived, there will be 2 people talking, and that's where a lot of disconnect happened.
Yeah, and sometimes you get a little bored, right? But as we talk about getting bored and revivals, Toda and Blacklist both bringing their players right back into the mix. AV Radicals continues to push on forth. The current leaders of the leaderboard in the grand finals with a 30-point lead over Expand, who's sitting down in the 2nd spot. Expand, they bombed out terribly in the previous round. Their worst match so far at the grand finals. And that's allowed Geek Fam to still keep that pressure on them, even though Geek Fam didn't really have the best of runs in that game as well just now.
Yeah, I mean, it has been brought down to, has been brought up to 8 points between them, or 7 points between them. But it's still a good time for Geek Fam to catch up. But so far, if it continues that Expand bombs out, Geek Fam bombs out as well, it will just be a chasing game. It's a cat and mouse all throughout. So hopefully Geek Fam or either Expand just turned it around and make that huge lead against each other. And that will be happening if, in case, AV Radicals will be taken out, because I would say they've taken over Kalahari for that previous match. We all know that Purgatory is one of the best gameplay of AV Radicals, and we've seen historically that AV Radicals is playing well on Alpine. So potential and possibilities are already there for AV Radicals for 3 maps, and that will be a great advantage for them.
Let's see if or not they can take that advantage and continue running away with this competition. Wanting to be the beacon of hope for the rest of the Filipinos in the world of Free Fire. AV Radicals, they are looking to make history by being the team that makes it through the World Series on the World Series of Free Fire. And that's pretty much everything you want, man. I mean, once you're the beacon of hope already, AV Radicals, wine drops an OP like he's hot and prevents that revival from fully completing through. That's a little unfortunate for Blacklist.
Yeah, I mean, what is fortunate is they're back on that vehicle gameplay, though it's not a like it's not seeing Blacklist fly around, but they are using a vehicle gameplay, and eventually we'll be seeing that happen later on. But unfortunately, Todak is not that well prepared for that, but they can use the vehicle to knock down an enemy.
Yeah, anxiety now going to work on the players of Toda. Toda attacking from both sides. Fury with the back 10. Close range combat against Spark. Spark has got the double barrel shotgun. Is it going to be the SMG or the shotgun? 1v2. Spark runs away. Time turner pulled out, but that's a waste. Kanoho pops a grenade instead. Pedro doesn't get caught up just yet. Kanoho needs to be close to his opponent before he can start firing. That's one of the best SMGs, but the range is just not so great. Pedro brings kit aims right back into the mix, and Spark just torches Fury with the grenade, and that's just way too accurate. And Toda Spark gets Kanoho as well. 2 for 2. God Toby, is it going to be a 3 for 3? No, too far, but Chill from the back, looking to finish off God Toby. Inside the time turner, Pedro jumps right in. God Toby backs away. Time turner will be the savior, but those glue walls get broken down. Chill takes out God Toby. One final survivor for Anxiety. Stefan with the AC-80, and this is a no-go. This will be the final stand for Anxiety in this match.
Anxiety being eliminated in number 11, and AB Radicals this time still on the spree on using that vehicle as well as the kills. 4 already to their name, make that 5, and I think they spotted 1 as well from behind that boulder, and he will be shut down in their other instead.
There he is, SAF now playing the pressure on the players of AB Radicals. AB Radicals trying to knock out the winners of MCP Majors Season 3. Farang, they were able to get a couple, but SAF just were super annoying from across the battlefield here. Manages to play that pressure. McRory, good nade. Miro does not get tagged up, and McRory backs away, buys himself a lot of time, but Miro chasing from the back. Now Miro has got that high ground advantage, but he doesn't use it just yet. And McRory's hoping and praying that Miro does not catch up with him. And Miro doesn't have the kind of gun for this long-range engagement unless he's hiding it away, Neptune.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if McRory continues on that trajectory, he might be able to get away against Amirul, but one of the blacklists will be in there. That is Zen Up. So I'm quite surprised of the positioning of Blacklist right now. They're so spread out, but it can be their advantage if they can get those kills. So hopefully they can regroup and just play as a team, similar as what we're seeing from Axis Esports. Most of the time they are in a compound, or if they're going around on like choosing a different compound to take over or a high ground, they stick together. Good tactical position from them, and that makes them too difficult to tag up. But unfortunately, it is not the case for Neptune right now against McDo.
By the way, if you're wondering, how can you get your hand on this cute chaotic puppy? It's in the chaotic puppy bundle available from tomorrow onwards. The whole costume is customizable. So if you're not going to get it, I think you're going to be very sad when you see all of your opponents using it out there on the battlefield, because I know for sure I'm going to get it as soon as it's available. Hoi! Grenade launcher attacks the guy. Tail goes down. Jembal, smart play.
And that is the best use for Grenade Launcher, and this time just saving up a few resources right there. So that, well, that's smart, because you know there's no one against you. Save up a few resources. You already use 1 grenade of Grenade Launcher, and you can do a lot more of damage later on. GeekFam right now putting in damage against SAF, but SAF has the high ground, and that is the response back to right now, doing the deed against Hakimi.
Yeah, SAF slowly building up their momentum little by little, but only 3 kills in here so far. McRory gone. Hey, gets a double finisher as well. Let's go with the Groza. Knocks down 1 player and finishes off Apis. 1 final survivor on the side of Geek Fam. How quickly can they get across? Fikri takes out Raf from the side of Axis, and Axis once again gonna be super blunt in this next circle without their supreme Indonesian player on their side. 7-9 finishes off Vegeta. Fikri takes him out of the equation, and the players of Axis Esports are gonna be pushed right into the hands of Geek Fam. But if 7-9 continues this chase, they are going to lead themselves into the hands of Geek Fam as well.
The FMM 79, we like to see that battle happening, but from what we're seeing from that horizon, it is only a few members of Geek Fam who is in that compound. Blacklist will be taken down in here, and SAF is still in roll 6 already onto the name. 79 doing the same thing, and Neptune will be taken down. I was taken down as well as my team, Axis Esports number 10.
It's Sem9 with 8 kills. Talk about a way of rampaging through your opponent's Hazik. Lonely. He is so lonely. I don't know if or not he's going to be able to get out of this. Yeah, I'd hope. Oh my lord. SAF still torturing these players out there. Axel drops Dynamo. Oh, Expand. Can they take AV Radicals out of the equation? If they can, this is a huge opportunity to catch up with AV on the number 1 spot as well. Once again, 30 points between them. Expand needs 31 to overtake them. Hazik runs away, tries to play it to perfection, and does exactly that. Man04 drop hits like his hot. But the backup from the rest on the side of Sem9, the perfect execution. But SAF, they storm the front. Neptune, they want to finish off Sem9.
They want to go in for the rush and take back all the points that they wasted so far for the first two matches that they bombed out. And here comes Let's Go, going for the window, to the window. And I want to dance right now to that beat. But so far, Mabdu will be taken down in here by Sem9 Oren. But the spree is still on for McRory.
Yeah, but McRory needs to be a little careful as McDo and Let's Go get taken up the rest of the players of SAF to tease and to shut down before he gets taken out by the circle. 5 kills in hand so far. SAF, they tried to play their luck against the players of Sem9, but just couldn't pull away much. Yado backs away. McDo's gonna bleed out. They do not have a choice. Fikri still surviving. Now Fikri can take the backstab on Yado and punish SAF for teasing them, but Fikri maintains his composure. Triggered discipline. 8 more teams left in here at the 13th minute mark, and SAF finds the circle, leaving the player right behind them. Sem9, one final survivor. It's not over just yet, Neptune.
And not over just yet. We know how Fikri is with that, with accuracy as well as the snipe. But this is not over for AV Radicals and Expand as well. The waiting game has started, and who moves first might be the one being taken down. We saw one being out from this battle, but Expand is feeling the pressure. There goes Cobra out from behind, coming from Wine. But this time, Fikri will be eliminated by the safe zone. Back to the battle at hand. AV Radicals against Expand will continue on, but they need to wait as we have Pando EWG going against Farah.
Yeah, smart play by Pando EWG as usual. Great backstab. That flank was perfect. AV Radicals chips in as well. Ramiel from across. They knock down one player. Pando EWG says, thank you very much, sir. Expand takes out AV Radicals' player. This is just back and forth between all of the teams, but they are not fighting the same one. Jesbu trades out Monito with a charge buster. They need to go in here for the pickup. Pulls up a barricade of glue walls as Manshai shuts down Jesbu with a Mag 7. And Pando EWG still on fire. AV Radicals and Expand going head-to-head with each other instead. X-Roy, great knockdown, and the rest of Expand, they pull their right-hand side flank, but time turner perfection, and the timing was just too good. Cobra, CQC, takes the M1887. Can he find a player? Tries to shut down Dynamo. AV Radicals too soon against the players of Expand, and Expand should be able to catch up with this game.
Nade launcher used action by Expand, taking down the leaders of this series, and so far Expand will need to catch the points. 5 already on the elimination. Taking down EWG might make it a little bit more later on, but as we know, survivability will be the case for Pando EWG. They will be waiting for 35 seconds more before they will start out and step out in the open. But as battle continues from that side, SAF and Todek is also in an engagement, but it is not a winning game for SAF.
Expand 5 kills. Toda on the left. Expand just needs to be careful who they engage with. Let's go from afar. Too Fast has got that AC-80, but Pando EWG can be annoying as well as they try to strike down Too Fast and the gang. Expand outside of the next circle as SAF gets eliminated. Axel drops Tua. Axel drops Monito. Axel wants to drop the whole gang of Pando EWG.
And the Pando EWG right now with only one man standing. Lead will be thrown in there, And it goes the finishing hit. Too fast in there, beating the safe zone before it takes them down. Blacklist out on number 3. We're left with 2 teams, Todak and Expand for the battle.
It's all about the grenade launcher. Can Too Fast get close enough? One ice grenade comes to T's Cobra. Cobra with the CQC spots out Scar. It's going to be Spark with the shotgun as well. AC-80 Woodpecker in the hands of Pedro. It is a 4v4. Spark backs away, but Cobra goes in for the CQC. Knocks up Spark. Too Fast. Right hand side flag. Ames goes down. Pedro takes on Axel. Pedro, it's a shotgun battle. Can Axel win this? Pedro dances the dance with him, but it's going to be all Expand by the end of it. Expand gets yet another booyah.
Purgatory in this match, and this is what they're waiting for from the start of this day, to reduce the gap that they have against AV Radicals, and with this booyah they will be able to do so, but they need to continue on. They have one more map for this first half and then 4 more later on. If Expand can continue this and take down AV Radicals, that will be the key for them to move further away and take that number 1 spot.
Expand, Expand. How else can they dominate the competition? You know, they did a lot there. First of all, playing a good part in eliminating AV Radicals, and that was the condition needed to make sure they can catch up with AV Radicals without really, just going berserk and playing the game of luck. By chance, they come across AV, and what mattered was they win that gunfight, and they did exactly that. By the time they took down AV Radicals, they already had 5 kills, but now you've got the booyah on their side. You've also got the extra additional kills that they picked up of SAF as well as Toda. Even Blacklist, the kill on Blacklist was stolen away by Expand once the players of Toda managed to get that knock on him. Basically, all around, this was a fantastic match for Expand.
Yeah, I mean, that is like... it's something that they have been waiting for. They waited patiently for that battle. They were not letting go of the compound, not standing out in the open, challenging AV Radicals, who's on the high ground. And the perfect moment when the safe zone is already closing in, that is when they go and point and shoot against AV Radicals. But let's welcome back Danley into the panel, and let's talk about a match that just happened.
23 points. I do believe that is how many points Expand got for that round. It's not enough. It's not enough yet. But the most important thing, and I think we all saw it, right, was the plot fight. When we saw AV Radicals and Expand running into each other, I think that was the absolute perfect situation. Of course, they don't know who they're running into. They think they're fighting absolute randoms, but we know that this is going to dictate that leaderboard. And the moment I saw Expand come out of it, I started counting points. I was like, oh, okay, then AV's gone. All right, how many people are left? How many more kills can they get? They got 11, which is fine, but they still need a lot more than that because AV didn't go down early, so they still got placement points, and they also had kills under their belt as well. So it does offset some of the hard work that Expand was able to put onto that map. But I think if you're AV, you're still got to be worried. You still can't be safe. You know that Expand is going to be one of the largest teams to chase after you. So we've still got that storyline going. Unfortunately, GeekFam got found out pretty early that round. I have to say, today has just not been GeekFam's day, especially after their performance yesterday. What do we feel has really happened? Is it maybe them being unlucky? Are they losing crucial fights? Is there something fundamentally wrong here?
I think it's just other teams kind of, getting into the groove of things and not really much of what GeekFam's doing wrong, but what some of the other teams are doing right. I mean, we see the awakening of Pando EWG kind of rising up to the ranks of GeekFam as well, playing a lot of pressure on them. Farang does decently well at the grand finals, but it's just an overall focus on yourself instead of focusing on the detriment of your opponents. And I think that's one of the biggest factors of Expand's victory over AV Radicals as well, right? Because when you consider, should they have taken a hot drop against them versus, just finding their own drop spot, going in, looting up as much as possible, because AB Radicals already, as usual, have that high tier loot zone. So if you are going to be meeting them halfway out there on the battlefield, you better make sure you've got everything you need for this gunfight, which is why that initial part of the game is just so crucial, right? Stay away from the engagements. Make sure you are ready for a big fight when you do get to that crossroad. And this is where Expand took over. Too fast, having that grenade launcher, Expand's just going to get booyah after booyah.
Actually, one of the teams that we should actually talk about that is doing a very good job at presenting the case of placements before kills is EWG. Again, we see another round where this team is able to make it to top 5, top 4, lock in the placement points. The kills come afterwards. Sure, they didn't get a lot of kills this round, but at the end of the day, right, they're taking home a good chunk of points. Like this is, we saw yesterday, they didn't, the team basically just came out of thin air. They literally just appeared, and all of a sudden they are performing fantastic today because they're able to pull this off. So many other teams need to do this as well. Of course, we can keep harping on and saying like, this is the answer, but actually executing it's a lot more difficult than the theory, right? And so EWG, they found the formula. I'm hoping some other teams can find the formula as well, especially for the teams that are struggling over the course of the competition. And gentlemen, we're almost at the halfway mark. We are at our third, we just finished our third game. We're jumping into our fourth, which means we're almost halfway there. 20 revivals. Today, this has to be the most revivals we had seen in a single round. 80 knocks. This is also on the higher end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
How do we get so many revivals on this map, and how come we're not getting as many on the other maps? Are teams just not camping revival points on this map?
I think you can't camp revival points anymore because instead of just having like a few obscure revival points, now with the recent update, you've got a revival point at almost every single compound. So revivals are going to be more frequent. But the problem of why we still don't see as many revivals usually at a competition of this level is because the finisher that the opponents put out there on the battlefield is too quick. You can't even go in there for the revival because your whole team gets wiped. It's just RNG. Teams just got a little bit more luckier today than they were in the previous matches.
57.7 accuracy.
This guy.
This guy. I'm gonna faint. My goodness, this is ridiculously high. Sem9 though, bit of a recovery round for this map. But is this gonna be the start of something new, as a Disney princess would say? I'm kind of hoping we see the revival here of Sem9, but is it just? Could it also be a case of just too little, too late? Because we saw them a little bit yesterday morning.
Yeah.
And then they sort of disappeared.
Yeah.
And now we're almost at the halfway mark, and we're starting to see a flicker of life, right? We're seeing that little flick. But is this going to turn into an actual fire, or are we just looking at some coals and praying that there's a fire?
Well, Sem9 is not that usual team that we've seen so far. Though, yeah, Fikri is one part of the team that can provide a lot more. But even for Fikri, it's only a few instances that we've seen him really pop off on the snipe. So with that alone, it shows us what can be chugged out by Sem9 at this point for the entire competition, and also with the placement that they have in the leaderboard.
Yeah. MVP for the round, Expand, no contest. I don't even know what to talk about Expand anymore. Like, these guys have been they've been the talk of the town on the panel so far.
Yeah.
So I do want to turn our attentions to some of the teams on the lower end of the spectrum. I think we'll continue with Sem9 because I feel like there's a lot to say for Sem9. And we know for a fact that they can play top tier Free Fire. There are days where they play like Expand and AB Radicals. Very, very capable. But what do we think has been the issue here for Sem9 so far? Like, is this maybe a fault with the team where maybe they're leading too much on a couple players? Are they maybe being too aggressive? Because we have seen Sem9 be one of the more aggressive teams in the grand final.
If you ask me, I think it's Sem9's just pushing the boundaries a little bit too much. The one game that they got a solid booyah at, they were so patient. I think, they got 15 kills in that one match at Bermuda yesterday where we started off the grand finals, and a majority of those kills came towards the later part of that match. you throw Sem9 into an early engagement, most of the time they come up a little bit flat. And I think that's been the biggest weakness for Sem9 so far. Not something that I guess they force on purpose. Sometimes they just get hot dropped and, luck works against them. But sometimes, like you said, over aggressive. I think if they just hid away from everybody else, avoided gunfights, you are going to see them kind of get the top 5 more often in rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at the standings here very quickly, but then I also want to fetch Neptune's thoughts on Sem9 here. So no movement towards the top end of the bracket. The only changes that Hard to Get has now dipped down to 7th place as Turdak has been able to take over that 6th spot. But the gap between these two, very small. 2 points. Anything can happen for that top 6. SAF still within reach and so is Sem9, but unless we see these two teams really give us a couple of consistent games for the remaining matches today, I don't think they really have an opportunity to make it to top 6. It might just end up being a race between Hard to Get and Turdak. I don't even think Pando EWG is in the running to lose their spot, especially with how consistently they're showing for our matches today.
It might. I want to agree with that, right? But it's the MCPS Season 4 Grand Finals where anything can happen. I mean, Pando EWG made their way up, but that was only via the past 4 matches. We've got a total of 16 games. And, they have to hope and pray that they can maintain this sort of consistency. We saw some, signs of life from SAF yesterday. And with this 2-spot jump, you can see that SAF still is hungry. Hard to Get is hungry. Thoda is going to be a pain. Sem9, I don't think they can afford to bomb out in this way. So they are going to be a little bit more hungry as well. So the probability of Pando EWG losing their spot is going to be there if they do not continue this sort of a performance. And I'm not asking the world from them. I'm just asking like the bare minimum to just hold their top 6 spot, right? But if you want to aim for the stars, be my guest. It's just that the other teams are going to be there to pick up the pieces when you make even the slightest of mistake. That's going to be the biggest of issues here. So do you want to play defensive or do you want to just go all out and try your luck? I mean, if you've got grenade launchers on your side, maybe you can try your luck, but, without it, I wouldn't.
Oh goodness. So AJ's advice, make sure when you're at the buffet, don't gorge on the low value food. Okay, just enjoy the high to yourself.
Yeah, enjoy the lobster.
Enjoy the lobster. There's lobster at buffet? I didn't know that. What we do know is that we have a milestone giveaway to remind you all about as well. So if you haven't already, make sure you're watching the stream. I mean, obviously you're watching the stream because you're here. But if you want to contribute to our milestone, which is going to be 12,000, make sure you watch on more than a single device. You can borrow your family's devices, tell your friends, your family, anyone that you know that watches Free Fire, make sure they're tuning into the broadcast. If we can get 12,000 people to watch the show at the exact same time, okay, not later, not after, not tomorrow, not the week after. I lost my train of thought. It disappeared. But make sure you tune into the broadcast. You can watch on multiple devices. As long as we get the 12,000, we are good. But here's the first code because we already broke our first milestone, which was 8,000. We broke that one yesterday. So if you haven't already claimed this code, it is going to give you incubator vouchers and an MP40 Haven Warrior 7-day trial skin. This is claimable from everybody, but it will expire when the stream disappears. When the show ends, the code goes as well. So make sure you claim it now so that you don't miss out. And thank you to everyone that does tune into the broadcast. We do appreciate every single one of you here to not only enjoy the matches with us, but also to support the game, support Free Fire. This is why we have the esports team, because we do this for you guys. All right, so our upcoming map schedule is going to be popping up on the screen in just a second here. So our next matchup is going to be Alpine. But a quick recap for anyone that didn't catch our 3 games. We had Pando EWG grabbing the first booyah of the day on Bermuda, AB Radicals to get the second one on Kalahari, and then finally we had Expand picking up the latest booyah on Purgatory for match number 3. Now, next up, we've got Alpine, but we are going to give these teams a little bit of a break to recoup. Again, talk strategy if they are considering talking strategy. Some teams do, some teams don't. But this is also an opportunity for all of us and for you guys to have a small break, because as much as we would love to watch 8 games of Free Fire back to back, nature calls, and sometimes you do need to do some other things. So if you need to go to the toilet, grab some snacks. It's the best time to do so. But make sure you come back in about 5 minutes, because when we do come back, we're going to jump right into our next game, which is going to be Alpine. AJ, Neptune, just before we tap on out of here, are you happy with the grand finals, or were you sort of like thinking, I kind of wanted something more?
I'm a satisfied man today. That is what I am. I'm a satisfied man.
Yeah,
That's
with the Philippines in their number one, I'm really happy. Hope they can maintain it until the end of the day.
I mean, I was hoping after seeing that Bermuda game that we maybe would have seen like another like crazy wacky game where we had everyone sort of battling on the bridge. But I think that was also a rare occurrence. We've never had that happen before. But maybe Alpine is going to be the map for us. Maybe we start seeing everyone dropping onto that windmill. We'll have to find out. But we are going to go for our quick break now. So be back in 5 minutes, because once you return, we'll jump into match number 4, which is going to be Alpine. We'll see you after this, survivors. We're not gone yet, apparently. Oh, there we go. I blame the Malay side.
Eliminated as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
Will be the champion, Geek Fast.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the Booyah
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And then first, with the Booyah.
as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
Will be the champion, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the Booyah
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And then first, with the Booyah.
as Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
Will be the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the Booyah for
Who
round
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International?
With the Booyah.
Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final. It's the final day for Grand Final weekend and we are almost at the halfway mark already for today. We only have 5 more games to go, which means 5 more rounds for these teams to solidify their positions on the leaderboard. And so far, we've got a couple teams where you're feeling pretty safe and then others where you're teetering on the edge of not really qualifying for next season, right? Because the ultimate goal, top 2, going to be representing the region at the Free Fire World Series, whereas top 6 will qualify for the next season of the MCPS Majors Season 5. That's the next season. So if anything, 6 should be the minimum goal for everybody. Top 2 is the ultimate goal. And we know a couple teams are very close to locking in the top 2. The top 6, I think there's still plenty of room for teams to move, right? All it takes is one booyah to bring the bottom team into top 6. We haven't really got that big of a lead between the top and the bottom. Now, we are going to jump into our next game soon, gentlemen. It's Alpine. We know a couple teams are very good on this map. We know a couple teams are not so good. But we're also seeing some teams really wake up today. I'm going to keep talking about them. EWG, they deserve all the attention that they're getting. They have been placing very high today. They've got 2 booyahs, which, if you think about it, it's quite surprising because the only other team to get a double booyah was actually AV Radicals. Everyone else is either sitting on nothing or 1. what's really changed for Pando EWG, because this team came out of nowhere. I think the only time we really saw them yesterday was in the final game when they actually picked up that booyah.
Yeah. And I think, like we kind of discussed this already earlier on, it's just the hardest worker in the room who realized that they needed to put in a little bit of extra hustle, and they put in that hustle, right? But it's one thing to know what you need to do. It's a totally different thing to kind of go out there and execute a really good play. And that's what Pando EWG has been able to surprisingly do. And not just do, but consistently back-to-back. I mean, we're talking about a back-to-back booyah, last match from yesterday, linking into the first match of today, and they haven't really dropped the beat just yet, Pando EWG. I think in Kalahari, they saw a little bit of their weak points showing, only picking up 4 points, but immediate adjustments coming back through in the previous matchup, right? But I think we can expect a little bit, sorry, not Kalahari, in Purgatory, but we can expect a little bit more from them at Alpine, because this was where they hit that booyah yesterday. And hopefully it's not like that first match of Alpine where they were unfortunately taken down a little bit too early, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree. And with Pando EWG, they're playing in survivability.
Yes.
They, from the previous match, I think they tried to go for the aggressiveness, but they were taken down by firing in there in the final moment. So I think they will stick back to the usual ways, just survive. And a lot of luck is involved as well, but it's not just luck that they're waiting for. They're making that, like, they're creating their own luck. They're putting themselves in a position wherein they are lucky enough to be in the nearer to the next safe zone, and then slowly moving towards getting good placement.
Actually, I think you brought up a really good point there, Neptune. The whole the trap of playing aggressive, like you feel that you have to be the one to make the decisions, the calls, to set the pace of the game, and then you get punished for it. Whereas we've seen a lot more teams have a lot more success by just letting everything come to them. Play as the defenders. Don't put yourself out there if you don't need to. And we've seen some teams that they continue to play aggressively and they're unfortunately getting punished. But then there are also other teams who are just, be real, wrong place, wrong time. AV Radicals finds you as well. I mean, you kind of know what's going to happen. So yeah, it really comes down to the teams and their decisions coming into this next game. But we are just going to quickly take a look here at Chill, Lemon, as well as Ashura for our support players. Lots of assists across the board, but out of the total team so far, we're looking at Lemon with the 5 total rescues so far. And we are going to switch over to teams here. So Pando, Geek Fam, Farang. I think our eyes are going to be on these guys. Firstly, Pando's great performance. Geek Fam, they were the high-flying dark horses yesterday. Today, very questionable. Farang, consistent. You know, they're in the shadows, but they're not in the spotlight. I'm wondering if it's going to change at any point, because I feel like if Farang are able to step it up, maybe have 2 great games, they actually might be able to surprise some of the teams higher up on that leaderboard.
You know, yesterday was the day where Geek Fam showed us that they can also play phenomenally well on Alpine. You know, that's exactly where, you know, we saw a lot of the momentum switching onto the side of Geek Fam, because after picking up that first booyah at Kalahari, we thought that, you know, we can't really expect a lot, but we can expect decently well. But they went above and beyond decent, right? Hitting yet another booyah. And sorry, not another booyah, yet another round where they hit massive numbers of kills. 18 kills they picked up at Alpine, and that kind of overshadowed all of the other teams. Even though Expand picked up that booyah for themselves, they actually got outclassed by the players of Geek Fam because they had more kills and therefore more points throughout the match.
Yeah, all right, gentlemen, it looks like we're going to jump onto Alpine here. 20 seconds until the players drop into the map, so I'm going to let you all take the floor before they jump on in here. AJ, Neptune, take it away for match number 4 on Alpine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Danilee. And Alpine right now will be a challenge for some of the teams, but not for what you mentioned, AJ. Geek Fam and probably Expand as well. They're on top 2 of the rankings when we talk about this map. But as we know, AV Radicals also perform well from the league stages in Alpine. So is this a time that they will be popping off in this game? As we can see, the high tier loot is in Rivermount. it's in the middle, and there's
Yeah.
good chance for them to survive a little bit longer if you drop in the middle of the zone.
AV Radicals moving straight in for that high tier loot zone. And as what we've noticed recently, almost every single one of these compounds have got that buy point as well as revival point. Axis Esports drops right beside them. They want to take this hot one as well at Rivermouth. Potentially, yes, it will be an early fight for AV Radicals. So this is where we get to see if or not Expand will get to catch up in the #1 spot, I guess.
I mean, if in case AB Radicals will be damaged in here for the Battle of Axis Esports, Expand is not too far behind. We are seeing a few of the members in there, like on the side of Rivermouth, as well as on Forest Red. So once they get that rotation already towards that area wherein the battle might be happening between AB Radicals and Axis Esports, they might be in time to vulture off on who is left.
Oh, too bad. The timing was just a little too bad as he steps on out of his time turner just to get annihilated by Ashura off screen. Chill goes down. Pedro trades out Ares. Let's Go drops Axel. And Arpis drops Ritus. Multiple big fights going on at the same time, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand that we won't be able to see it because of how back-to-back all the engagement from different teams is happening. But hopefully the recovery is done as well as what we've seen from Hard to Get right now. But the battle still continues for them as they still need to fight off some of the members who are on their way. Currently, they're in the docks. They need to move towards Sunside later on once they get into the safe zone. But as we can see, Todak right now is going for the repositioning. It's Spark who is chasing down Batman, and I think Batman is the only one who is in this area. There's a good chance that they will get this point, but the chase is still happening right now, and no one is letting go.
And the Batman can do a smart thing, which is lead Spark straight into a trap with another team. And Spark is too smart for that. Arpis catches off Kanoho. Smart engagement, but the backup is that Fura immediately shuts down that aggression, and they will be able to return fire. Hakimi traded out this time round. Geek Fam, they messed with the wrong team this time round.
Man, we are seeing some of the teams going down there one at a time. Anxiety right now, though they bombed out with a lot of games, they still have a chance to recover. Raimiel, on the other hand, needs to recover with only a sliver of health, but will be taken down in there by Neptune. And it's a good thing that the other members of AV Radicals has moved over. The bad thing is they went into the area where Geek Fam might be in, as well as Anxiety will be entering. So this is 4 teams already in this compound, and it might not look good for AV Radicals if they will be caught off guard.
XT Sports, patient play, edge of the high tier loot zone, Anxiety wanted to move on in and tease them. AB Radicals outside of the circle already of that high tier loot area. Fewer circles around. This is a tense moment as AB Radicals has an option to back away from this potential dead zone of activity here, where Axis Esports is just staying calm for the time being because they don't really have a big reason to take this fight against Anxiety. And AB Radicals don't want to be the aggressors, so they are going to be left behind first. But Fura takes the initiative and spots out Raph. Raph doesn't even see him. Ice Grenade drops down, and once, I mean, Raph, this guy started off, you know, really hot with Axis, and I think that was like, what, week 1 where we really saw Raph and hyped him up, and he just didn't show up after that.
I mean, like, it's unlikely for Axis Esports to have Raph in there popping off, but it's probably because of how Neptune and Vegeta is doing well in the game. And depending on how well the coordination is with this team, it could have been across the board for the members of Axis Esports to pop off one match after the other. But it's not showing in there, especially with the performance. They are currently on 10th place right now, so it's very difficult for them to really catch up individually if they're not working as a team.
Oh my god. Sem 9. Too soon. They get taken out prematurely. Toda, the ones who strike them down. Axis Esports might just meet the exact same end as Anxiety tries to flush them out of this high-tier loot area. Gotobi, AUG in hand, goes up against a time turner. Well-timed glue wall, and then he prematurely pulls out a time turner, but 2v1. Gotobi gets the kill. Fantastic engagement by Anxiety. That's the kind of backup you need if you want to play aggressively.
And nice comms and nice response coming from Anxiety. And at this time, Vegeta is the only one remaining, heading in towards a revival spot. But hopefully he will be in a safe way. No one in that area, though, because of the battle that happened that pushed everyone to the other side of the map. So far, we have 11 teams still alive and kicking. And Axis Esports, if they will not be able to find that revive, they might be the next one to be eliminated in this game. Anxiety has a good game this time, and I think it's more of how the map has been set up, or probably just because of how the other teams are going against them one at a time, and it gives them a lot more of breathing space to go for that kill. But Wine has no breathing space right now, being in here on the outside. Not quite sure they will be meeting in a 1v1, and I will be surprised if this will end, if it will not end that like drastically for either teams.
Yeah, Vegeta's lucky because Wine has a terrible gun for the long-range engagement. That UMP is not going to do much. And therefore, Vegeta survives. He's circling towards the outside of Blueville, mainly targeting that revival platform. I think Wine wants it too. This is gonna be hilarious. As Wine tries to catch up, the rest of AB Radicals wiped out already, but it's all up to Wine to bring them back in. And the game of patience just puts him right behind Vegeta, but Vegeta's gonna be the first one to reach that revival platform. And now Wine needs to rush in as well because he needs to kill off Vegeta before he can revive his team so that the revival platform doesn't go into a cooldown, Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree. And well, with the distance they have in there between Vegeta, hopefully he was just in time, because judging from how much Wine needs to travel, it will take a while before he gets there. And we're talking about accuracy as well. And you mentioned about the gun that Wine is using. So close counter, he will be able to do it, but if he misses that timer on that final moment, the blue zone will be moving, and then they will need to catch up onto the next phase, and whoever survives will be in more trouble than possible.
30 seconds to get this done. Make that 25. We catch up with Team Toda, who have a compound skirmish about to break out here between themselves as well as Pando EWG. Blacklist International could rotate in, but they are going to be a little busy dealing with the players of Hard to Get first. Pando EWG, they are the first ones here. They hold on to the compound. Defensively, they've got the advantage. Batman, though, doesn't show that as Zen OP surprises him from the back. Max 7 for the spray, gets the first knock. Goes in for the second knock as well. Ashura with the backstab. Forbid's taken out. And this is the perfect execution by Blacklist, even though Hard to Get had the advantage moments ago.
Yeah, similar to what we've seen earlier, the response and the comms is going in well for the team of Blacklist. It is when you
it's happening
provide
that
that information, we are seeing 1v1 right now on the small screen. Axis Esports eliminated, but is there enough time? It's only a sliver of time, but the safe zone is moving. So hopefully, one will be able to drop in a safe spot. And what is the safest spot that they can get to get back the rest of the teammate? I guess Vantage would be one, but JC will be in there as well. So it's very difficult to plan this, but I think with the two members of AB Radicals already back in play, there's more hope for Wine right there, even if he gets eliminated right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. The rest of AB Radicals have been brought back into the game, and it looks like Wine has gotten the deed completed. Pando EWG taken out prematurely this time round, and therefore the strike down works out for the players of Toda. Farang, they circle in. These blue zone just chasing them down. Nobody to stop Farang in their tracks because AB Radicals has already moved away from the rest of them. SAF, on the other hand, just pushing on through. They will come across Expand. Expand. This is gonna be a troublesome situation to deal with. Glue wall pulled out by Expand. Time turner response by McRory. Cobra drops down to the ground. Max 7 still in hand. X-Roy about to get popped, but the time turner, the glue wall pulled out. It's just perfect. He survives. Axel drops Mac 2. Axel takes him out of the equation. Let's Go follows him up as well as Cobra attacks from the back. And SAF, that's too soon as well. Cobra with the rest of Expand waiting at the edge of the bridge, and they finish them off perfectly.
As expected, Expand really in a battle. Team versus team will definitely win that game, especially with SAF. SAF is a good team, I would say. I'm not putting them down just yet, but they're not performing their usual ways. They are so patient and not so much that aggressive compared to Expand. But AV Radicals right now, they were put down in pistol gameplay between Forbits and Ramiel, and who will win? I think Ramiel will do so, and there goes like an epic 1v1, pistols in hand, and no one is getting against them.
Yeah, Wine sacrificed himself to bring back the rest of AV Radicals. AV Radicals returning the favor by bringing him back in. But hard to get. They lose Forbits, but they trade out Ramiel. Two teams who are fresh off the boat from this revival flight. They are just getting into that engagement with each other. But Expand, on the other hand, they are aiming for the players of Geek Fam. Geek Fam trying to catch up with Expand, but clearly that game plan is falling through little by little, match after match. Geek Fam now 28 points. They need over the players of Expand to catch up to that second spot, but Expand are chasing AV Radicals, and they need about 19 points to replace AV in that number one spot. Both of these teams are fighting for supremacy in the league, but of course Geek Fam, the hungrier ones, as Expand currently hold on to the position that gives you the spot at the play-ins for the Free Fire World Series.
Yeah, and they have been in that position already, even on the number one spot from the league stages, and they're hungry to get in there. Geek Fam, on the other hand, are really much hungrier, but they need a lot more of points. It's not just for this match that they will be able to get that, unless they really pop off. But based from what we've seen earlier, only 1 point or 1 kill point to their name, and a lot has been happening in the background already, so they need to play for survivability first and manage with the kills later on, and slowly creep up in there. But they need to pray that Expand doesn't get that much point.
Hard to get, loses 1, but they just got back in, so this is gonna be a little troublesome for Hard to get to deal with. But here comes the saving grace. Toda are on the way to wipe out Blacklist International that was stopping Jay-Z from getting into the circle. But does Jay-Z have enough time? We will have to wait and see. But in the meantime, Toda, they finally start engaging with the players of Blacklist Neptune.
Yeah, Blacklist right now trying to block them off compound per compound, but Todak is just playing them to their music. And box up right now is Fies in the moment, though. Glue wall will be going down. No hit just yet, but opportunity for that takedown. Spark, on the other hand, has been taken down, being picked up right now. And Blacklist is in a maze of glue wall, and even I don't know what is the best approach in this battle.
Yeah, fully barricaded up already. Zen OP goes down. Fires, backstab, AWM in hand, the wrong gun to bring into a gunfight. Miro, Fire still has the sniper. CQC goes in for the save instead. Smart move. Miro has the shotgun, pulls out the glue wall. Chill goes down. Miro, as soon as he gets picked up, he strikes him down. That's what you call backup. Chill now, down on the ground. Spark try to trade out the rest of the players on the side of Blacklist International. Spark gets eliminated. Cobra takes the kill point as he steals that away. Blacklist get to recover just a little bit, but Expand, they don't need to do much. They've got the circle. All they need to do now is gatekeep the players of Blacklist International as they come looking for that circle. But Geek Fam on the left-hand side of Expand, so Expand needs to play this fight very carefully.
There's no careful in this battle we're seeing right now. Hard to get. Will try to ballot against Blacklist International, but it's only 1 left in there. But who's waiting on to knock their doors? It is Expand from the other side. Geek Fam will be moving into the other compound, renting this as a cover for them. But shots coming from Geek Fam right now might be one thing that will reduce the chance of Expand to move into the safe zone. As you can see, it might be an open battleground later on, so they need to finish up the edges of the safe zone at this point.
What is Blacklist doing? They ran outwards of that safe zone. He wanted to take a vehicle. Smart play. Miro, can he get back in? Sprayed up already. He knocks the boulder. Gets involved in a car crash and gets taken out of the equation. Tanamo on the backside of the map is just going to town with the rest of the players of Hard to Get. Pops them with a double nade through that grenade launcher. Gets 2 kills for himself. Geek Fam trying to expand. Team expand. Time turners as well as glue walls will be expanded for the time being. Hazik has to deal with a CQC. Hard to Get gets taken out of the equation. Expand versus Geek Fam. Geek Fam trying to catch right back up. Cobra recovers. Has the MSMC in hand. This one good nade by 2 far. Can it get anything? Just get denied. And he gets shut down instead.
Geek Fam will be eliminated there with the help of Baron from the other side, but the battle continues for Expand right now.
Lucky,
but
man.
one thing, it is difficult for both of these teams of Farang and Expand. They need to walk towards open area to get to the next safe zone. We just heard the alarm in there that will creep in those the blue zone towards their favor, and we are seeing as well anxiety waiting for them on the other side.
Expand playing together as one team. On the other side, you've got Anxiety as well as Farang. Anxiety has found the circle already. X-Roy down on the ground. Grenade launcher comes through. Heavy Radicals get taken out of the equation. Expand can now catch up. Farang trying to stop them from getting that done. Cobra, X-Roy down on the ground. X-Roy out of the equation already. So survivability by Expand goes down as they get taken out in the 3rd spot. Now it's between Anxiety as well as Farang. Farang, they need 8 points to catch up with Geek Fam, and they seem to be doing a lot out there on the battlefield, but Anxiety dead last in the leaderboard, but 11 kills already in hand. Goes up against Farang. 2 more players for the mix. It's a 2v4. Kanoho circles around. Time turner distraction. Farang gets the booyah.
And with the 12 points in terms of a placement for the Booyah, they might have a chance in there to take that number 3 spot against Geek Fam. But we'll have to see later on. But this is a good start for Farang right now to get themselves back on that top 2 place.
Oh my lord. So close now for Farang, and they have got 4 games to get that miracle run done on the 2nd day of the grand finals. When we started things off, they were in the 5th spot, and after 3 grueling matches, they've climbed 1 spot. That's crazy, man, because the kind of quality we've got in the competition keeps them from dominating. Geek Fam still holding on for their dear lives at that 3rd placement. They see the points slowly being cut down little by little, and this wasn't a super round for Geek Fam, was it, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam really didn't perform that well, especially with the engagement that we have on down south, starting from AV Radicals, but it trickled over to their side that Geek Fam is holding on. So that's one problem as well. Luck, or if you get bad luck, you might be in a safe place and not hot dropping anyone, but the battle will be moving towards you later on. So I think that's what happened with Geek Fam and a lot of teams as well on the southern part of this map earlier in this match.
And let's find out exactly what's going through the mind of Danielle as she saw all of this craziness just explode in that final circle. Danny, did you think that Expand was actually going to make it through?
I actually didn't. You know, I thought that they would be taken down, but it ended up being Geek Fam that was being sorry guys, my baby's a little bit upset. He said he was like, Expand was supposed to get that booyah.
I understand exactly why baby Alex feels that way. And, you know, mainly because there's an Axel on the other side of Expand. You see, at the end of the day, it has to be a situation where Expand finds their way into that circle, into that final circle continuously. Even if you don't get the booyah, it doesn't matter. You need to pick up as many of those possible points that you can get on your side to catch up with AV Radicals, who have very effectively run away from them after that previous solid matchup that they took, right? And AV Radicals now once again tries to, I guess, get away, but quite premature of an end that they faced in the Neptune.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, with the drop that they went into against Axis Esports, it's just unfortunate for them. They lost that battle. Like, Axis Esports going against AV Radicals, we were thinking that AV Radicals might be winning that fight, but Axis Esports just turned it around, and it's just a good thing that Wine was able to survive. Plus, I think that was a Vegeta who was surviving as well, and the final that it was concluded and that 1v1 in there.
I mean, someone had to die, right? Someone had to die for that point.
I guess. I mean, someone always needs to kind of just go kaput and, just give away some kill points. And in that particular case, it was AB Radicals. But I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't gone ape yet in the grand finals, right? No record-breaking streaks, no 37 points being detected out there. I think their best round so far in the grand finals has been 30 points, which I'm not going to complain about. It's quite a lot. And they got a little close to it at Kalahari as well, picking up 27 points. But apart from that, it's all just been average performances, right? 11 points at Bermuda, 11 points at Purgatory. And, if they get around 11 yet again, they're just doing Expand such a huge favor.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at a reset now, right?
Yeah.
So everyone's warmed up. They're good to go.
Yeah.
Some teams we know tend to do better during the first half. And now we're going to see who's got that second spurt for the rest of the day. But before we take a look at our next game of the day, we are going to have a quick recap of the game that we just witnessed here. So here's the overall stats. We had 20 revives, 9 rescues, 59 total kills, only 4 for the highest kills.
Yeah.
Again, this is a case of everyone just sort of spreading those kills around. I mean, is this maybe also just the effect of AB Radicals, the fact that they got crippled so early, meaning that everyone else could actually have a piece of the pie? Because we're so used to seeing AB just sort of going to the birthday party, cutting a slice and leaving the slice behind and taking the whole cake.
They're definitely one of those who really take a massive number of kill points for themselves, right? In fact, they are the kill leaders of the grand finals at the moment, but there are many hungry ones out there as well. There's a problem here at the grand finals when it comes to kill points. You've got teams that are really good. You've got players that just refuse to die. And you've also got an elevated number of teams out there who are quite proficient in some of these fights. And not once, not twice, but multiple times now at the grand finals, we've seen where 2 teams are involved in a gunfight. Somebody else shoots Team B, and then Team D gets involved and shoots Team C, and then there's a Team E that is shooting Team D. It's a circle of chaos.
And you don't know who's going to get the kills as well, right? It's the final bullet that counts. It's not the damage done, it's the kill. Who gets that killing blow? So the game has just been absolutely chaotic, especially with how these final circles have been going. But very quickly, MVP for the round, it's going to be Chill on the side of Todak. Now, I do want to quickly mention that Todak, they're starting to show themselves. But where are they currently on the leaderboard? Are they in a position to possibly make a comeback in these last 4 games?
They are in the 6th place right now, 6 points behind Pando EW. Sorry, 5 points behind Pando EWG, 6 points to overtake them. So that's not a lot to work for. And if you want to aim for the stars to replace Farang in the 4th spot, Todak needs 18 points more than them. So if Todak can kind of keep this up, I mean, they've also got the team MVP, the most number of points out there on the battlefield. You keep this up, you need 18 points over the 2 teams that are sitting above you, which is Pando as well as Farang. You're halfway there already.
I have to say, Todak have just been making this very quiet climb up that leaderboard, right? I don't think we've had any moments where we were just like, oh my gosh, Todak, amazing play. It's just they're quietly making that climb. And is this just a testament to the fact that, maybe they're not having outstanding matches, but okay, I'm going to actually cut over here to Neptune. Neptune, my stats boy, I need some help here. How have they been over the course of yesterday and today's games when it comes to points? Have they been consistently picking up points?
Well, for Todak, I mean, it's more of up and down. Bermuda, they're doing well. In Kalahari, they're in the middle of the pack. And at the bottom, when it comes to Purgatory and Alpine, that is from yesterday. This time, they just need to be consistent, to be in the middle and then moving up. But that's one thing, the roller coaster analogy that we have. That's Todak right now, as we see.
Yeah. So they are picking up the points. It's just a case of whether they want to continue being the roller coaster team or if they would like to join the band of kings, the Holy Trinity up top on that leaderboard. But let's take a look at the current standings very quickly. Anxiety going to be nailing 1st place here with 20 points under their belt. Farang and the team that claimed Booyah is going to get 2nd place with 19. Expand with 18 points. Todak with 16, Blacklist International and AV Radicals tied it with 11, 7 for Geek Fam, 6 for Hard to Get, 5 for SAF, and then we have Sem9, Axis Esports, and Pando EWG this round tied together with a single point. And I think in a second we're going to see the overall leaderboard to see what kind of a change there could be. Is it going to be a major change? I don't think so, but I'm wondering how far anxiety could go, because this is another team that's sort of hovering towards the lower end of the board. But we've seen what can happen to a team if they actually have a big injection of 20 points per se. So let's take a look at the overall standings to see maybe anxiety could
Not
be
enough.
a competitor.
No, not enough.
There's still no.
Yeah. Unfortunate, isn't it? Like you hit a 20 bomber and you still can't catch up because they needed 19 points to catch up with Blacklist, but Blacklist got 11. So, math's just not on their side this time around. But the first to the sixth spot is not up for the taking just yet. We can
Apparently
give you
not.
guys a rough idea of what you can expect, though, because earlier on, Expand needed 19 points to replace AV Radicals, and the difference of points this time around was just 7, right? So now Expand needs a solid booyah's worth of points to replace AV Radicals in that number 1 spot. So in this next game, if AV bombs out, like halfway through the game, and Expand picks up a booyah on the one and only Bermuda, you are going to see the Malaysian boys dominate the league once again for the time being. Or it could just be the reverse of AV Radicals being AV Radicals.
I mean, you're also maybe praying that someone else eliminates AV Radicals, right? Like, ideally, you don't want to be the one to do it, because most teams, they take some pretty critical damage, especially when you're going up against someone like AV. But who knows? Maybe it's time for the shenanigans to come out. The strats, the desperation measures, the plan Bs, because this is literally the final stretch for these teams. We are resetting. 4 more maps to go. We're going back onto Bermuda. It's the vanilla cupcake. It's everyone knows Bermuda. It's a map that could really go anyone's way. I think we've got the stats as well. It's just so varied when it comes to Bermuda. But is it going to continue to be AV Radicals up top, man? I'm really curious. Like, maybe we could see someone else up there. Although the closest team to possibly take it is Geek Fam, but they haven't done well today. So my hopes for Geek Fam to maybe take first place is dwindling. Maybe if I stop being on the Geek Fam hype train, that they will actually be able to pick up the points because their wagon wouldn't be so heavy.
I don't know if you are the greatest cursor of teams in the competition. I've seen you rub that pixie dust on some of the teams out there before. So maybe Geek Fam might just get a little bit lucky because, they are about 6-7 points before they move into the 3rd spot. But
I'm just going to send my apologies to the teams. I don't think it's pixie dust. I'm pretty sure it's like dead skin or something.
Mama, I didn't need that. That's just TMI for me, all right? Maybe you should use some of that oil. So
actually, we need some moisturizer. Let me know after this.
Going back to what I was saying, Geek Fam now needs about 6-7-ish points to replace Farang in the 3rd place. And if they can get that done, and then hit massive 3 back-to-back booyahs, you're going to see Geek Fam in that number 1 spot. But if they can't do exactly that, then Geek Fam's not going to get the number 1 spot. Can Geek Fam get that number 2 spot at the very least? Farang, who's in 3rd place, need about 34 points to replace number 2's Expand. It doesn't seem like Expand is losing steam anytime soon, so it's going to be a tough fight, guys.
Man, look at Hakimi's total damage. 14,000. I'd love to see the comparison with AV and Expand, but EWG and Sem9, I mean, this is okay too. But Hakimi, he's the outstanding player of our snipers here. But we also have Jay-Z and Fikri on the screen as well. We do know that Sem9, they're still slowly rolling down that leaderboard. We're not really seeing Sem9's revival. I think they're in 9th place, right? 9th, 10th, somewhere down there. And they're quite far from potentially breaching that 6th spot. But maybe it's time. Maybe it's Sem9.
I'm actually surprised to not see the Axel here because he has been quite the deadly sniper so far in the competition. He's got about 20 kills so far overall. But yeah, I get the comparison though between Geek Fam, the players of Pando EWG as well as Sem9. Sem9, for reasons we all know, the rivalry between themselves as well as Geek Fam, but Pando EWG because of their recent rise to supremacy. But we kind of saw that towards the end of yesterday and the start of today, and now Pando EWG, yes, they've got the 6th spot, but they've got to be really careful because Hard to Get is just nipping at their heels, 3 points behind them.
Actually, yes, I do agree with that. But here's the thing though, Hard to Get have not done well today. We saw them showing signs of life yesterday and then coming into today's games, and we're already halfway through the games.
Yeah.
We did not see Hard to Get shine at all. And so I'm a little bit worried that maybe Hard to Get's not going to be a factor anymore. It might not be a team that you really need to be worried about unless they really start to pick up the pieces now.
Yeah, well, I guess when jumping on Bermuda might be a chance for Hard to Get back, because when it comes to placement, Hard to Get is getting a lot of placement point in Bermuda, but not so much in the kills. So it goes back to the dilemma of what do you need to focus? Is it the kills or the placement, which is your best map? And that is the problem. That is the issue that Hard to Get is encountering right now, and time is ticking because there's only a few matches left for them to catch up.
Yeah, right. We've only got 4 matches to go, and it's going to be only 1 round of every single map before we close out the entire tournament. I mean, gentlemen, I'm really excited because we are getting closer and closer to finding out who our top 6 teams are going to be going into next season. We're about to find out who's going to be the top 2 representing our region at Worlds. There's so much on the line. If there's a time to get that fire burning in your heart, it is right now. We're going to be jumping into our final round of Bermuda. Yes, this is the last time these teams are going to be seeing this map. Fingers crossed, if you are following any kind of system where you think something's going to give you extra luck, if you got to bring your blankie, your pillow, your plushie, call your girlfriend, call your mum, you got to do it right now. Get all the luck that you can because these last 4 games are going to count the most. But let's jump into Bermuda. It's game number 5. Let's see who's going to get the next booyah. AJ, Neptune, take it away.
Neptune, this is going to be quite the match for some of the teams out there because, down at the bottom, one might think that anxiety is out of the race, but there's still the race for that money, bro. I mean, we're talking about a bonus of, I believe, $250 if you can just work your way up from, I believe, that 12th spot into the 10th placement, where you get 750 USD instead. And that's quite a bit of money, sir.
Yeah, I mean, they only need 7 points really to move up to that 10th spot. And, it's not only that. If you saw earlier what we had on the overall, it's very close between 9, 10, and 11. So if they plan to go into the 8th spot, they just need a good run, probably a safer run in there to get as much as possible in terms of the prize pool.
AV Radicals dropping a few feet short away from that high tier loot zone. And Axis Esports dropping right beside them, but changing their minds at the very final moment as they don't have a compound to work with. So the loots go to the side of AV, and AV now wants a few free kills. But I say don't get greedy, AV. Just back away. Sem9 is there as well, and AV Radicals will be punished if they go for free points here, Neptune.
It is a revenge that will be coming in from AV Radicals against Axis Esports. Rap right now trapped in a tree, but we'll have to see. And there you go, beat by Raymil, apart from Wine providing that grenade. And the first 2 points will be taken by AV Radicals. Now, getting back into play into their looting phase needs to be done by AV Radicals. They need to prepare for the battle at hand because a lot more of teams will be waiting for them. But Axis Esports is one team that has been taken out already, or not really one team, but 2 members being taken out already. But Axis Esports, I would say, is stuck between the team of AV Radicals and even those moving in on the factory area. As you can see right now, a chase is happening. Kid Ames being chased right here, ring around the rosy by Ashura. Not quite sure what the plan is, but Kid Ames is in there. Just no way for him to get down from that roof.
Yep, no way at all. Blacklist International. Spark spots him out. Pedro's right there. Ashura doesn't get punished just yet. Ashura now trying to bait Spark in towards Faiz, but Spark's not gonna be fallen for that. Zen OP will be there to punish Spark, but it's all about how you position yourself smartly within this compound. Zen fights Spark. Good headshot. Takes him out of the equation. Max 7 supremacy as always. You gotta be sharp. You gotta be quick. The Max 7 helps you do exactly that.
Max 7 in close range will be able to do that. We'll have to find out how well can Todak recover. And here's a 3v4. Well, that's a 2v4 right now as Chill will be taken down. Ashura in there for that second kill for the team. It's now left to Pedro. Pedro will be here. Surprise, surprise. Zenov taken down by Pedro. But the backup will be a little bit too late from Ashura. Even with the motorcycle, not so much on the speed.
Not so much of the speed at all. Blacklist International. It looks like they've won this pretty much hands down. We were talking about how Toda needs to catch up with the rest of the gang up top, but it's not going to be happening anytime soon. Toda, Kid Ames, final player in here. Can he get away? SAF doesn't punish him, and Toda still survives.
That was a 1v1. I'm quite surprised that Yadop is a little bit too far from the rest of the team. And where are the rest of SAF? Kid Ames was able to escape because of the catapult that he takes. But where is the revive spot? We're not seeing it on the horizon right now. Kid Ames just need to be a little bit more patient as the safe zone will be moving in, closing in against them. SAF this time, yes, we're seeing the rest of the team, or Yadop right now, back in here, Observatory, but I think it will be a regroup later on. They're going for the safe play as they might, they just need good placement for the matches, the upcoming matches, for them to step on that top 6.
Anxiety got Dobby picked right back up. No problems for Anxiety whatsoever. Zen OP brings Miro right back into the equation as Chessman takes that elimination onto Miro. That's a quick recovery, Neptune.
I mean, once you got bit ahead, you just need to recover back. We've seen so many times wherein once one of the teammates has been eliminated in this game, they will be brought back in there. I think they're already anticipating that it will happen. That is where communication really comes in. Good communication, I would say. But we'll have to see. It's not happening for Kid Ames at the moment. With the motorcycle, will be gunned down by AV Radicals, going for the U-turn. And not quite sure what is the plan here, but he needs to get away because he don't want to be gunned down at this point, being solo for the team.
Yeah, let's see if or not he makes that right decision. Let's go. Ooh, misses by just a couple of seconds there. Not able to punish McRory. Just beyond SAF now. In a sticky situation with Blacklist right outside of the circle. McRory too quick. That headshot too good. Zen OP trades out McRory. Fantastic backstab with the Mag 7. Let's go now against Zen. Can he get the shot? Needs to flank from the right. Does exactly that. Backstab. Not quick enough as Neptune brings the Raph right back into the equation. Axis still stays alive. SAF cannot finish off Blacklist just yet. But let's go. Misses that shot as his team member picks it up instead. Yadop with a good backup and Hawkeye drops Zen. This is a good takeover by SAF.
SAF right now doing well. It's only Faiz, the only one remaining. And back to the story of solo gameplay for the survival. 2 lone wolves already, if I'm not mistaken, for this map. And we still have 12 teams though. Todak and Blacklist is in trouble of being eliminated early, and they are face to face. Kid Ames with a motorcycle, a little bit too fast in there on the mobility, but with Phase in there a little bit too slow as well, and far from the next safe zone, might be in trouble. And not only that, AV Radicals will be jumping in and battling SAF in this area.
Oh, Toda bombs out. And they get taken out in the 12th spot, which means rising up to challenge GeekFam for the 4th place is just not going to happen just yet. Toda will have to try again later. AV Radicals, on the other hand, Time Turner will keep them alive for a little bit longer. Wine returns fire. This time it's going to be AV versus SAF. Let's go. Dropped. And SAF cannot respond just yet. Hawkeye, good grenade here by Thanamo. And the M887 pops off close range. Gets that headshot. Hawkeye loses an eye.
Loses an eye and his life as well. And We still have AV Radicals though, 5 points for them. So I guess that they're more hungry this time because of what happened from the previous match. It's SAF with Yado, the only one remaining at this point. Retus has a chance but didn't turn and lost that. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Retus, well, as good as he is with the guns, he will be able to make that hit.
Oh, good ice grenade. Managed to take down the glue wall and then toss it right in. Kanoho has been spotted out, but Time Turner pulled out at the right time. Too bad. Backs away. Flanks from the right. Gets Fura. Fantastic flank. And Farang will be able to annihilate Anxiety. Looks for that final player. Can they catch up in Kanoho? They do. Too bad. Too good.
And on 10th spot, Anxiety will be brought down. Firearm right now, a lot of good points already, and their next challenger will be hard to get if they're up for the challenge. Shots right now come from hard to get on towards Firearm, but no engagement just yet. They're just taking down the glue wall as cover used by Firearm earlier, but they don't have that much visibility of the teammates. Looting up right now using this airdrop and also getting in onto the edge. This is one of the key that hard to get needs to take. They don't want to step a little bit too early in the middle because a lot of teams might be shooting at them later on.
Farang just has to be a little careful now. Hard to get has got this defensive compound and that high ground advantage to use against them. And Expand approaches, and this is the blessing in disguise here for Farang, because if Expand attacks from the back, and that just opens up the area for Hard to Get, and Hard to Get will be distracted. Farang can flank around from the left-hand side, get that high ground advantage, and then punish Expand instead. But that's all going to take a lot of coordination and initiative. I don't know if Farang wants it. Expand tags up a couple of players, and the players of Hard to Get now teased by Expand. This is the distraction I was talking about, Neptune. Farang needs to act now.
Yeah, Firearm needs to act now, and I think they did well in the previous matches wherein they're just picking shots and kills in. They're stealing it from those putting the pressure, but Hard to Get know that Firearm is in this area, so they will not let off of that direction as well. Batman is the one in charge of that deed, and as they defend themselves in there against Expand. Tanamo right now trying to shoot off some of the angels falling down from the heavens, but not succeeding so far. We'll have to see as to who will they be challenging next. And from what we've seen on this area, it is Blacklist International, who is a little bit too close onto Sem 9.
Tanamo. And they will be able to gatekeep for a minute. Wine, good shot and kill. Fi's taken out of the equation, punishing Blacklist as they try to get in towards this circle. AV Radicals, as usual, playing that advantage against all of them. AV Radicals #1 in the league so far. AV Radicals looking like they are sweet to move on to the Free Fire World Series. Let's see if that can happen, Neptune. In the meantime, Axis Esports, they take on Geek Fam. Pando EWG just from the back, but they will potentially get stuck in an engagement with Expand. If that doesn't happen, Geek Fam is toast.
Yeah, Geek Fam might be the one in the middle of the battle. EWG as well as Axis Esports taking over this compound. But as we can see, the movement of Pando EWG to the right-hand side going towards Expand, or probably no, rotating the long road, but it's still two teams in there. Might be Hard to Get or Farang that will be meeting them. But one thing is for sure, Axis Esports is trying to take the lead into the middle of this next safe zone going against Geek Fam. So the compound gameplay will be utilized right now. Neptune on the snipe from the windows as Hakimi is responding back.
Geek Fam. Oh yeah, Neptune too good. Famas, supremacy, Hakimi knocked down onto the ground. And now it's all about how do they get this finisher, because Geek Fam's just a little bit too far. Pando EWG might just be able to lend a hand, and Pando EWG doesn't have an option because they are outside of the circle, and the circle's gonna come hunting for them within the next 2 seconds. They are on the closer perimeter of the circle, so they have the time. Time Turner will be pulled out. Eastern Wolfsgang makes it into the compound of Geek Fam, and now they go in for the tease, but Tua gets sprayed down. Apis with a smart headshot, and now Apis gonna take the initiative straight up to Manchai, but it's all about the backstab. Who holds on to the better angle here? Yasta right outside, pulls out the glue wall, backs himself up. Manchai gets away just to be tagged up by Yasta. Tua still on the ground as he continues to bleed out. Pando EWG can't reach him just yet. Ice Grenade will tease Pando EWG out of the defenses, and Axis Esports, they ignore this whole thing. They find the circle for themselves.
Yeah, they will prioritize a compound as well as loading up, preparing for what will happen after the engagement between Pando EWG as well as Geek Fam. But we'll have to see as to who will survive, and on the other side, we might see another battle happening as well. But as we have Expand, Farang, as well as Blacklist in there all lined up, we'll have to check out if the open area that's in the middle of the safe zone might be the next battlefield for everyone who will be left.
Geek Fam needs 6 points more than Farang to catch up with them in the third place. That's not a lot to work for, but Farang's still alive, which means Geek Fam desperately needs to win this gunfight and then get into that final circle. Survive a little bit longer than the players of Farang, pick up more kills than the players of Farang. They've got a lot to work for in here, and Pando EWG is just being super annoying. Jay-Z, the final player left in this mix, and Axis Esports right in front of them. Jay-Z's going to run out of time here as Hazik breaks down. Oh, one glue wall misses him totally and goes the other way. Hazik will gatekeep Jay-Z though. He seems to know his position. No grenades to play with. Jay-Z. Smart glue wall pulled out to block off the access of Hazik. Takes the fight straight up towards them, but the game of numbers catches up with him. He takes down one Jay-Z, but traded out by Neptune.
That was a kill steal coming from Neptune out there. We'll have to find out what else will be stolen in this fight. 7-9 will be on the outside, but the higher ground will be taken by Expand. A smart move and a safe move coming from Expand right now. Just not engaging that much. They want to secure the points that they will be getting, and they want to make sure that they get close to that booyah as well. Here comes Axis Esports in the battle. Neptune taking down Appies in the process, but we'll have to find out if Geek Fam will be eliminated. There goes a Raph trying to run away. Hazik will be sliced up by Shahid.
Yeah, Shahid takes Hazik out of the equation. Expand is playing for a lot here. They are playing super calculated because they want to get the qualifier directly to the grand finals, towards the World Series. They don't want to be in the play-ins because it's a risky place to be in. You play against many of the other regions who are as hungry, if not even hungrier than you. You want a guaranteed spot at the World Series, you need to end up in that #1 placement. You basically need to be where AB Radicals is right now, but AB Radicals still alive and kicking. Expand, they put out the players of SM9 and Axis at the very same time. Farang interferes as well. Axel drops Shahid. 7-9 taken out of the equation, and Axis should follow up very soon, and they do in that 7th spot. Farang still alive. Blacklist, Geek Fam shut down. Blacklist about to be next. Hard to get eliminated. This back-to-back eliminations. They fire. What a lobby! Farang does so much of work, and now they tease the players of AB Radicals who have the next circle.
Last 3 teams is AB Radicals, Expand, as well as Farang, but those far enough is Farang, so it's a good chance for them to be able to get this booyah, because the battle of AB Radicals as well as Expand, I know this will be heated, and not so much of members will be alive and kicking, and that is what Farang is waiting for everyone in here to dwindle down, and they steal the booyah away. So we'll see if that plan works out.
Launcher versus Launcher. Dynamo trying to find them, but Too Fast finds him first. Wine taken down. Farang chipping in. Expand. This is their opportunity. Can they bag out both of them? But Too Fast goes down. That's a misplay. Too Fast takes himself out of the equation, but backup is here. X-Roy picks up his brother. Too Fast is crucial for this booyah. AB Radicals taken out of the equation, all thanks to Cobra. Now Farang on the approach. Both of these teams are inside of the circle, and the players of Expand just on the very edge of it. Farang has the advantage. X-Roy, Too Fast back on his feet, tosses in the grenade. Too Bad gets tagged up. One more grenade for the delivery. Too Bad backs away. Too Fast goes down. What an unfortunate situation. Farang has a good option here to pick up the booyah, but Too Bad. Cobra solo. 1v2. Can Cobra survive? Time turner pulled down, and he's still alive and kicking. Cobra gets one. Cobra goes down. Axel takes on Jembal. This is a 1v2. Axel has the Mag 10. Goes in for the spray. Jembal goes down, and now we've got a 1v2 yet again as Jesbu and Too Bad, they're just circling around Neptune.
But the Axel is in here, still alive and kicking. The shot will not connect. Farang takes that booyah, and they will be getting closer to take that #2 spot. But with the points that Expand got in this game, I mean, I will be I don't know. I'm
He's
still
speechless.
excited to see what will be
Yeah.
happening on that number 1 and 2 spot because
But,
April Radicals
yeah.
has been taken down, expanding their possibility for a booyah earlier, and a lot of kills has been made already. Even battle against Farang happened, and with
Yeah.
only 12 points remaining between AV Radicals and Expand, you just have to find out later on what will be happening, but it's towards the end of the show because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it will not be shown to us between the matches right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be shown to us, but we sure as heck can speculate. And you've got two of the best data guys on broadcast right now who will be able to crunch those numbers for you. Even though we don't reveal it on broadcast, we should be able to give you a rough idea of where the teams are. And you are right, Neptune. 12 points behind AV Radicals sits Expand. And with them surviving for that second spot, obviously, it's great for them. Farang has to be a little disappointed because although they made great headway here, they managed to pick up the booyah for themselves. But team number 2 that they had to annihilate to pick up that booyah was Expand, which means although they did so much, Expand just equalized against their a lot because Farang needs a solid 34 points to catch up. That's just too much if you ask me.
It's way too much. I mean, both teams ended up finishing the round with 12 kills apiece.
Yeah.
So the only gap you're looking at is a 3-point gap.
And you know, here's what we talked about, right? We talked about Farang needing a booyah and Farang also needing to just like have massive breakout rounds to just close off the grand finals if they want to stand a chance to play at the World Series. And it looks like they have started doing that, but also as speculated, Expand and AV Radicals aren't going to be easing their foot off that gas pedal, and they're getting to that final circle as well. So if anything, Farang should have tried a little bit earlier to stand a stronger chance. Now with around a 30-point gap between these two teams, I don't know if it's still possible, but 30 points gap, 3 more matches to go. Danny, do you think it's going to happen?
If it's going to happen, it's got to start on Kalahari. Like, this is the map that they're known for. It's the next map that we're going to play.
Yeah.
So if you want to get those points, you got to start on Kalahari. That's the biggest thing I'm looking forward to. But I am shocked that Farang is finally coming into the picture. And the best time as well, literally the second half of the last day of the grand finals. It's like that kid that just sort of does the homework at the very end, the day before submission.
Yeah.
Then it's just like the light bulb clicks, it's like, oh, I had homework. It's time to do it now. Except Farang, this is not them panicking. This is them focusing, them understanding what they need, what their goals are, and now really having to put their foot down. But the problem I'm seeing is that Expand and AV Radicals, they're not making it easy. Like you said, right? They also understand that there is a chance they could get knocked down from top 2, meaning that they lose their placing at the World Series. So Farang, they've got a lot of work to do. AV Radicals and Expand, as long as they continue what they're doing and they don't bomb out during these next couple of rounds, I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how much can Farang control their games? How many points can they pick up? How many points can they deny from another team? Because if they wanted to, again, they could try and put their fates into their own hands and be the ones to be the aggressors. But we've seen what's happened before, right? Teams that try to play aggressively tend to get punished because defenders tend to have the advantage. There's so much going on. I can't believe we've got 3 more games to go, and the theory crafting just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like more homework for all of us to talk about. But here we go. Overall stats for the match that we just witnessed. Only 8 revivals. I'm not surprised. There were not that many kills at the beginning of this round. It was mostly a bloodbath coming into those last couple of circles. I think everyone's just really stepping up the respect game, knowing that why should I try and fight people early when I can try and go for the late game?
Yeah, I mean, from the revive, I think 2 of the teams has been denied of that, and that's what's happening. I mean, not everyone is rushing towards the revival area anymore because it is a potential dead spot for them. Once they step in, a team might be waiting for them, thus not so much on the revive.
Yeah, the revives are not necessarily guaranteed, right? It's it could be a double-edged sword. You're revealing your position to everyone else on the map.
Giving out points as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you lose, you're giving your kill points to somebody else. You're not going to get any more points. You kind of just have to wait for that next round. But player MVP is going to be Too Bad on Farang. Now, firstly, Too Bad. This guy was absolutely phenomenal. I'm so sad during that last fight that he actually got knocked down first, because if he was up there, I think Farang would have won that fight much more convincingly.
That I'll have to agree, right? Too Bad is quite the eliminator out there on the battlefield, but you really can't protect certain eggs and just send out the rest of the eggs for war. You gotta invest all of your eggs into this fight, and unfortunately some of them got cracked, some of them became a little bit overboiled, some of them got fried. And this time around though, even though it was an arduous battle, they survived long enough for Expand to just reach the greatest lengths that they could go to. But Farang picking up the back-to-back booyah, I have to say, is amazing, if you ask me, right? Like, Farang is just on fire right now. Farang, for the past 4 matches, have been decent in Purgatory, but amazing on Kalahari, Alpine, and Bermuda. They just need to catch up by maintaining this consistency.
I just have a lot of expectations. I hate to be that person. I don't want to be the mum, but this next map, if Farang don't stick their finger out and really put in the work to get points on this map, I think their dreams of making top 2 is just not going to come to fruition. They will just have to settle with top 6.
Yeah.
So,
but
what's it next to?
if you remember from the previous season, when we look at the Booyah board, Farang is always spread out. If not 3, they get 4 within the day.
Yeah.
And this might be the usual Farang that's just hiding out in the first half of this day.
I hope so. I hope you're not putting my hopes up for no reason, Neptune. I have a lot of expectations for Farang. All right, so we do get the final points for these teams. And Farang actually managed to get 26, so 14 kills instead of the 12 that we originally saw.
Yeah.
So it's still something. It's still 5 points gap closed between them and Expand, but you've still got... There's still a lot of work to do. So we'll see if Farang's able to pull that off. Expand and AV Radicals, as we can see on the screen here, 21 points and 17 points to finish the round. Again, just pushes them further and further away from the rest of the competition. 17 points for Blacklist International. Access with 9. Geek Fam with 8 points. Hard to Get with 6. 3 for 7-9 and SAF. 2 points for Anxiety and Pandu, EWG, and Todak unfortunately ends the round with 1. Panda is, I think this team may have just run out of gas, gentlemen.
It's just unfortunately Pando, right? Pando's not the best team in the competition. I think we all agreed with that. And like we kind of talked about as well, to a certain degree, they needed that bit of luck. They tried to play their luck to their best of ability, couldn't really get through with it all the way. And, you will see them falter. But the good thing is we don't see them in the bottom half of the leaderboard. So Pando's still alive and kicking.
Well, they're alive and kicking because Hard to Get is not kicking hard enough, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the biggest question. We're still waiting for Hard to Get to be the ones to kick them in the backside. Maybe Blacklist could be a factor, but this team just really hasn't been showing it all. They haven't been able to get a booyah thus far. They haven't had too many consistent performances. They haven't got too many kills under their belt, but who knows, maybe last 3 games again just could be that kid that waits for the last minute to really put their foot down. But I would have loved to see what's happening so far on the top of the leaderboard. I want to see what the gap is looking like. I want to see what the teams are aiming for, because of course the teams are sort of having to do their own calculations. Their managers or whoever's handling them, they have to do the math and see, all right, this round we need this many kills, we need at least this replacement points. They have to set their expectations, right? There's no reason to go into the games blind, because if you have a goal in mind, it's much easier to execute rather than just praying that you're going to make enough points for that round. I kind of wish praying works, but I think that only works for us fans when we want to send our well wishes to the teams that we're cheering for. But gentlemen, last 3 games, we're about to jump into our 3rd last game of the day. Kalahari, all eyes are going to be on Farang if they're going to be able to breach top 2. Again, eyes are also going to be on the top dogs, AV Radicals and Expand. Are they just going to crush it again? And also, we have to look at the underdogs as well, right? So we had Geek Fam, who's been a little bit slow out the gate today. Maybe they're going to wake up and and actually show that they have something left in the tank? Are there any other teams that we're just sort of waiting for to show signs of life? Because unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Yeah, we most definitely are, right? I mean, Hard to Get is holding on for their dear life to that 6th spot. So Pando EWG
We're looking at a Lion King situation with them, right? Like they're hanging on the edge. They're waiting to try and pull themselves up.
Yeah. And I say 6th spot, but we saw them on the 7th position earlier. Because I think Pando EWG might have faltered a little bit too much. The difference in points there makes me doubt if or not the players of Hard to Get are going to struggle, because I think they could be on equal points with the players of Pando EWG. Hence why we kind of saw a little bit of a difference there. But Hard to Get now, we need to see more hustle from them, because not only do they need to fight for their 6th spot, but they also need to fight to outdo whatever Pando EWG is doing. Yes, Pando kind of bombed out that previous round, but you can't hope and pray for that all the time, because Pando's actually been having quite a good grand finals for themselves.
Yeah, they have had a good grand finals. I mean, Neptune, I think we're going to sit on the Hard to Get boat here. We need to see this team in the next season of the MCPS Majors, right? I think they've been there from the get-go, from the start. It would be so weird to not see them and get this invite.
Yeah.
If you are Hard to Get, what would you really want to be doing for these final 3 games? And I know that you've been following the team extensively. You understand their play style. What's the plan here for Hard to Get?
I would say if Hard to Get can copy what Pando EWG has been doing not for the previous match that we just saw, but for the matches before that. Just be on the safe side, get the placement, and then get the kills. Unfortunately, for Hard to Get, compared to those in the top 5, they're not so much on the accuracy and the kill department. But compared to Pando EWG, who might be in there just on the edge of that top 6 spot, then they can be a little bit more better. If they copy the approach that Pando EWG is doing and do a little bit better in terms of kills, then they might be overtaking that spot already.
All right, looks like we're almost ready to jump into Kalahari here, gentlemen. But before that, we are going to take a look at our top fraggers and the head-to-head. We're going to look at Oren, McRory, and Spark as our top fraggers. And there's a pretty big difference. We got a lot of kills here for Oren, but very efficient. Not so much in the damage department. We're going to switch on over here instead to the head-to-head. So we've got Hard to Get here. We've got Pando EWG. I think production might be listening to us here because we have been talking about them a lot. But we also have Geek Fam, and I think Geek Fam is a really good team to compare these teams against as well, because they were at some point in the same boat as Pando and Hard to Get. They were towards the bottom of the bracket. They struggled. They made the comeback. Hard to Get's made a comeback. Pando's made a comeback. But unfortunately, not everyone can have comebacks for these last 3 games. We know that Hard to Get wants to breach top 6. Pando's trying to avoid dropping from top 6. Geek Fam, if possible, want to try and breach top 2. Again, a very hard task because you're also having to compete with Farang for this. I mean, looking at these 3 teams on the screen here, who do you feel like is going to have a better chance on Kalahari? Who has the better score on this map?
I would say Geek Fam has a better score. Overall in Kalahari, they are second to AV Radicals. So if they continue this on, they might be able to get that booyah.
We'll have to see if they can continue though. Geek Fam has been off the radar still, unfortunately. I mean, why did Geek Fam drop off actually? Because they looked so good yesterday, and then now it's just a name in the wind.
Geek Fam has been in like, if I'm mistaken, from day number 1, so many times that they have been taken down. I think it's twice the bottom of the current standing that they've been in the 12th spot, and most of it in Bermuda. So that's one already. And then once you go into the other maps, they might be in the top or probably in the middle, but not that consistent. So they need to work on their Bermuda consistency and then just bring themselves back up.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to jump into Kalahari here. In 40 seconds, our survivors will be dropping in and trying to rack up those kills, collect those points, and solidify their position on the leaderboard. Neptune, AJ, take it away for match number 6 for day 2 of the grand final.
Thank you very much, Danley and AJ. I mean, we're still expecting that some teams will be making the comeback, and that is Farang here. Though they're not performing that much in Kalahari, but from the past two matches that we've seen, like they are taking back-to-back booyah. So that just brings me back to last season, where it is possible that they can take back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, it's 100% possible for Farang to get this done, right? And we see their performance so much better than yesterday. Yesterday, across 8 matches, Farang only picked up 78 points. But with 3 games to still go, Farang is already picked up 81 points today, outperforming their gameplay of the day before. They just need to keep this up, Neptune. They're the first team in the competition to hit the back-to-back booyah as well, albeit AV Radicals has got 3 booyahs to their name, outshining them. But nobody has been able to bring that back-to-back consistency like what Farang has shown us, and they desperately need to continue doing this, because although they performed decently well earlier on, Expand still survived long enough to keep the gap between them to 29 points, bro. So there's still a lot to work for.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to work for them, and that back-to-back booyah will help them really catapult up. And one thing's for sure, from the last matches that we've seen, even if AV Radicals really didn't do that well compared to Expand, I think they still have the lead, but the gap between them is so close that it might rattle the cages of AV Radicals. Hopefully not so much that they falter in these games.
Let's hope not many falter a little bit too early, and they can have a little bit of time to recover as well. Geek Fam loses Yasta, and Hakim is trying to trade out McRory. Gets halfway through in terms of those shots. Spaz 12 picked up by McRory. CQC, that gun is quite deadly. Hakimi trying to catch up, but I don't know if or not he's aware of what he's signing up for. And Hazik backs him up as well. This is going to be trouble for McRory. And now a flank comes through. Hakimi drops McRory. Fantastic setup by Geek Fam.
Yeah, a little bit of respect dance in here for McRory as a Geek Fam before finishing him off. Yeah, dope right now, putting a little bit more of damage while a phase was just flying in there. And I think with this higher advantage, dope might be able to take 1 or 2 of the members of Geek Fam, but they need to prioritize on picking back or pulling back their teammates into play. Let's Go will be in there, and they need 1 more to complete the squad. But speaking of a squad, earlier we saw AV Radicals, 1 member being taken down. This is the second time that AV Radicals has been knocked down, and they are struggling right now in Kalahari.
Yeah, you aim for that high-tier loot zone. It just drags you all over the map game after game. And this time, it drags you into the home ground of Pando EWG. As usual, the sub gives you that very sweet high ground advantage. Bird's eye view over everybody else. AV has to back away. They've got a vehicle on them, but straight in towards the clutches of Geek Fam, they will ride into if they're not careful. The saving grace here is Geek Fam has already lost 2 players and are not in the best of positions to get aggressive.
Yeah, they will not be getting aggressive. They need to be safe and bring back their teammates, but we'll have to see on how will this work for Geek Fam. On the other hand, we just saw X Esports in the battle, and X Esports some point of winning that gunfight. They just need to be careful as well because they are outside of the compound. Now, Pando EWG is losing the battle against Blacklist, and I think this is bound to happen. It's so many times that Pando EWG has taken this spot, similar to what we've seen and mentioned for Farang, wherein they usually take Refinery, they will be hunted and gunned down, and if someone tries to take over, hot drop them in their dropping zone. If not, they might be dropping near the sub and waiting for Pando EWG to open up their doors before being shut down.
Few more seconds. Doesn't seem like Pando's going to be teased just yet. But Blacklist and Geek Fam are about to get into a tiny little entanglement off screen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We just had a little bit of a sneak peek on that on the minimap before jumping on to this potential engagement where Sem9 might just lose yet another player. Axis Esports in the best position to put an end to Fikri. And as they circle around, that's exactly what we see that could happen to Fikri now. He backs away. Neptune finds the shot. Unfortunate for Fikri, unfortunate for Sem9. They now have just 1 final player to depend on.
Yeah, a little bit of musical chairs, but Neptune missed sitting down. And, well, no, it is Sem9. Fikri missed sitting down. Neptune was able to take that chair against them. It's now one left for Sem9. But Pando EWG, the safe player in here, trying to get more of the placement point, will be challenged by Blacklist. And this is not good for Pando EWG. They have been pushed a little bit too early from the sub, even before the safe zone gets away from that area. And Blacklist is just putting a damage against them. And this is doing well for Blacklist, though.
Yeah.
But we'll have to find out if it can be turned around, because Pando EWG, if they play it safe at some point, just back up from any engagement, wait for the perfect timing, they might be getting a few more of the placement good for their team.
Anxiety looking to end the hopes and dreams of Geek Fam to make it into the Free Fire World Series by stopping them dead in their tracks here. One player taken out of the equation already. You can see Geek Fam respecting their aggression and not going in for that full-on engagement. They back away. Hakimi plays it patiently. Earlier on, Expand managed to nick off a kill from Blacklist as well. That's a little unfortunate for Blacklist, but Dope walks straight into Faiz and his AWM. This sniper is just a little bit too deadly, and it's also the kind of sniper that gets to penetrate those glue walls. Let's Go is going to be in a lot of trouble. Faiz penetrates the first one with a shot, and ZenOP helps him out as Blacklist picks up yet another kill.
Blacklist right now, 5 kills for their team. And though we still have 12 teams remaining, SAF might be another team and another chance for them to be taken down early into the game. And I would really be disappointed. SAF has shown great strides already to pick up the points, but this time for today they have been taken down, like if not 11, 12 most of the time. Not quite sure what's happening in the background for SAF, but it might be a little bit too late for them because they're only left with 3 matches, including this one.
Depends on too late for what, Neptune, you know? I mean, too late to make it for the World Series, maybe, but not too late to get that direct invite to MCPS Majors Season 5. They just need to work their way into the top 6, and also not too late to earn a little bit of extra cash for themselves, man. I mean, from the 7th position onwards, every single time you improve your position, you are going to be getting that extra bit of money in the bag for yourself. And right now, if you look at the overall position of this team, they're not too far away. SAF is in the 9th spot. They need 7 points to catch up with Blacklist, and then another 8 to replace Pando EWG. And we've seen Pando kind of dropping the ball. So it might still be possible.
Yeah, it is possible. But one thing I would say for those, and this might only apply to some. For those getting direct invites, I think the gameplay of those teams are faltering.
Yeah.
They're not getting that much
Except
of experience.
AV and Expand.
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, direct invite you said. My
direct
apologies.
invite, yeah.
Yes.
Because they're not getting that feel of how this season is going with the qualifiers, and those who are qualifying is getting that practice, the warm up, even understanding what new meta is being put out by the other teams. And once they jump in onto the league stages, they have a huge understanding on what's going on. Compared to those on the direct invite, like they can be playing RGs or practicing in scrims, but not to the extent that experiencing the pressure of the tournament, similar to what those qualifiers are doing.
That's the unfortunate part, because you don't have those qualifiers broadcasted, so you can't even do your homework on that. You have to get into like active scrims and all, but the question is who's going to be putting in enough of the time, and whoever who does go in with the time, a smart play with an ice grenade by Fura, and Mag 7 combo in there, manages to catch the guy, but ZenOP he traps him inside with a glue wall, and ZenOP circles around, but God Toby's right there. Chessman finishes it off with a car.
Blacklist International taken down in there. The code has been broken, and they will be sitting this one out. Fire, on the other hand, great host for them, but unfortunately, it's Pando EWG who's taking them down. Too bad as well as Spade. Only 2 members remaining. Manchai will be taken down as well, and might be able to balance them, but not so much, as Expand is also in here near the area. So we'll have to see if Pando EWG will be able to accept the challenge. But the challenge has been offered this time by Axis Esports. So I think it's because of the revive that has been done, they were able to get away from where their teammates has fallen.
Good backup by Tua. just holding the players of Axis Esports back, whereas the rest of them are focusing on the revival of their downed member, Manchai. Manchai is absolutely crucial for Pando EWG to make a better standing possible for themselves at the grand finals here. Once again, Pando is sitting down in the 7th place, behind Hard to Get and Toda. And obviously, they want to continue rising up. They want to guarantee that 6th place for themselves. Pando EWG, not too far away from that at all. But Neptune drops Monito. Monito taken out of the equation. Good shots. And that headshot with that AC-80, just a little bit too sweet. Tuas sprays down Shy. Smart play. Raf for the backup this time round. And made it in 7 inside of the time turner. Picks his brother right back up. Raf runs away. And his HP not ducked away at all. Neptune takes Shahid out accidentally.
Well, we have 3 members remaining in there. Shahid will be picked up. On the other side, Sem9 will be taken down there by Hard to Get. And, well, we'll have to see if Hard to Get will be able to get the points needed to take that top 6. Pando EWG is already struggling right here. If they get a lot of points from this match, they might be the one in there covered up on that top 6 spot. And it will only be visible later on once the game finished, as well as the results has been shown. But EWG right now, they're not their usual ways in a safe play. They are going for the early engagement and they are losing it.
Yeah, man, that's just bad positioning by JC, but I don't think they could have helped themselves out in any other way. They were trying to get into a better spot. Hey, Hazik, what are you doing in this corner, friend? Gets sprayed down by Chessman. Max 7, too good. Hazik can continue staring at the wall at the lobby, as the rest of the players of Anxiety control this particular lobby. Quite a massive number of kills on their side. And like we talked about, Anxiety might not be in the best of positions on the overall leaderboard. They are dead last, but they've got still a lot to work for, Neptune.
Yeah, a lot to work for to get an increase of prize pool. So they need to work on it. And they're doing right now 8 points already on in terms of kills. Good placement. Possibly because of the performance that they're doing, but a lot of teams, as well as being safe, they're playing safe. And I'm talking about AV Radicals. Not so much of an engagement is happening right now, apart from what we're seeing right now of the chase of AV Radicals and Anxiety. But like AV Radicals, they're just getting for that placement. They don't want to be aggressive enough. Though I know we asked for them to be that radical team. But they want to make sure that they get that number 1 spot, not risking it to give it up for Expand.
This is just a very crucial moment. Chessman gets tagged up by the grenade. Lucky for Anxiety, he doesn't get taken down. But Ice Grenade now, no, Time Turner instead gets brought up. Kanoho. His head will be protected by the time turner, but that's not going to matter. Wine drops Fura like his hot. Ritu straights Kanoho out right after Wine gets taken out of the equation. Chessman goes down as well. Ritu's is on fire. This guy back-to-back on the sleigh. Wine gets picked right back up onto his feet. Ritu's inside of the time turner. Doesn't need to do much at all. Kanoho out of the equation. God Toby, final survivor on the side of Anxiety. Lots of kills early game, but can they continue to survive? If they get taken out now, that's the 10th spot. Barely any placement points there, Neptune.
I mean, God Toby really needs to pray this time that AV Radicals will be moving out or probably distracted by a different team, as we can see in this scene right now. Farang from above, Todak on the other side, Expand not too far behind. And if the gunshots ensues from that area, it might be the saving grace for God Toby, but not so much as Redus just jumps in and takes him down. Number 10 spot will be taken by Anxiety.
It is AV Radicals now. 7 kills already. They want to make sure Expand does not catch up with that number 1 spot. They want to make sure they are the ones that get the direct invite to the Free Fire World Series Bangkok 2022. That's just gonna be an absolute accomplishment. Not only do they get the direct invite to the grand finals, but they'll just be the first Filipino team to get that done. Neptune, this is history in the making. And they don't really have a huge lead. 8 points between them and Expand, which means Expand can turn things around in this matchup in itself. Yes, they are the top 2, but, you know, fighting for that number 1 spot is crucial. You do not want to go to the play-ins.
Yeah, I would agree. And that is one reason as well why Expand will need to make do off of the points in here. They need to go for survivability as well.
Yeah.
And as we can see the placement, it's like both of these teams has divided this map, this safe zone, for like as their territory. AV Radicals will be on one side, Expand will be on the other side, and if this continues on, it will be a close battle once again on that 1 and 2 spot. So it's either Farang takes down Expand right here, right then, or AV Radicals will be taken down. But the way I'm looking at it, AV Radicals will not be going down that easily because they're close to the safe zone as well, and no engagement happening just across them.
Pando down and out already in the 7th spot. Chill down on the ground, all thanks to Hard Again. Returns their fire, but not enough to eliminate them from the equation just yet. Double grenade can get this done from up top. Farang has the opportunity to snuff them out, and now Expand rushes straight in towards Jespu. Time Turner pulled out. Jespu's plays the game of survival, but Cobra to strike in, too hot in there as usual with those CQCs.
Cobra is in there, taken down. Expand will be left on number 6, and Farang once again, survivability at his finest. But with 3 members, it's very difficult for them to survive, especially with AV Radicals rushing and knocking on their door. 1 down already. 2 bad will be in there, but the pickup, a quick pickup in there for Gemba. But here comes Redus shooting them up, and Tanamo will be responded by 2 bad turnaround, and Redus finished them off.
Yeah, Tanamo back on his feet. Farang eliminated, all thanks to Tanamo. As soon as he stood right back up, pops them with the grenade launcher. That's gonna be the difference maker in the final circle. Expand out of the equation. This is that opportunity for AV Radicals to once again put a huge lead between themselves as well as that number 2 spot. Expand's not gonna be able to catch up. Not now. Maybe not even in the next game. Toda playing the game of survival. Toda wants to continue catching up with Geek Fam. They're 22 points behind them, but Kid Apes goes down. Pedro, final survivor. Tanamo backs out, and yet another player from the side of Toda. Final survivor. White eats him up. 19 kills, and the players of AV Radicals get the 4th booyah of the finals.
The best match, the best number of kills that AV Radicals has had for this grand finals. Yesterday they have 18, and that's in Purgatory. This time they jump in Kalahari, broke their own record, 19 kills for this team, and a lot more to offer for AV Radicals.
AV friggin' Radicals, man. What a play. You guys cheer yourselves on. It's not just the grand finals of the MCPS Majors Season 4. It's all about the qualifiers for the Free Fire World Series in Bangkok, Thailand. Can AV Radicals make history? Can they make the region proud by not only qualifying, but also showing up strong at the World Series later on? The fight is not over just yet. Expand has an opportunity to replace them from that number 1 spot, but this just went from hard to supremely difficult, Neptune, because of what AV Radicals have done in this match, and also because Expand got kind of expired a little bit too early in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Expand was just caught off guard in there in the battle earlier, and that is one thing that we pointed out before they started engaging. Expand really needs to be a little bit safe, get those kills from afar, but unfortunately, the placement that they have up north compared to AV Radicals, wherein it's clear from the side of AV Radicals, they can go ahead and, or probably wait. AV Radicals has a chance to wait or go ahead into the engagement. Expand, on the other hand, has no choice. They will be pushed and will be taken down one at a time, thus taken out early in this game. But let's welcome back Dan and Lee in here, and let's think what she thinks about the game.
I think we're looking at an obvious here. A team that is almost guaranteed a spot at the Free Fire World Series. I mean, they have just pushed the lead. I think, 19 kills at the end of that game with the booyah.
I mean, AV Radicals, talk about making history for themselves, talk about being that beacon of hope for the rest of the Filipinos. And, they sent out a simple message. They sent out a simple message that says, never give up, keep trying, and try your hardest, right? That's what they've been doing season after season under different names, but the team stuck together and they've built themselves up so well. I cannot think of a better team to represent the Philippines, and AV Radicals have been so consistent in here so far. Not just represent the Philippines, but represent our region as a whole. I think we found one of the best candidates to really get the job done out there a little bit later on. But we're not just going to have the Filipinos get it done, right? Expand still stands a strong chance. And if not Expand, it's going to be Farang. None of the rest of the Filipinos are primed to make it a double Philippines, access into the World Series. So we might just see, for the first time, Malaysia and Philippines get in there together.
Hand in hand, representing our region at Worlds. Man, we're thinking a little bit too far ahead, okay? So we'll do the Worlds talk a
How's
little bit
that too
later
far?
on.
It's 2 matches away.
That's what I was gonna say. It's 2 matches away, but
Yeah.
the event itself is also next month, okay? So
Yeah.
just calm down a little bit, right? Just let's save the excitement for the actual event, because I think the actual event is going to be a banger, a bombing event, whatever you want to describe it as. Stupid puns. Right, so we've still got 2 more games to go, right? And of course, we could be looking at, we're guaranteed basically a Malaysian representative in that second spot.
Yeah.
Now, the likely candidate is going to be Expand,
Yes.
but there is a teeny tiny chance that it might not be Expand. Now, I say it's teeny tiny because generally speaking, the team has been doing okay recently. It was just in this game, they definitely did drop out pretty early, right? It's early in Expand standards. And if you're like a team and you're in a position such as them, where you are going to consistently drop in the last couple games, you're giving an opportunity for your competitors to potentially take your spot in Worlds, to take your spot in second place. So I'm hoping that they evaluate their position after this game and think, okay, guys, we tried a little bit too hard. We got to calm it down. We got to make sure that we make it into those final circles, grab the kills after we have locked in our insurance plan. The insurance plan being those placement points.
Yeah.
But 30 revivals, gentlemen. I think this is the most revivals we have seen in a single round. And because you have more revivals, you get more kills. 67 total kills.
I mean, it's because of the pressure of the game. Right? The teams really need to catch up. They are hungry for those points. So, as we've seen earlier, they need to complete the squad. I think it's AV Radicals who has been taken one after the other. And that was Tanamo who has taken out early and then Wine later on. That's 2 revival already from the first few minutes of this game. So with that pressure coming from the team, especially for those who are maintaining their place or trying to catch up, they will chug out a lot of revives.
Yeah, we got Ritus here for the MVP for this round. 8 kills to his name. I mean, someone's going to think like 1,500 damage. That's not a big deal. It kind of is. If you have low damage, high kills, you are getting those kills. You are stealing those kills from somebody. But ultimately, you are guaranteeing those kills for your team. So Ritus, MVP, yes, maybe 26.8% accuracy, but so what? If at the end of the day, you're getting those last hits, that's all that matters. But so far, gentlemen, it looks like maybe AV Radicals are going to finish the tournament with a bang. They're going to say that, hey, we're going to hog all of the points. We're going to go back to classic AV, grab the kills, take the booyahs. You're going to have to fight for whatever's left. This is going to be taxing on the rest of the competition because they can't let AV Radicals play like this. They can't let them just take all those points because everyone has their own goals. They've got their own places that they're trying to hit. You've got teams trying to take second place. You've got teams trying to qualify for top 6. You've got teams trying to get a higher placement because these teams are still competing for prize money at the end of the day. It could be an extra 500 USD just if you're able to snap up a couple extra points. So enough with the AV Radicals talk. We're going to talk about everyone else that kind of needs these last couple points in these last 2 games. So what storylines are going to be the most important here?
I think it is the access towards the top 6. And desperately, we need to see some of these teams make their climb up because yes, you are fighting for the money, but you're also fighting for that invitation into that Season 5 MCPS Majors. But kind of looking at how the teams that get the qualifiers access into MCPS is doing so much better, I don't know if the direct invite is a plus point anymore or not, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that earlier because they are sitting out the qualifiers. They're not getting that feel of how the engagement is happening within the qualifiers. So it's like exercise. You're sitting that out, and once you get into the heat, the battle towards the league stages and grand finals, like you're struggling to keep your muscles up. So I think that's what's happening for the direct invites.
I mean, personally, I still feel that getting a direct invite is good, though. It depends on how your team uses the direct invite.
Yeah.
So there are going to be teams that say, oh, we've got a direct invite, let's just wait for the tournament. Then you're going to get other teams that say, hey, we've got a direct invite, we're guaranteed to play this tournament, let's start training and scrimming now before the tournament begins. So I still think there's definitely a place for direct invites. Like, teams that get it absolutely deserve it. It ultimately comes down to how they use the direct invite and if they're able to keep up with the competition, because even though you get a direct invite, it doesn't mean you're going to be better than everybody. There's always going to be a chance for new blood to come into the scene, and that new blood may just be better than you. Sometimes you just have to bite the bullet and say that, hey, I mean, we did good last season, but this team, these are new guys, but these new guys are kicking our butts. Yeah, we got to keep up with these guys. And it's good too. You get a mix of new blood, you get a mix of old blood. At the end of the day, you get the best free fire possible. And because these teams are playing each other, they're getting better and better, which means the people that play against these guys in pubs will also get better. It's an amazing way of sharing knowledge in the scene. But very quickly, we've got our overall standings here. 1 to 6, we cannot see this, so totally fine. But we might have a couple statsmen here that could probably help us out. What is the gap between 6th and 7th place? Do we have those numbers?
1 point.
I'm still surprised to see.
Still calking.
No, I'm actually surprised to see, hard to get kind of struggle a tad bit in here, because you would have expected them to kind of just make their rise into the top 6 already. Pando, EWG, if you look at their performance, it was just decent. 7 points. That wasn't a lot for them to kind of just go and fight against. But Hard to Get seems to be struggling a tad bit, which might just become a problem. Or, it could just be something that's wrong with the overall leaderboard. Because I thought Hard to Get did quite decently early on.
I think they started a little bit slow, but I want to know, what's the gap, right? Like, how close is Hard to Get from actually scraping up against EWG's heels? We don't have those numbers. Maybe production will let us know. I can try and squeeze it out of them and I can add it to the discussion. But if it's only 10 points, then all it takes is one team to crash or one team to do amazing to take that spot away, because at the end of the day, it's still top 6.
Yeah.
It's only 1 point. It's only 1 point between Pando EWG and Hard to Get. That
1
is
point.
that's 1 point.
Oh my gosh.
So 2 points needed by Hard to Get to take that number 6 spot. And just praying, crossing our fingers that Pando EWG will not fall down that easily on the next map.
Oh my goodness. This is actually crazy. So it could be either team to get top 6 there. I'm not going to ask for 5th because I feel like that might ruin the leaderboard and we could be in for a bit of a surprise. But very quickly, we are going to go for a quick commercial break, folks. So just a recap for all the games that have happened thus far. So we had Pando, AB Radicals, Expand, and Farang to claim our first 4 booyahs of the day. And then for our second round of maps, we had Farang claiming their second booyah and AB Radicals getting their second booyah for today. We've got 2 more maps to go. 2 more before we close out the grand finals. We crown our champion. We say farewell to our top 2 teams who'll be flying to Bangkok for the World Series. And we're also going to say congratulations to the top 6 teams that we're going to be seeing during the next season of the MCPS Majors Season 5. Yes, we are Season 4 now. Next season, Season 5. We've had 5 seasons of MCPS. Phenomenal.
I know, right?
So the big storyline here is whether or not it's going to be EWG or hard to get to qualify for next season.
Yeah.
1 point difference between these teams either landing in 6th and 7th place. If they're doing the math, they've got to be sweating bullets. They have to be speaking strats. They might even have to concoct a plan to just hot drop each other and say, if we hot drop and we eliminate them, as long as one of our players survive, that's all that matters. I think they'd be absolutely A-okay. All right, gentlemen, I think it's time for us to have a quick break. Our viewers will have a break as well. As always, do whatever you need to do, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes for the last 2 games of the grand finals. We'll see you.
Eliminated as Geekfam continues to survive. The king has returned.
And will be the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the Booyah for
Who
round 5.
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And in fact, that's far with the Booyah.
as Geekfam continues to survive. The king has returned.
And will be the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with the Booyah for round
Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
And in fact, that's far with the Booyah.
Geek Fam continues to survive. The king has returned.
Only the champions, Geek Fam.
And Cobra wins it out. Blacklist International with a booyah for
Who
round five.
managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International.
Hello, survivors! Welcome back to the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4 Grand Final. It is the last 2 games of the Grand Final weekend, which means last 2 games to rack up points and to potentially climb or fall down the leaderboard because everything is now officially on the line. Neptune, AJ, we're going to be going on to Purgatory in just a second and wrapping up on Alpine. I think for anyone that's just tuning into the broadcast, let's quickly wrap things up for them and explain what's the current situation for the leaderboard. So let's start from the top. What's going on with the top leaderboard?
AV Radicals, as usual, domination at its purest. They've got a 32-point lead on Expand, who are dead in that second spot because this next 2 games really is do or die for Expand. They need to win. They need to strike that booyah. They need to secure massive number of kills to replace AV Radicals in that number 1 place, or else they are going to be in the play-ins and not at the grand final straight up in terms of a qualifier. They also have to do really well because Farang's just behind them. Farang needs 25 points to replace the players of Expand in that second spot. So I guess goal number 1 of replacing Expand is technically secondary when it comes to staying away from Farang, because that is now priority number 1. Because if they allow Farang to catch up, then it's a GGWP. They don't even make it to the Free Fire World Series. But if you think about it, just aiming to get that number 1 spot can also allow them to stay away from Farang. So I guess that's an option.
Plenty of options. And then Neptune, talk us through the situation here for top 6, because apparently the race is very close.
Yeah. So apologies earlier, I said though it's only 1 point, but I think from our recalculation, it's 5 points that hard to get really needs to get to the top 6. And it's like, it's not that difficult, but as we see the movement of both Pando, EWG as well as hard to get, they're moving at the same pace. So hopefully one of this is either faltering or moving a little bit faster to take over to change that spot on number 6.
All right, looks like we're almost ready to jump here into Purgatory, but we are going to take a look at our rushes here from AV, Radicals, Farang, and Expand. We've got Ritus, Jezbu, and Cobra. These are our top 3 performing teams for today. Farang sort of came out of nowhere, and they are looking to replace Expand. But looking at the numbers here, I mean, these guys have done a lot of work. Ritus focusing more on getting those last hits, whereas if you take a look at Cobra, this guy he does so much damage. He's always in the front lines for his team. I'm always hearing AJ screaming Cobra's name whenever there's a fight happening and Expand is rushing in. I mean, if you could pick a rusher on your team, who would you want? Would you want someone that locks in those kills for you, or do you want someone like Cobra to actually grab the damage?
You want everything, ma'am. You need to have all rounders. But of course, you can't. Yes, you need everything, but you can't expect one player to do everything. You've got to have that perfect team composition, which I do believe Expand does have, which I do believe AV Radicals has perfected on their side. And yes, AV Radicals is one of the most perfect beings that you can ask for if you are out there on the battlefield. This guy is an annihilator. His decision making is absolutely sound. If he's the final survivor on your team, the rest of them on the ground, you can still smile and chill around if you're on the team of Expand, because he'll save you. He'll probably win out all of the gunfights first.
Yeah, don't put your phone down, is what AJ's saying. Keep hold of it. Don't put it down. You're not done and dusted. Neptune, we're looking at our head-to-head before we jump into this game here. SAF, GeekFam, and Farang. Now, we did see a bit of a fall here for SAF. These guys haven't really shown up since yesterday. GeekFam as well, slowly dropping down, but we're seeing the rise of Farang Last two maps, what are the chances of SAF and GeekFam being able to pick up some good points here? What are their map stats here?
Well, picking up good points, SAF still has a good chance, but what's at risk at getting the good point? It's just getting in on number 8 spot. For Farang, it's a chance to go for that number 2 spot, where it's only 25 points, as AJ mentioned, and double that would be GeekFam's chance. So it's far apart from between these two teams, and hopefully the good run for like either one of them within this group will be happening, or within these matches will be happening for them to catch up on the points.
Right, gentlemen, 20 seconds before we jump into Purgatory here. Let's see some S-Class Free Fire as these teams scramble to pick up their points before we close out the season here for the MCPS Majors Season 4. 5 seconds to go. I'm going to pass it over to AJ and Neptune. Gentlemen, take it away for match number 7.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on into Purgatory, you guys brought up the right team to bring into conversation, and that's SAF. They have been quite decent on Purgatory so far in the competition, especially in the first match of yesterday as well as today. Yesterday, we saw them pick up 18 points. Today, the first match at Purgatory, SAF ended up with 16. A surprising round filled with kills for this team. They're quite decent when it comes to the Purgatory engagement. But the question is, can they now keep this up, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, if they can maintain the gameplay that they have, not too aggressive, wait for the mid game to the late game, and it has been done. Pando EWG did the same thing, and they racked up 100 points, making them on the top 6. So SAF, hopefully it's not too late for them, and also they need to work on their communication, because so far, for the early engagement that's happening for SAF, communication is a little bit lost because 1 or 2 members will be left behind, and they are also spread apart. So we'll have to see how will this work this time. As we can see, Blacklist right now is in the battle, and it is Pando EWG being taken down by Blacklist. But on the other side, I think all other battles also is happening.
See if all of these skirmishes can end up well for Anxiety, who has been giving us anxiety, man. I mean, Deadlast yesterday, Deadlast still in here today. They're the one team who haven't really made headway towards the top just yet. And now God Toby gets knocked down by the one and only Spade. Too bad, shuts down Fura. Off screen, Expand finds the players of Hard to Get have been struggling to catch up with Pando EWG, but like you said, Neptune, not a lot between H2G and Pando EWG, so they cannot falter too early.
Yeah, it's more of the location that they'll be picking, not only the draw points, but the rotation that they will take. They should understand, especially for the island below where Central, Fire Brigade, as well as Lumber Mill is. It's understandable 3 teams is already taking that. And the respect between these 3 teams is so big that all the 3 teams might be pushing towards the next safe zone alive and kicking. No early engagement between all this. And if you understand that, you will avoid any rotation within that area. Probably go up north so that you'll survive a little bit longer in these games.
Farang, 3 kills up, and they are aiming for an overall 25 points more than Expand. That is the condition for them to make it into the Free Fire World Series. That's the condition for them to all earn that flight ticket to fly into Bangkok, Thailand, and play the best game of Free Fire for themselves. Question is this too late, Neptune?
Well, depending on the situation, they missed that opportunity already on Kalahari, and that is their best map, but they did survive a little bit further, but not that booyah. We're expecting them to get the back-to-back booyah that brings them closer to that number 2 spot, but with this pushback for them, it becomes more difficult because other teams are better in the succeeding maps.
And SAF, on the other hand, they spot out the players of GeekFam. Hard to Get catches SAF from the back as well. So this one player on the side of SAF just kind of traveled a little bit too far. Hard to Get punishes him. Hard to Get also finds the players of Anxiety. I just did multiple engagements, super confusing as teams are splitting up prematurely on the battlefield, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably because of the revive that needs to be done, and then they will be caught off guard right now. But a challenge in here, good backstab coming from SAF, and hard to get right now. Now that was hard to get. It goes for the backstab. Anxiety is getting anxiety once again. The moment that the teammates has been brought back earlier, he has been left alone, and this time again, so lonely.
Oh, yeah.
He's Mr. Lonely, but Viewer be shut down and chased down. Anxiety will definitely be lonely on 12th spot.
I mean, 5 kills already. They must be ecstatic. Pando EWG currently just a single point picked up. So you gotta be happy if you are H2G. You want that top 6. You gotta work for it. Pando EWG obviously will be trying to make it difficult for them. So 2 conditions to be met here by H2G. They need to get the massive amount of points, and they need Pando EWG to get snuffed out early. Pando, let's not get into a fight. H2G, on the other hand, just keeps finding kill after kill after kill. 6 kills already. They are on fire in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing they're not taking my advice of being safe. They are doing well in the slays. I mean, if they take that advice, they will not be engaging. They will be taking that trigger discipline, and they will not be able to catch up with the points early as this one. Wherein Pando EWG is always safe in the gameplay. They wait for not even mid-game, like towards the last game before they get into the engagement. Thus, good chance for them for the placement points. This is a good investment for hard to get to counter what Pando EWG is doing. Its contrast between these two teams can change or make the difference with the result later on.
Toda, what a beautiful drift by Pedro, and drops off Spark like a beautiful Bollywood movie. Pedro now jumps into the time turner. Hakimi runs away. Pedro says hello and backs away at the opportune moment. Can he pick Spark up? There's a glue wall blocking him away. Hakimi hits a 1v2. Pedro still standing up alive. Apis from the left-hand side drops him like it's hot. And now we've got a little bit of backup coming through. Ames, can he drive straight through the 2 players on the side of Geek Fam? Yasta takes Chill out of the equation, and I think this might just be the end of the road, but Aim says no, I'll play the game of survival, drives straight towards that revival point.
Get in to be the last guy surviving once again, but it was good start. Aviation is good for Todak, but that not really in the execution. Farron right now putting in a little bit of damage, and hard to get will be on the receiving end. Forbids will be in there. I think this is played as a bait, but Batman will not be going for that, but Batman will be reviving one of their teammates. Good hit coming from Yadop right now, expecting that someone will be in there, and Batman will be out.
Hard to get. Earlier on, when they hopped into Purgatory, they found it hard to get any points at all. 0 is what they ended up with. This time around, they've gotten 6, but also early engagements leads them straight in towards Farang, and now Farang has got them in their chokehold. SAFI, good knockdown, but McRory drops Ritus instead. Hawkeye down on the ground. No slays coming through just yet. McRory manages to finish that off. Wine runs away as quickly as he can. Ramiel returns fire. SAF versus AB Radicals. If AB Radicals goes down now, Expand will praise and thank and love SAF for the rest of their lives.
But they need to make do with the points as well. But with the points that is between them, 2 matches, it is possible for Expand to do that. So hopes are still there, but hopefully not so much that they can take down AV Radicals that easily. Geek Fam on the other hand is being taken down. Hakimi is in the dance, but Sem9 will be taken down, and the rivalry continues. Ends here, but they still have to see if it continues on the last match. So far, I think when we check the scores, Geek Fam is in the lead in that matchup.
You know, Geek Fam is playing for a lot of money in here. Geek Fam's currently in the 4th place, and they are aiming for Farang's heads. Farang is in the 3rd spot, and if you can bump yourself up from the 4th place into 3rd, you get an extra, man. You get a bonus of $2,500 US. Neptune, that's a lot of money just for a upgrade of 1 placement.
I mean, you just doubled what you'll be getting in there on that 4th spot, and I think Geek Fam really wants that, and who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Especially if you're that close. But speaking of close, hard to get Jay-Z right now, a little bit too close against Todak, and here comes the dance. The backstab will not work because of that glue wall, and Kid A Ames aims him down. Shut down for hard to get.
And Thoda's right back in it. Kid Ames with a crucial victory in terms of that gunfight. And the moment he takes down his opponent, the rest of the team is brought right back in. Thoda has got a second chance in here to make it back into this matchup. But let's look at what Thoda is playing for. Thoda is looking to catch up with Geek Fam. And not just literally in this match because they're outside of the circle. Next compound held on by Geek Fam on the overall leaderboard. Thoda is in the 5th place. Just 10 points behind Geek Fam, Neptune. And, you know, currently, Thoda has got $2,000 in the bag already. If they can replace Geek Fam, they get a bonus of 500. Dude, every single placement you change up, there's money involved here, right? So pride obviously on the table, but everybody wants a little bit of extra pocket money.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? And if you're able to do that, then why not? Especially not only Todak. I mean, it's a similar story with Pando EWG against Todak. I mean, it's an increase of $500 if they get that one up on the level. So a lot is on the line right now. I know we're talking about money, but it's not just that. They are, the money is a plus in here, the prestige of taking the spot. And even for Pando EWG going against and beating Todak in there on that spot, taking out one of the team who went in onto the play-ins of the world stage is a huge achievement overall.
I have to agree with that statement, man. It is definitely a huge achievement. Pando EWG, hard to get, have done their job already. They've managed to pick up, what, 6-7 points? Oh, expand. They expand the chances of Thoda. Therefore, Geek Fam can rest easy. Thoda's not going to be hunting them down. But Pando EWG, will they get annihilated supremely early here? Because if they do, hard to get, gets that 6th spot. Pando EWG loses their position for the direct invite. But Manchai, great shutdown onto Apis, manages to get that knock and then quick elimination with the Max 7. Yasta trades out View. This is Geek Fam with the 3 players hunting down the players of Eastern Wolves Gang. And Pando EWG makes a defensive run away. And now they've got that lower ground. Monito, View, they all stack up. The watchtower taken out by Manchai. Hazik from afar, but he can't do much damage just yet. Backs away from that gunfight as Hakimi goes down. This is Pando EWG. Rady stepping up. Hazik eliminated. And how did that happen? Axis as well as Expand, they get involved with that fight.
Well, that was a quick turnaround. I was surprised on how Pando EWG just turned the table against Geek Fam, but surprise, surprise, you won't last that long. We will take you down, and we're so close in ending this match. Only 16, and we're only not even the 12-minute mark.
Expand, looking for that number 1 spot. They don't want the play-ins, they want that invite directly to the grand finals. Neptune runs away, Vegeta backs away, but X-Roy says, say hello to my little Groza. Nade comes flying on through, bounces off the glue wall. What a defense, X-Roy. Groza on for the pop still. Axel has the AWM. Neptune goes down. Cobra CQC, too spicy. And the players of Axis just can't handle Expand.
Axis right now is being brought to their knees. Neptune will be taken down. Vegeta right now. Good getaway on the vehicle. Raph will be surviving as well from the farther side, but not seen on this area. So I think Raph might be the one in trouble as Vegeta gets away into the clutches of Farang, who's just waiting onto the edge of the safe zone.
Oh, Ref can do a lot of damage, brother. He has got the grenade launcher, but Jembal has got the exact same thing. Jembal gets tagged up. Jembal can return fire. Does not take the initiative just yet. He backs away. Goes on towards the right-hand side of his glue wall. Jembal, can he go in for the pop? He just decides to run together with the 2 bads back up here. Axis esports right in front of them, just trying to pile on the pressure. Spade from afar. Can't back them up just yet. The players of Axis being super annoying. Expand, on the other hand, takes on SAF. X-Roy alongside Too Fast. Grenade launcher goes in for the pop. Hawkeye down on the ground. Let's go. Expanded as well. And SAF holds nothing against Team Expand. 8 kills in here so far. They ain't slowing down. They're picking up that pace, Neptune.
Yeah, I know the only guy remaining in here going against 4 members of Expand, and they will be expanding their search. Yado might be seen and shot down by Cobra, and there goes the hit. Cobra is not just good in close range battle, but also in the long range, and this proves it. 10 points already for Expand, and we are left with 5, AJ.
Yeah, this monster's on fire, but AV Radicals still alive and kicking, and as long as AV Radicals is alive, Team Expand is is not going to be able to catch up easily. AV Radicals, 2 kills in here so far. Expand has the advantage, but overall on the leaderboard, AV Radicals has a 32-point lead, Neptune. That's going to be a lot to catch up with. AV Radicals needs to go down now if Expand wants that number 1 spot.
But the only team who's close to them is Blacklist International. But on the other side, AV Radicals will be shooting down Expand and taking them from this chase. X-Roy surviving because of not a glue wall, but a huge boulder between them.
What a beautiful layering of glue walls. AV Radicals had nothing on Expand. Expand makes it way through the battlefield straight up in front of the faces of AV Radicals now to take this fight. What a setup, Expand. That's the best teamwork I've seen out of the team so far. Back to back, they back each other up. And now X-Roy needs to circle around. Groza in hand. Fies pulls that distraction, but that's not something that they have to be distracted with just yet. Blacklist can punish the players of Expand. Miro just needs to step out with the AC-80. Wine has the LMG. Lots of bullets in that mag to go in for the God's praise. Fies rides his bike straight towards the players of Expand. That's the kind of distraction you will pay a high price for. And Axel drops him like his heart with the AWM.
Fanos not slowing down, kills after kills, even with the distraction of Blacklist International. And we are going to see in a bit how well can they defend themselves against AV Radicals. Just waiting for this battle to end. AV Radicals in there taking a Farang, and it is now being left with a few team. And we're seeing sides of Axis on the other side. It's only Rap remaining. Axel going in for the final kill, and there go on number 5, Blacklist International.
One more. Oh, beautiful knock. Can he get Vegeta as well? Through the haystack. Axel, AWM. My God, this monster. Axel's on fire. 8 kills so far. Wine pulls out the time turner. X-Roy brings the charge buster straight up to him. Ritus tries to trade him out. Wine goes down onto the ground. It's a 2v2. Ritus Ramiel going up against Axel and Cobra. Best CQC player in the game. It's going to be the one and only Cobra. But the recovery, they bring Wine back. Wine can be that perfect equalizer against Cobra. And it's now just the Axel. Long range combat specialist. 1v2, throws in the grenade. Axel, can he get this bag? He doesn't hit anything. Ritus with the M1887. Axel, can you survive? Ritus with a backstab. AV Radicals picks up another booyah for themselves. 5 in the grand finals in total, Neptune.
Oh my goodness, and I was worried in there on how well Expand just rushes in against AV Radicals, but AV Radicals, I think they had the momentum already from the previous matches that they went into, still at it and on fire. They prioritize on the pickup before going for the rush, and that is the discipline that we've seen them. They are improving match after match, and they're not that aggressive, though when they get aggressive, they get those kills.
AV Radicals, radical team. And the only condition that Expand needed to meet was to go berserk in this fight to get all the way into the final circle, pick up as many points as possible to cut down the distance between themselves as well as AV Radicals. But the second condition was AV Radicals needed to bust out of that game super early, but they didn't. They kept the pace up. The only difference between AV as well as Expand was the number of kills picked up, because Expand just went berserk in that matchup. They were just annihilating team after team, player after player. Yes, they're going to catch up just a little bit, but the distance between Expand and AV Radicals, can it now be shut down? Can it be closed with just one game to go at Alpine, where both of these teams usually perform tremendously well, Neptune?
Yeah, I mean, it gets me nervous, especially as a lot is at stake in here. I mean, once you jump in to play, either way, AV Radicals or Expand, as you keep mentioning earlier, Expand doesn't want to go into play-ins because there's a risk of you not jumping in on the world stage, on the final battle, similar to what happened from the previous season. So I'm a little bit worried for both teams right now, especially on how much is at stake and also how they are performing right now. It's well, but it's because it's so well between these two teams that it can go either way. But Daniel, welcome back to the panel. And what do you think about the games and expectation for the Alpine map?
I sat there and I thought Expand was going to get the VR. And okay, so I had some mixed opinions in that final fight. they tried to go for the revive. I'm wondering if they didn't go for the revive, could it have been different?
Yes.
Because that was basically a free knock. I thought it was a very questionable decision. Again, maybe they thought they had an opening, enough time to just get the pickup, and maybe they could have actually gone in for the attack, but it's just not enough time. They miscalculated. There was a free knock essentially for AV Radicals, and then it was basically a 1v2, 1v3 situation. So look, you can tell it right now. I'm cheering for Expand because these guys are working hard in these last 2 games. They are working extremely hard. I think they ended that round with 19 kills.
Yes, around there, yes.
So they got second place, which is 9 plus 19. That's a lot of points. They could have had 3 more points. They could have. Ooh.
I mean, the worst case scenario in that particular fight was they don't get a single pick off of AV Radicals and then they just get wiped out. But that wasn't the case. They did manage to trade out 2 players on the side of AV. So to a certain degree, they did manage to kind of close that gap a little bit more. But without the Booyah, you lose the 3 bonus points.
Right.
2 final survivors there technically means you lost that opportunity to pick up 2 extra kill points. That's 5 lost points for Expand. That's not what they are worried about. What they have to be concerned about with the fact that AV Radicals, that little cockroach, just refuses to die. And every single time they get into that final circle, they find them there. AV Radicals has just been so annoying to Expand throughout the whole competition. But what did we see at the league stage? Towards the very end, Expand caught up. But I don't know if the Cinderella story is going to be possible once again here at the Grand Finals, as we only have 1 more game left then.
Yeah, completely different situation, right? During the league stage, it was a weekend for Expand to catch up, right? This is 1 game. There's a lot on the line right now. I don't think any of us have the numbers yet, so we will do the calcs a little bit later on. But I think once we do get a picture on what this gap is looking like, then we can start setting the expectations, right? Like how many points do you need if you're Expand to catch up? How many points do you need to equalize? And then, of course, if you're AV Radicals, how many points do you need to get to actually be within a safe zone, right? Because for them, the goal isn't to get every point on the map. It's not necessary as long as they can create a big enough gap where it's impossible for Expand to be able to close the gap. Now, the other storyline, of course, we are talking about the top here. Down towards the bottom, we did see a couple of shenanigans happen, right? So we had this hard to get an EWG situation. What's going on down here, folks?
I mean, Neptune, it was super close earlier. It's just unfortunate how that ended.
Yeah, I mean, with the ending in there, I think Hard to Get had a better chance in points against Pando EWG, and with how close it ended as well, it will be very close. If not, a turnaround might have been done.
I'm just curious to see who ends it because, again, we're going on to Alpine. It's the last map. It's your last chance. This is the deadline. You gotta hand in your homework. You can't not submit. It's top 6. It's going to guarantee a spot for these teams to the next season of the MCPS Majors. Oh my goodness, my blood's pumping. I'm not even playing. I'm a spectator, right? I can't imagine how the players are feeling, especially for the ones that are so close to their cutoffs, right? Their goals, the things that they're aiming for this grand final. You're going to take a look at our MVP player in just a second, but I think at this point in time, are there any other teams that we're sort of watching out for? Because so far, it just seems like it's the race for first place, and it's also the race for top 6. How about Farang? How far is Farang from actually intercepting Expand? Let's say Expand bomb out here. What's the goal for Farang?
If say Expand didn't get any points, that was 24 in between them, so 25 points for them to take that number 2 spot.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a big gap.
And clearly Expand just went berserk on that match. So that 25, 24 points would have now been extended regardless of whatever Farang did, because Farang wasn't the final 2 teams left in that fight, right? So unfortunate for Farang, you know, it's going to be impossible basically to replace Expand in that grand finals number 2 spot. And it's going to be impossible for them to gain that ticket to the Free Fire World Series. I mean, it has to crush you if you are Farang, because you made it there, and not only did you make it, you were number 1. You won the MCP Majors Season 3. And now to head on in here and be so close yet so far must hurt.
I think there's one unless here. There's absolutely going to be an anomaly. Someone's getting hot dropped. I don't know who it is. Maybe Farang hot drop expand. Maybe AV Radicals hot drop expand. Maybe the blue zone ends up being in one of those two teams' main drop points. Anything can happen, right? Especially with AV Radicals' vastly different playstyle. Because we also have to remember, this is a team that chases the high tier loot zone. They don't care where it is. They will more than happily compete with any teams within that zone to get the high tier loot zone. So I'm really excited. No joke. I kind of hope we do see this. One of the top teams going up against each other. What if it ends up being Farang versus AV Radicals? I think that would be an amazing matchup too, because it would determine the fate of Expand.
It would. I mean, anybody that goes up against AV Radicals early game will determine the fate of Expand. Although we have to say the gap in terms of points between Expand and AV Radicals, turned into nothing with AV Radicals picking up the Booyah, getting 8 kills on their side. It just undoes all of that effort that the players of Expand kind of threw into that matchup. Earlier on, they needed 33 points to catch up with AV Radicals. Now, the 33 points, minus it off with the 8, they still need 25 points more than AV Radicals. So the condition for Expand to pick up that number 1 spot is AV Radicals in the next match need to bomb out 0 points. And Expand needs to not only get the Booyah, but they need to get a minimum of 17 kills with that Booyah to get that number 1 spot. 0 points for AV, 26 points for Expand. Let's go. They get that invite directly to the grand finals of the Free Fire World Series. Or else it's going to be the plains for Expand.
You know what? I think it's very possible. But the first condition, right? It has to be eliminate the Titans.
Yes.
Get rid of AV Radicals. And then we can see what happens. Because I think if AV Radicals, they have an average game, I think that's it, right? Like they get a couple kills. Let's say they get eliminated in 7th place in that round. That's still enough points. Unless Expand play the best game of their entire life. They grab the Booyah and they get, I think, over 25 kills.
Here's my theory.
Okay, what's the theory? I'm excited.
In order to guarantee this for yourself, if you are Expand, you got to look at the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is you drop dead last and Farang has the most massive victory for themselves at the grand finals, where they bag more than 30 points over you to rip away your playing spot. Okay, that's the worst case scenario. But apart from that, there's no other worst case scenario for Expand. They can try to hot drop AV Radicals in that high tier loot zone. If the team of Expand can hot drop AV in that high, because you know where to find them. You just need to go for the blue zone. You find AV, you eliminate AV radically at the start of the matchup, and you go on to put on the best show at Alpine, which we all know Expand can do. So the condition here is for Expand to hot drop AV Radicals. Question is, who's mad enough, who's crazy, who's insane enough to pull that radical play off?
Look, I want to see it. I don't know why I'm hyping myself up, but I feel like in my mind, we're going to get a hot drop. What if it's a 3-way hot drop? What if Farang decides to come in and it's just a 3-way hot drop? Just delete everybody and that's it, Figure out who's going to take the lobby. I mean, it would be absolutely maddening to see a war zone like that, but
yes,
I think if you're Expand, if I was the manager, I would say, guys, do it. Press the red button.
Okay.
Hot drop Farang. I think that's the safer option here. I think it makes more sense to go for Farang rather than AV Radicals.
I think the information that I found, Neptune is smiling because he found as well. It's impossible now for Farang to take the second spot. Farang needs 40 points to replace Expand. Yeah, so go fly a kite, not happening today. Expand, 25 points they need to replace AV Radicals. Now, this is the This is the final one, baby. This is the final matchup. And I tell you, it's going to be explosive. But down at the bottom, hard to get is 3 points from catching up with Pando EWG. And this has been like for the longest of time. I think for the past 3-4 matches, they've been just 3 points behind Pando. Pando doesn't want to let go of the top 6.
They shouldn't let go. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Maybe Hard to Get hurt themselves because their name is literally Hard to Get.
Hard to Get.
You know, it's Hard to
know,
Get.
right?
Top 6. Oh goodness, Matt! I'm expecting a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah.
Seriously, I think we're going to get some crazy hot drops. We're going to see some teams maybe go for literal hit and run strats. I want to see teams ride around in vehicles to look for those kills, hunt for other teams, cause a lot of chaos. Don't leave it so that we end up with World War III during the final circle, because that is so unreliable with so many bodies, so many eyes, and so many guns aimed at the back of your head. You don't have as much control over the game compared to you versus a single team. Maybe there could be another team vulturing, who knows? But wow.
Neptune.
Oh, I want to hear Neptune's thoughts. This guy's so calm and collected.
Now that we know that the gap between Farang and Expand is 40 points, there's no worst case scenario. Even if Expand expires like in the 12th spot, nothing's going to happen to them, right? So the question here is, do you support my wish for Expand to hot drop AV Radicals?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's like the risk and rewards, I would say. And it's just that, as simple as that.
No
the
risk
and reward that you can get.
No risk. The spot at the Free Fire World Series, direct invite to the grand finals. That's the reward. The risk is non-existent. Expand needs to hot drop AV Radicals in that high tier loot zone.
Actually, there's money on the line, guys. It's like $12,000 US. I think there is a lot on the line.
So there's double the reward, but the risk of like moving down a notch is non-existent for Expand. So they can go and hot drop AV Radicals on a high tier loot area. If they bomb out early, well, they still have that place. And I think it will be easier for AV Radicals as well, because they don't need to do that much unless they don't know it's Expand that they will be taken out.
I don't know, guys. Like, the way that we're setting this story up, it's making me feel like Farang is going to come out of the woodworks and break a record. But who knows? Who knows? My heart's pumping. I need to calm down. I got to go grab some chamomile tea to get ready for this game. It's 30 seconds until these teams drop into the final game of the MCPS Majors Season 4. We're going to find out who is going to be locking their tickets to the Free Fire World Series next month. We're going to find out who is going to be automatically qualifying for Season 5 of the MCPS Majors. Gentlemen, take it away. Let's start it slow because we're going to hit a climax real quick. AJ Neptune, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Danily and AJ. I mean, I'm really hot drop. Hot drop. Here comes the chant.
Hot drop. Come on, give us the hot drop, man. I want to see this hot drop. I mean, it's
Forest Red.
Forest. Oh my God!
This is the drop point of Expand.
Red. This is the home of Expand. Neptune. Are we gonna see it? Oh,
let's see.
Come on, AV. Come on, Expand. Give us one final
Expand
match
is moving in
the MCPS Majors Grand Finals to remember. Farang is heading there as well. Neptune, we've got a party.
Well, Expand is moving in. I haven't seen AV Radicals. They went in Riverbound. They got away. I mean, it's AV Radicals who disappointed you, AJ.
Oh, yeah,
not
man.
Expand.
AV said, hell no, you are not getting this. I mean, obviously, they're watching the broadcast as well, right? They hop on in straight. And now, Roy goes down. Jembal finds him. And he seems to have lost a little bit of a spot here as well. X-Roy eliminated. Cobra trades out Jembal. Fine trade coming through from the players of Expand. Can they survive for a little bit more longer in here? Too bad, a little bit too far. Jesbu doesn't have much of that arsenal on him to take these fights just yet, but the high tier loot zone gives you a lot. Cobra has no medkit. This is going to be a problem. Time turner played, but it's a 1v2. Cobra gets the first one. Can he get the second one back to back? Cobra manages to nail Too Bad as well. Cobra, the lethal supremacist at the CQC, and Farang's getting toasted.
Cobra right now is staying behind while one other member, it's Too Fast, is moving out and getting back those teammates. So we'll have to find out if they'll be able to succeed as well as to where they will be dropping, because the moment that AV Radicals finish the looting phase up there, they are a little bit too close as well. Not only that, some of the teams might be gatekeeping and have their eyes on this area. So Expand needs to make this fast, and there goes Jesbu out from this game. Jembal, the only man remaining in this fight. It's a 1v2 situation, but Jembal is in a tight spot.
The two best CQC players on the side of Expand are still alive. Jambal's dead, man. He needs to keep the distance between both of them. But we also know how Cobra functions. Cobra can take this mid to long range engagements as long as he has the AC-80. The AC-80 is the supreme gun in the hands of Cobra for the slightly longer range types of attack. McRory needs to turn this corner slowly. Fall MX doesn't mess that one engagement up. Just deals with it very smartly. Doesn't show himself. But you know, we were talking about that super hot drop, and AV Radicals ran away, man.
Oh, hard to get. Has been eliminated
Pusangala
from this game.
Oh no, no six
Pando
spot.
EWG has maintained their spot. They are still alive. They have a chance to take down SAF right now from the battle that we're seeing. Tua is already going in on the outside. McRory is down in there with the help of Tua. But McDo taking down JC. So it's still a 3v3 battle. But I would say Pando EWG has already succeeded on a different level so far just for this day.
I absolutely agree with you, Neptune. The only thing that can ruin the party of Pando EWG is if Blacklist International somehow finds their way back into the competition with a massive 20 points above Pando. But that seems to be quite impossible because Pando's on fire. Oi, as I say that, they lose Mantai down on the ground. Chessman attacks from the back. Anxiety trying to make their way back into the matchup as well. But I think it's just a little bit too late for them to sneak into the top 6. But earning an extra bonus in the prize pool, that's still possible, Neptune.
Yeah, it is possible. They need, or they can catch up in the points, but like Anxiety right now, because of the placement they have in leaderboard, they will just be a distraction to a lot of teams. And this is where we often see those at the bottom of the leaderboard, especially for the last game we're in. This is where they pop off. And I don't want to tell the story anymore because I've said it so many times, where if you put your mindset that you're playing, every game that you play will be the last game that you might have been performing better compared to what you have if you don't have that mindset.
Oh, you have to play every single match like it's your last one, man. If you're not that hungry, then everybody else is gonna just walk past you. You gotta be hungry, and those who are not hungry, don't go looking for that food. The greatest of hunters out there are usually the ones who haven't eaten for a long, long time, Neptune.
Well, speaking of eating, I haven't eaten just yet, but Pando EWG right now being hunted. Chessman is in there, going solo, trying to fire back, but there might be a bait that's happening in here by Pando EWG, but the safe zone will be moving in against them, and Chessman right now being gunned down. But not only that, the bait will be turned around. Viewer will be moving in against Manchai, and there goes 2 down, 2 left for Pando EWG, and here comes Manchai going in for those shots. Chessman will eliminate them. Pando EWG out of the game, and as we mentioned earlier, Blacklist International, if they will be able to do well in this match, get a lot of kills as well as a lot of points, they might be able to take that top 6 spot, but that have yet to be seen. Anxiety right now is still in dance, and that is against Let's Go. SAF and Anxiety, it's a 1v2 situation, but so far in this area, Kanoho and Let's Go are the only 2 members dancing. But as we look at on this area right now, Anxiety is spread out. Good chance for them to go for the backstab and eliminate Let's Go from SAF right now. But they are being taken they are taking a lot of time. They might be backstabbed later on, also gatekept once they move into the safe zone.
Oh, running straight. Oh, Tanamo brings out the glue wall, but that's a super distraction because he's right up on top. Let's go. Perfect engagement. Finds Tanamo, puts him down onto the ground. Yado with the supreme engagement. Let's go. Sprayed down onto the ground instead. A trade-off here that he needs to play. Anxiety is going to be able to get Let's Go out of the equation. Kanoho picked right back up. Anxiety is alive and kicking, but you know, to hope and pray that Anxiety replaces SAF in the 10th spot is, I think, asking for a little bit too much, man. They need 22 points more than these two teams. And I mean, when was the last time we saw Anxiety pick up 22 points? There's a lot to ask from them.
Yeah, even for those teams who have done that before, is having some trouble doing that again this time, but not Expand. I mean, 7 kills already in here. They survived the battle that happened earlier, but the ace that has been pulled by AV Radicals, I think they just want to play safe this time because they don't want to risk anything. They can repeat what they've done in Purgatory and they can still have that advantage in terms of the point. Hopefully that's successful. Otherwise, like, Expand will just be popping off and blowing heads right now. And there's not so much, especially with the performance that has been done earlier by Expand.
Expand's already popping off here. AV Radicals, we saw them lose a crucial player moments ago, and now they've just got 3 more players out there on the battlefield. And I agree with you that they are playing a super defensive, purely survival gameplay this time round because the team has actually split up. How often do you see AV Radicals splitting up? Not too often at all. And, you know, with them bringing Tanamo back into the mix, I'm pretty sure that Revival is going to help AV continue to survive, which is just going to ruin the chances of Expand. I think I did spot on the mini map there that they are getting a little bit close to each other towards the next circle. So maybe there is still a chance here, Neptune, but Expand needs to find AV Radicals before it's too late.
And one thing that worries me is AV Radicals is going out their way, the usual gameplay. And if that doesn't throw off the game, like, you know, wherein you are used to one thing and then you change your ways just for safety, and you lose a little bit more because you are not comfortable with how you're doing things or how you're playing things. Hopefully that's not the case for AV Radicals, but so far with the 9 team remaining, they were expecting, I think they don't have that much in the kills as well. So there's still a risk for AV Radicals, especially on their position on the map.
Very risky for AV Radicals. SAF, on the other hand, have been performing phenomenally well. They want to replace Axis Esports in the 9th spot, and they are 9 points away from them. In fact, SAF can actually jump up 2 placements if they can pick up 11 points more than both Axis and Blacklist. They will be in the 8th place, and that gives them an upgrade in terms of money, 750 USD to 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, and that's 1,250 additional to what they are supposed to get on their current spot. So we'll have to find out if SAF, I think that is what's motivating them as well, surviving battle earlier. But we'll have to find out because they are staying outside of safe zone, bringing back the rest of the teams if they have lost some. But the risk is so much that once they drop in, the shoots will be seen and they will be shot down once again and back to the usual problem.
Oh my God, Farang just came back. Expand went for their heads again. Jesbu down on the ground. X-Roy being annoying. Finds the players of Blacklist now on the other side. And that's only possible for us to know because of the glue wall. Thankfully, it's got the logos now. So it's very easy to see exactly who's taking the fight up against them. Now, although Jesbu's down on the ground, Too Bad is close enough to pick him right back up. But Miro has got the positioning to punish him, but doesn't go in for the attack. Blacklist wants to play this carefully.
Yeah, Blacklist really wants to play this carefully because why not? Like, if you can get that booyah and then get a few kills later on, you might be able to get on that 6th spot, especially with Hard to Get already out of the picture. But we'll have to find out further because that gameplay doesn't bring that much. Like, if you look back to what Expand has done earlier, as well as AV Radicals when they're aiming for that 30 or 31 points.
Geek Fam snuffed out early. Perfect revenge by Sem9 to kind of just halt their progress in the competition. But then again, even if Sem9 didn't do that, it's not like Geek Fam could have risen up to catch up with Farang. too many points between them. They needed 31 to catch up in Farang in third place. That's not going to happen in one match, especially with the way Geek Fam has been playing recently. X-Roy, McDo goes down. And the long flank around from Malaysia into Sunside gives them that backstep position against SAF. And this is just perfect to play around with. Yadop now on the other side. But Blacklist finds Farang.
Yeah, Blacklist right now, they are getting hungrier by the minute as they go in team after team. But as you can see, only 2 points from them. But survivability, none of their teammates has been brought back from the revive flight. We'll have to find out how long will that happen. But they are not only waiting for anxiety to challenge. It is also AV Radicals who's getting close on them onto the side. And also from behind them, SAF and Expand might be rushing in.
This is just the prayers of Expand coming to fruition here because there are so many teams in and around the compound of AV Radicals. You're talking about Anxiety, you're talking about Sem9, Blacklist, Expand from the back, AV Radicals. This is the biggest fight of their lives and they need to win it. And the ones who are coming straight for their heads are right behind them, Neptune.
This is what I'm talking about. I mean, this is not the usual gameplay that AV Radicals is doing. Yes, they went out of the way, not risking that a hot drop, but they are usually in the edge of a safe zone, not in the middle. I think this might be the turnaround for them, especially if Expand goes for the long flank, meets up Todak on that. But no, Sem9 sees them and Wine will be taken down. The wallbang might be happening right now, but a miss coming from Fikri saves AV Radicals.
Oh, Wine, you can't lose that guy, especially for those CQCs later on. Expand continues to shut down SAF as McRory gets picked up by X-Roy. Kid Ames now tries to shut down Blacklist from afar. Mother Nature is the backup for Ashura, but Ashura gets the kill onto Jembal from afar, which means the range for the grenade launcher still can connect. Ashura, big play, Speedro right in front for the pop, but the grenade does not connect. Miro from the back. Can the players of Blacklist now wrap things up against the players of Toda? That M1887 is not going to connect just yet, but Miro finally gets the final jump. Pedro goes down, Spark right in front. Miro for the pop once again, and he does get the shot. AV Radicals cleans house against M9, and AV Radicals refuses to go down, which means Expand still needs to hustle, Neptune.
Farang has been eliminated, and here comes Blacklist. 3 points already. Kid Ames on a 1v3 situation. 1v2 situation. 1v1. And Kid Ames gets Meryl Todak eliminated. But Blacklist has already lost a lot in that battle. They are the next taken down. AV Radicals still alive. Sem9 with only one member. 3 kills only for AV Radicals. And where is Expand on the other side of the map? So AV Radicals just need to take out SM9 in this area, take the compound, wait for cover, and also wait as the safe zone closes in before they meet Expand in this battle.
Can Sem9 recover just a little bit of their aggression out here? Expand doesn't need to deal with all of this. Let's Go has that bird's eye view, and Let's Go chooses to tease the players of AV Radicals instead of Expand. Good shot onto Thanamo, which connects. Glue wall pulled out. Let's Go reveals his position. Thanamo now focuses on him. Retus grows the attack from across. Too Fast has got the AC-80. Riptide Rhythm will take down the glue wall. No, does not connect with the glue wall. Too Fast still surviving. Still has multiple glue walls to work with. Too Fast returns fire. Retus repositions. AV Radicals hasn't managed to punish. 4 more teams alive and kicking. AV Radicals needs to go down now if at all Expand wants to stand a chance. But I don't know if or not the math will click out here because Expand needs 25 points more than the players of AV.
So far, Expand, yeah, they are surviving, but in terms of kills, they have 15 already, AJ. So if they get this with the 3 points that AV Radicals only has, they have a good chance to take the #1 spot. As SAF already out from this fight by the safe zone. Sem9 is being rushed, adding to the point of Expand, and it is left to AV Radicals and Expand right now. X-Roy has been taken down. Maze will be done. Red 2's going for the rush, and we'll have to find out, AJ, who will win this fight.
This is between the number 1 and the number 2 of the grand finals. Both of these teams are going to the Free Fire World Series, and AB Radicals gets eliminated. The biggest question is going to be, did Expand pick up 25 points more than AB Radicals? 10 points from the kills, plus 12 points coming through from the Booyah. That gives you 22. So unfortunately, the answer is no. Expand manages to score a total of 31 points. My apologies. 31. The question is,
31.
what did AB Radicals get, Neptune?
31?
Yes.
And I think it's 14
Ah!
for AV Radicals
GG.
because of the placement and the number of kills. Not so much in the kills though, but in the placement, like it's 9 points already. So it's a huge point for them. It's a good thing that AV Radicals survived for so long.
Yeah.
Even like you've seen how many engagement is that in the compound and how risky it was for AV Radicals to stand in the middle of everyone else. But AV Radicals managed to survive, even ended up battling Expand in the final moment.
Yeah, man, I mean, Expand, what a play, what a dominance. But they dropped the ball one too many times, and that caught up with them towards the very end. They tried to hustle a little bit too late, and I need to knock these boys on the head for exactly that. They've got the capability to pull off massive rounds like this, but they held back one too many times. And if you are Expand, you gotta ask yourself, why in the hell did you wait for the very final few matches to really pop off and show us exactly what you've got? Because they needed 25 points to replace AV Radicals. They pick up 31, but AV Radicals, they remain surviving. Like you said, 14 points, which means only 17 points between them was picked up, not 25. Expand makes it to the play-ins, but AV Radicals makes history as the first Filipino team to make it to the Free Fire World Series. You gotta be ecstatic if you're a Filipino right now.
Oh my goodness. What a weekend it's been. I thought it was just going to be like, it's just these two teams, that's it. It's not going to be a big deal. Nah, they had us on the edge of our seats since the very beginning. Can I just say, AB Radicals, props to them for not being baited by the high tier loot zone. I swear this last round, it was rigged.
If they went there though. If they went there though, Expand would have gotten it. And I mean, kudos to Expand because there's a little bit of broadcast delay. So clearly they didn't hear us talking about it. There's no way. Yeah. But you know, great minds think alike. Expand went straight in. Speaking of great minds, Farang thought it would be a fantastic idea to take the hot drop against AV Radicals. They thought we will be the one that spoils the party. But instead, it was Expand that ruined their party, managing to shut down 3 players out of 4. Thankfully, one survived, brought the players back in just to provide as feeder points for the rest of Expand again in the second encounter. So that, I mean, overall, unfortunate approach by Farang. They tried a little bit too hard, too late as well. But, you know, these two teams representing our region at the Free Fire World Series later on at Bangkok, Thailand, I cannot think of two better teams. Consistency, aggression, strategy, everything's perfect with these two.
I'm looking forward to seeing how their skill translates into the international level, right?
Yes.
Because, of course, we are all playing within our, or the teams here at least, are playing within our region. They're comfortable with the meta because this is what we all grew up with. But once you go over there, you're going to be exposed to a whole new meta, the international meta. And if anyone's confused, like, what do people mean by international meta? Every region has their own play styles. Every team has their signature play styles, their drop zones, the way that they play. So if anyone's wondering what a good example is, being that vehicles actually are used in Free Fire outside of our region. For some reason, teams within ours not so happy with the vehicle meta, the Misha meta, not really popular here. But other regions, for example, Europe in particular, they love vehicles. They maximize the usage of vehicles for scouting, for shooting, for chasing, for whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, and
so
it's not just about the meta. At the end of the day, we are going to send these guys over to Bangkok, Thailand. and they are taking on the reigning defending champions on their home ground.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already a problem fighting the Thai boys, but now you're going to take them down on their home ground where they've got technically the advantage in terms of home ground spirit, right? It's not going to be an easy fight at all. But if anything, we've seen the quality out of these two teams. They are fighters who fight all the way down to the final game.
And not only that, I mean, you mentioned about the meta difference.
Yeah.
Like, there's no other team that is better to be in there. The contrast between AV Radicals and Expand brings in a different story, a different flavor to what MCPS has to offer. And that would be a curveball that our region can bring into the world stage, because they might be expecting, okay, this is the usual meta that MCPS has to offer. But here comes AV Radicals popping off with a Chaos Vehicle gameplay as well. Expand in there, going in for survivability, plus the number of kills that they have. And I'm really excited once that starts.
I think we're all excited, right? To see how well are we going to do this time. Are we going to maybe threaten the reigning champions and steal their crown? Anything can happen.
It's gonna happen. These boys need to hustle from day number one. We can't have sloppy plays, messy, unfortunate rounds in there. Every single game needs to be perfectly curated towards themselves, as well as to help them get the most advantage towards the top, right? One needs to wonder what would have happened if perhaps Expand had hot dropped the players of AV Radicals a little bit earlier on, because around obviously AV was like, nope, you're not gonna hunt us down. Because what we realized, AV Radicals realized as well, that the only thing that can take them away from that number one spot is Expand, and Expand benefits a lot, and Expand knows exactly where to hunt them down. So smart play from both Expand and the AV Radicals in that final game.
I mean, you have to play your absolute best in that final game. You had to put yourself in a situation that would be putting you in an advantageous situation. So if AV did decide to go into that high tier loot zone, I probably would. I think seriously, I would have probably started watching while shaking my head. I would just be like, oh no, this is ready to be turned into some TikTok meme.
But the thing is, it's still risky for what they did. I mean, the drop is a little bit too far compared to Expand, or what our expectation of what will happen in Expand and Farang being there on a high tier loot area. But the placement that they chose once the safe zone is closing in is so risky. Only a few two compound, and they only sat in there in the middle, on the view of everyone else. And it was just, I was just thankful for them that they survived, because they are in the sights of everyone who's trying to rush in and find a compound.
Well, the game is done and dusted. The points are locked in. I'm looking forward to seeing where everyone has finally landed in the grand finals, right? Because we've had 5 weeks of intense free fire, back-to-back matches where everyone played their hearts out to qualify for the grand final, for the grand final teams to play 2 days of full-on free fire, 8 matches with barely 5 minutes break between each game. That must be taxing and must be an experience. I'm very sure they've got a couple of the players and teams maybe just collapsing on their beds right now, thinking, what a day, waiting for these results to come out. Probably waiting with us as well. If anything, if we could, I would love to give the players a round of applause and a clap to say, you guys did fantastic. This was not an easy feat. The average person would not be able to play this high level free fire for this long. We started the day at about 1 o'clock, right? Around 1 o'clock. It's now 5:43. That's 5.5 hours non-stop. It's insane. These guys must be exhausted.
They are 100% exhausted, playing Free Fire at one of the highest levels within the region. But the current standings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, will show us exactly what we want to see out there on the battlefield. 31-14. The players of Expand needed 25 points to replace AB Radicals in the number 1 spot. Once again, that didn't happen. But the saving grace here is nobody else was close enough to dethrone the top 2 teams from the grand finals. And therefore, AB Radicals and Expand, they will represent the region at the Free Fire World Series at Bangkok, Thailand. Sem 9, I mean, talk about a match to wake up again.
Maybe too little too late. I think that's the best phrase to put here for Sem 9, because we saw these guys early bloomers, but then when it came to the end of the competition, it also just became too late.
Yeah.
They petered out too soon. They came back up too late. I really wish we could have seen more from the likes of Sem 9. Same with SAF, right? SAF is the exact same situation as Sem 9. A team that did fantastic at the beginning, petered out, needed a bit of a cool down period, came back strong, but this should have been much, much sooner.
Production's asking us to make our predictions.
Predictions of what? Who's going to Worlds? Oh, we know who's going to Worlds.
Well, my prediction is Sem 9.
Thanks, AJ. Production's laughing too. They're like, excuse me.
AB Radicals makes history, number 1 spot. They get the invite directly to the Free Fire World Series Grand Finals at Bangkok, Thailand. And Expand, they have to pick the matchup at the play-ins. And it's that one day that Malaysia has the opportunity. And you know, you see it big on the front of Expand's t-shirt. #Tebus Marwah. It is reclaiming your honor. Now, Expand is reclaiming the honor for the whole of Malaysia when they head on to the play-ins at Bangkok, Thailand. Why? Because so far, the best position that Malaysia has gotten at the Free Fire World Series, be it at the play-ins or at the grand finals, is just 9th place. As long as Expand can do any better than that, you know what? Let's see Expand outdo that 9th spot and even outdo the rest of them, because you need the top 4 places to get into the grand finals. Can Expand do it? That's the biggest question.
Can they do it? Well, here's my prediction for the world leaderboard, okay? I think, and I'm going to include AV Radicals and Expand, we're going to make top 6 this year. We're going to see improvement. We're going to make top 6. I'm calling it.
Well, you guys get to see if or not the panel on the English broadcast is correct with the predictions of statistics. And at the very top, we don't get to see it yet. But the bottom 6, hard to get, doesn't make it through, which means Pando EWG. They get the invitation into the MCPS Majors Season 5.
The unfortunate thing with this as well, though, is that the teams that are from 7th to 12th will need to go through the qualifiers to make it to the next MCPS Majors, which I don't think it's a bad thing. Some people think like, oh, it's not, you're not getting the automatic invite, you've got the hard road. I'd say this is the better road, right? We saw last time. It was better to go through the qualifiers. So hopefully we see everyone coming back stronger, harder, better, and that we're going to get just as much action, if not even more, coming into next season. But I'm waiting for the top leaderboard. We want to see like the whole thing, you know, the nice shiny leaderboard where everybody is at. We know it's probably Pando here, but
Pando.
Pando.
6th place, and they were able to keep the lead by 5 points as well. So Pando, again, this is consistency at its finest. It rewards teams where it's needed the most, and Pando, they were consistent this morning. Later in the day, not so much, but they were definitely more consistent than hard to get.
The next 3 spots are bittersweet because the next 3 spots are held on by 3 Malaysian teams that have gotten to the world stage in the past. 5th place is the ones that got the 2nd spot at the MCP Major Season 4. The one and only Toda, who went to the play-ins for the Free Fire World Series at Sentosa and picked up the 9th spot at the play-ins. They couldn't make it to the grand finals, but they did make Malaysia proud. But this time around, they'll have to sit it out.
They'll be able to watch with us, cheer for our regions as they do play at Worlds this year. I hope they do something like a watch party so that we can really send the MCPS region energy. I'd love this, right? As a community, come together, cheer our teams on. so that they feel the energy, especially
Yes.
at a competitive setting, to know that there are people backing you
Yes.
up. It's such a big emotional boost. But let's take a look at 4th place here. It is going to go to Geek Fam. This was a team that came out of nowhere yesterday. They were amazing. They kept up
Yeah.
with the top dogs. They kept up with AV and Expand. But unfortunately for today, they just couldn't quite keep it up. Maybe they used all their gas yesterday and they were sort of hanging on today. But they hung on enough to be able to remain within that top 4. So congratulations to Geek Fam. We did not see these guys coming.
And well, so far Geek Fam like put in not so much for the first part of the fight of the series, but I mean it's a good stride for them to really catch up, but not so much. So like everything else that we've seen here, all the storylines, I would say this is lesson learned for everyone. Those who jump in as invites really didn't do well. So I think going in the harder road in qualifier might have been a good stride for them to really work on. But let's check out our number 3 spot. And similar to what we have in there, this team has experience
The world.
that
Yep.
will experience. Yeah. This team has experienced the world stage already, and unfortunately, they will. Oh, champion! Oh, the champions will be AV Radicals, and well, no, I'm sorry to break that role, AJ and Dan Lee,
Look,
but
it's fine. It's fine.
a
Look
good
at him.
thing as well.
Look
Yeah,
at
don't
these
worry, man.
boys.
I mean, the Bastard Desk, they just started celebrating. We started celebrating at the very end of the game itself. When we saw the hot drops happening between Farang as well as Expand, we already know, okay, this last match is going to be a party, man. But what a way to make history. The Filipino team of AV Radicals proves to everyone that as long as you dream and as long as you put in the hard work behind that dream, you are going to be making it through all the way. And in this case, to the Free Fire World Series, the first Filipino team to ever get that done.
Man, congratulations to the Philippines. You have your team. But of course, we also have the Malaysia representative. We have Expand. They might be the runner-up of the tournament, but they are also going with AV Radicals to Bangkok to play at the Free Fire World Series. It's going to be so exciting. I hope these guys do well at Worlds because, again, if they can prove that they can keep up with the top dogs and be a world-class team, this is going to be such an inspiration for anyone else that wants to come into competitive Free Fire in that region, right? You've got to light that fire in those young hearts, say it's possible as long as you put that work in. Expand, AV Radicals, best of luck at Worlds. We will be watching, we will be cheering, we will be praying that you guys can make us proud over at Worlds. I'm so excited, guys. It's just a month away.
Yeah.
Oh, look at them. They're just so relaxed.
Yeah, and I would like to throw in another praise for Expand as well. Unlike a few of the brands here, Expand is not backed up by any esports organization. Expand is just backed up by, guess who? Too Fast's mother. Yeah, exactly. As crazy as it sounds, Too Fast's mother is the one who's, championing this team from the back, trying to lead them towards the top. No esports organization, no experience behind this, just hard work and pure grit and determination on the side of Expand. You gotta love that. You sure as hell gotta respect that.
Absolutely. And now we do have the full leaderboard. So Farang, unfortunately, 7 points. Look at the gap between Farang and Expand. It's just got exponentially
65.
larger after that round. Exactly. So Farang, they won't be able to go to the world stage, but I do hope that the teams that went previously reach out to AV and Expand and provide them advice, let them know how it happened the last time, because the best thing to do is to support your own region. I hope this is something that does happen, because at this point in time, you want to make sure that you help your countrymen to make sure that they play their absolute best. So unfortunate for Farang, but they've been there. They know what it's like. They understand the struggle, and they probably are going to be sitting there thinking, oh goodness, Expand, AV Radicals, you guys are going to have not only a hell of a time, but it's going to be an experience that's probably going to change you as a player as well. Yeah. Because playing from upgrading from the local scene to the international scene, it's such a big personal journey.
Yes,
where
it is.
you're not just playing with the people that you're used to anymore. You're playing with other people that are representatives of their own country, and it requires a lot from you as a player to be able to not only respect your opponents, but to also respect them enough that you are going to treat the game like a job. This is all, if anything, this isn't just fun and games anymore, right? You're not just an esports team that just plays for fun. You're representing a country. You know, that's a big responsibility to have on your shoulders. For some people, it makes or breaks you.
And not just a responsibility, but something that you can really hold a lot of pride to, right? I think AB Radicals making history for themselves, being the first Filipino team to reach the Free Fire World Series stage, you know, that's tremendous. But the question is, how far do they go? Do they go even further beyond that 9th place? Because if they do, they would be technically the best team the region has ever sent to the World Series, to the world stage. And if AB Radicals cannot break just one record, but two, make history not just in one spot, but two, that would be fantastic, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just proud that a Filipino team will be in there in the world stage, and the support from all the regions of MCPS will be in there. I mean, like, from the last season is just Malaysian and disappointment from the Philippines. But this time, the hope and dreams are still alive for everyone.
Carrying the hopes and dreams. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me on this broadcast. It was amazing having you as my wonderful casters. And of course, thank you to all of our viewers that tuned into the broadcast. We hope that you'll tune into the Free Fire World Series next month. It's going to be exciting. It's the best of the best. We'll have to see if Expand and AB Radicals can make us proud. I think they can do it. But for now, we're going to have to say goodbye. And maybe we'll see you at the World Series. See you, survivors.